Francis Brighton crashes through the doors and into the war room where a group of generals sit. He is a NATO intelligence officer and has come across something truly horrifying. The military leaders turn in their seats to look at him. "Sir, you need to see this," Francis says, holding out a manila folder containing images taken by a spy satellite. The general slowly reaches for the folder, opens it, and begins flipping through the pages. His brow furrows in concern. The general shakes his head and passes the folder to the person sitting next to him. "God save us," he whispers, as the photographs circulate around the table. Francis waits patiently in a corner of the room while each member of the NATO alliance looks at the photos he brought with him. The last general examines the images, closes the folder, and hands it back to Francis. He turns to the rest of the men in the room. "What should we do?" he asks. There's discussion about launching a counterattack. Some NATO members want to keep the status quo the way it is. Putin is clearly insane, and like any wild animal that's backed into a corner and feels threatened, he is more than willing to lash out in the most deadly way possible. Others in the room believe now is the time to act. They advocate for the deployment of more troops along the Russian border. "I'm going to say what everyone else is thinking," one of the generals states as he stands up from the table. "We need to arm the nukes currently stationed in France and Britain." An eerie silence envelops the room. Francis shifts back and forth on his heels. He's remained quiet until now. "If I may, sir," he says, "the images clearly show that Russia's moving tactical nukes from this Object S site to their naval base on the Black Sea. However, we do not know if this is just a posturing gesture or if Putin means to use them." The generals around the room grumble. They all know this could be the first step toward nuclear war. Until this point, Vladimir Putin's only threatened to use tactical nukes in his war against Ukraine. Now he actually has taken steps to put those words into action. The deployment of several tactical nukes, each with an estimated payload of 1 kiloton or 1,000 sticks of dynamite, could change the world forever. The generals continue to deliberate. "Commander Brighton," one of them says, "we need you back at your post. Keep your eyes on the Russian nukes and update us of any further movements." Francis salutes the general and runs out of the room. He sprints down the hallways of the intelligence building back to the command center. Screens flash different images. TVs play live feeds from news outlets around the world. No one knows about the very real threat that he has uncovered except for the NATO generals. Francis types vigorously on the keys of his keyboard. He glances at the picture next to his screen. It's a photo of his wife holding their newborn daughter. She smiles as if nothing could ever get in the way of their happiness. Unfortunately, Putin seems hell-bent on doing just that, by throwing Europe into a nuclear war. Francis taps back into the satellite feed that he initially spotted the tactical nukes from. He zooms in on the road leading from the Russian nuclear base to the Black Sea coast. The trucks carrying the tactical nukes have made significant progress. They're only miles away from the naval base. Hours pass. Francis periodically sends updates to the NATO generals regarding the movement of the Russian tactical nukes. Putin had promised to use them for several weeks, but many thought this was an empty threat. Now it looks like he's about to make good on what he's been saying all along. There's been little movement on the Russian naval base where the nukes were dropped off. Francis has a hunch the warheads have been mounted onto SSN-38 caliber missiles and loaded onto Russian subs, but without proof, there's very little he can do. It seems like the only way that Russia could secretly deploy the nukes and get them within range of targets in Ukraine is by submarine. Francis's eyes are exhausted from looking at computer monitors non-stop for days. Every time he blinks, it stings. The intelligence officer stands up and stretches. He walks to the break room where a fresh pot of coffee is just finished brewing. As he pours himself a cup, he watches live coverage of the battle raging on the outskirts of Kyiv. Suddenly, the camera tilts upward. For a moment, a missile can be seen screaming across the sky. It arcs down and slams into the ground near a group of Ukrainian forces. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, there's a bright flash and the feed cuts off. Francis stares wide-eyed at the static on the television. The coffee mug falls from his hands and shatters on the floor. For a moment, Francis is paralyzed with fear. It is very clear what he just witnessed. Russia launched a tactical nuke and wiped out everything in a quarter-mile radius. Francis sprints back to the control room and begins gathering as much intel as possible. He needs to figure out how much damage was done and in which direction the fallout is heading. By looking at satellite feeds, Francis can just make out the distinctive mushroom cloud rising up over the landscape. The wind seems to be blowing smoke further into Ukraine. Once again, Russia has caused a nuclear catastrophe on Ukrainian soil. Later that day, Francis gives a report to the NATO generals. It appears Russia used a 1 kiloton tactical nuke to destroy an entire Ukrainian tank battalion. Reports have been coming in across the world that countries are condemning Russia's actions. Everyone knows that if nuclear war breaks out, there will be no winners. Russia and the US alone have enough nukes to wipe humanity off the face of the planet, and that's not accounting for the nuclear warheads located in Britain and France. After the blast was confirmed to be from a tactical nuke, NATO armed several missiles at sites across Europe. They have not fired yet, but it seems that'll only be a matter of time. before someone has to stand up to Vladimir Putin. Trying to reason with the homicidal maniac doesn't seem to be working. Even China, Russia's most powerful ally, has turned on them. China has a strict no first-use nuclear doctrine, which Russia has just broken. In the eyes of China, nukes should only be used to defend one's own country, not as a weapon for offensive purposes. This is how much of the world feels, and it's the reason why almost every country on the planet has turned against Vladimir Putin. But as far as Francis can tell, this doesn't seem to be deterring the leader of the Russian Federation. Russia used the tactical nuke to show just how serious they were taking NATO's constant resupplying of Ukraine with weapons and supplies. Putin also wanted to make it clear he had no problem taking things to the next level and engaging in nuclear warfare. Europe is now in an even more tenuous position. In briefings that Francis has been a part of, all options were put on the table. Many leaders believed that NATO needs to launch a nuke at Russia to show they will not just back down. The flip side of this is that Putin could escalate things further and start firing larger strategic nukes at targets across Europe. If this happens, the entire continent could be decimated by fireballs and nuclear fallout. The tactical nuke that Putin fired obliterated everything within a quarter mile, and although the radiation from the blast will travel further, it's nothing compared to the much larger nukes that both Russia and NATO have at their disposal. These bombs can be 1,000 times more powerful than the tactical nuke that Russia used, and each one could wipe out entire cities and cause millions of casualties. This is obviously what Europe is trying to avoid, but they also can't let Putin get away with unleashing a nuke on the people of Ukraine. Francis listens to the other options being suggested by the military leaders in the room. Some of the generals think that NATO should send forces into Russia and use conventional weapons to bring Putin to his knees. The counter-argument is obvious. If forces from Europe invade Russia, Putin will almost certainly launch more nukes to defend his homeland, resulting in the annihilation of much of Europe. Another option is to tighten the economic sanctions already placed on Russia. Unfortunately, these didn't seem to stop Putin the first time around, and it's unlikely they'll cause him to back down now. Economic sanctions also won't help deter Putin from using more nuclear bombs. It's determined that this could actually cause him to escalate things further as more countries turn against him. Even though China and most other countries are upset with Putin's actions, Russia still supplies a massive amount of oil and gas to the rest of the world. This includes Europe. And if Russia completely cuts off fossil fuel supplies to the EU, everyone within its borders will suffer. Utility prices across Europe have already skyrocketed to unprecedented levels as Russia continues to cut off its supply of oil, and many European families can no longer afford to heat their homes during the cold winter months. Then, one of the generals comes up with an idea so crazy, it might just work. Francis sits at his computer station staring blankly at his screen. He can't believe the decision the generals came to. He closes his eyes and rubs the bridge of his nose. "Forgive us," he whispers, and then focuses on the task at hand. Francis moves several satellites into optimal viewing positions, which will allow them to collect analytics for what is about to happen. The satellites align and begin transmitting data. They're pointed at a military base in Belarus. A digital clock has begun countdown. The generals are now in the control room with Francis so they can witness the aftermath of their choices. Belarus is not at war with Europe. The country is controlled by Alexander Lukashenko, a power-hungry dictator who allied himself closely with Putin. There's no doubt that Belarus supports Russia in its endeavors, but the Belarusian military is not actively slaughtering people in Ukraine like Russia is, nor do they have any nuclear weapons. Francis and the generals watch as the countdown reaches zero. On one of the side monitors, a video feed of a missile launching from a British battleship in the Baltic Sea is being played. The satellites track the missile as it arcs through the sky and descends upon a Belarusian military base. Unknowing soldiers carry out their daily routines. The seconds tick by. Everyone in the room holds their breath. Then, confirmation comes through that the tactical nuke launched by NATO has detonated and destroyed its target. Francis feels sick to his stomach. The men on the base had no idea what was coming or that they were even in any danger. Now they've been vaporized by a nuclear blast. One of the generals claps his hands together. "Someone get me the Kremlin on the phone. Maybe now Putin will talk." But he doesn't. The plan was to show that NATO was not afraid to use its own nuclear weapons. Military leaders knew they could not launch a nuke at Russia to demonstrate their resolve, but it was determined that by blowing up a target in Belarus, they could still send a clear message to Vladimir Putin that NATO would retaliate with nukes if necessary. There's no doubt that Alexander Lukashenko is a terrible man who's done terrible things to the people in his country, but many feel like NATO took things a step too far. Belarus was sided already with Russia and has given them support in their fight against Ukraine, but now the Eastern European country has declared war on the rest of Europe. They do not have the military forces to back up the threats they're making, but Russia's made it clear that it will stand with Belarus and aid them in their war against the other countries in Europe. NATO leaders knew this would be inevitable, but hoped their show of force would cause Putin to back down slightly. However, this plan hinged on the belief that Putin, like everyone else around the world, wouldn't want to risk all-out nuclear war. But Vladimir Putin is not a sane human being, and therefore his actions following the show of force by NATO are not rational. Both Russia's decision to use a tactical nuke in Ukraine and NATO's choice to fire their own nuclear missile at Belarus have put the continent in a very tumultuous position. Countries around the world are condemning both sides and begging for everyone to come to the table and discuss what's happening before things escalate to levels from which the world might never return. Francis never agreed with the decision to show that Europe would also use nukes if Putin didn't back down. However, his intel has proved invaluable to the generals of NATO. When Vladimir Putin sent a communication that he wanted to sit down for peace talks, everyone was ecstatic. A delegation was sent to the Ukrainian border, where NATO ambassadors would meet with top officials from Russia. Francis was asked to come along to provide the latest intel about where Russian troops were located. Hopefully, this information could be used as leverage to show Russia that they were always being closely watched. It would also serve as proof that NATO knew about key military installations and was not afraid to target them if Russia failed to cooperate. Francis is reluctant to go, but he knows it's his duty, and hopefully the intel he provides can help the two sides come to an agreement. Before he leaves his station, Francis pulls the picture of his wife and baby off the side of his screen and puts it in his pocket. Francis and the delegation of NATO diplomats head to the Ukrainian border. They land on a military airfield in Poland and are escorted to the border by NATO forces. As they cross over to Ukraine and enter the small town where the talks are supposed to take place, something seems off. The convoy comes to a stop. The delegates step out to look around. It's quiet. There's no sign of the Russian representatives. Maybe they're just running late, someone suggests. The group heads to the town hall where Russia initially agreed to begin peace talks. They enter the building. It's cold and empty. Cobwebs hang from the ceiling. It's clear no one has been here for a very long time. Something is very wrong. I suggest we get back to the airbase, one of the soldiers says. Francis looks around. He closes his eyes and tightly grips the picture of his wife and daughter in his pocket. He should have seen this coming. He should have kept a closer eye on the movements of the Russian troops in the area. Initially, when Francis noticed that the Russian forces were pulling back, he thought it was a sign of good faith. He just presumed the Russians didn't want to seem threatening, especially during peace talks. Now he realizes how stupid that train of thought was. Just like everyone else, Francis wanted this conflict to end without nuclear war. The Russian forces were not pulling back as a sign of their willingness to engage in peace talks. They were retreating because of what was about to happen next. Suddenly, an intelligence officer stationed back at the airbase begins shouting over the comms. "Missile incoming! Get out of there!" the voice yells. A tear rolls down Francis's cheek. A moment later, there's a bright flash. A massive explosion erupts out of the nuclear warhead as it detonates, vaporizing the NATO delegation and ending the peace talks. At the same moment as the nuke on the Ukrainian border detonates, Russia launches several more tactical nukes into Kyiv. Although this will destroy most of the city and irradiate the surrounding area, the Russians need to eliminate the Ukrainian resistance once and for all to prove their dominance. They do not send troops or tanks across the border into Europe, as they had a hard enough time fighting against Ukraine and would never succeed in capturing the rest of Europe using conventional warfare. EU's leaders watch in horror as Russia launches nuke after nuke. They've not targeted any of Europe's major cities yet. Instead, their targets all seem to be Ukrainian military installations. Russia's showing the world they have escalated their wartime tactics to use tactical nukes. Regular missiles are now all but obsolete. The benefit of using these smaller nuclear weapons is that there's less destruction and fallout, but they still decimate any enemy force in the vicinity. Putin makes it known that if Europe or any NATO nations try to invade his country or launch a counterattack, he's not afraid to unleash his whole nuclear arsenal on Europe. NATO leaders scramble to decide what to do next. Do they launch their own nukes and engage in an all-out nuclear war with no winner? Or do they increase sanctions and mobilize forces to keep Russia from expanding any further into Europe? France and Germany launch ground forces and set up heavy defensive positions along the Ukrainian border. Poland asks for reinforcements as Belarusian military forces cross their border and attack any soldiers or civilians in sight as retaliation for NATO launching a nuke at their country. A major fear is that Russia will sell or gift tactical nukes to Belarus, who will then launch them against NATO forces in Europe. At this point, they could make a strong case to justify such an action. Nuclear war seems all but inevitable. For several weeks, Russia does not seem interested in an invasion of Europe. European countries and their allies struggle to figure out the best way to de-escalate the situation with Putin and his loose trigger finger. Thus far, all of the nuclear warheads fired by Russia have been around a kiloton, meaning that no strategic or megaton nukes have been launched yet. It seems like Europe continues to let Putin get away with murder, but NATO is trying its best to avoid a catastrophic war that will lead to nuclear winter. European leaders have been thrown into an unwinnable situation. They either roll over and let Vladimir Putin get away with his egregious atrocities, or they launch their own offensive and deal with the inevitable nuclear consequences. Europe has completely stopped purchasing oil, gas, and goods from Russia. This has hurt the people and the economies of the nations in the EU, but it was a necessary step. Russia's economy has all but collapsed, yet they still have a large influence over oil exports. Not only do they control where their own fossil fuels go, but they also have influence over the other OPEC countries in the Middle East, and even though China condemned the actions of Russia, they rely too heavily on their natural resources to cut ties completely. The suffering in Europe is exacerbated by the fact that every country must ramp up military production and recruitment. Without its main supply of oil and gas, there are not enough resources to go around. Europe has been moving away from fossil fuels and toward using renewable energy, but at this point, it's too little too late. Things become desperate as Germany's economy goes into a depression and the British pound becomes worthless. European nations decide it's time to fight back against the evil dictator of Russia. France and Germany launch air raids across the border. The British Navy fires cannons at Russian naval bases and blockade major ports. Infantry and armor units amass along main strategic points, and when the signal's given, cross into Russian territory. There's carnage and chaos across the continent. As Russian forces are defeated and pushed back, Putin makes the decision that everyone was afraid of but knew was coming. He fires tactical nukes at NATO forces. Nuclear bombs detonate on land and in sea. The British Navy in the Baltic is decimated. In a day, millions of lives are lost, but eventually Putin knows he will either run out of tactical nukes or soldiers, so he does the unthinkable. Warning lights flash across every surveillance center in Europe. Russia has launched hundreds of nukes from its arsenals. These are not the low-yield tactical nukes. Each one is over a megaton. When the warheads explode, they will demolish entire cities and wipe out military forces across Europe. There's no other choice but to fight back. Britain and France launch their own nukes at Moscow and other Russian targets. The rest of the world watches in horror as Europe is consumed by fireballs and covered in radiation. Most of Russia's forces are destroyed when the nukes from Europe explode on Russian soil. For the next several decades, most of Europe will be uninhabitable as the fallout spreads across the continent on shifting winds. The end of Vladimir Putin's reign comes at a cost of an irradiated European continent. It all started with a single tactical nuke launched from a Russian sub at Ukrainian forces. It's a grim outlook for the future of Europe if Putin ever does decide to use nuclear weapons. If this happens, decisions about what to do will be difficult to make. There will likely be mistakes, and many people will die as a result of Vladimir Putin's cavalier use of tactical nukes. There are no good options when it comes to nuclear warfare. This is why no one has used a nuke in combat since 1945. When the United States dropped the atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The situation in Ukraine might be the closest we've been to nuclear destruction since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Except in the current situation, it's not the Soviet Union and the United States who have to come to some sort of agreement, but the leaders of Europe and Vladimir Putin. Hopefully, just as the crisis in 1962 was averted, we can avoid a nuclear holocaust in the coming months.
In 2017, Russia conducted a series of military exercises known as Zapad, or Exercise West. With their roots in the Soviet Union, Zapad military exercises have traditionally been shows of force, meant to let NATO know that Russia was willing and ready to fight. Despite assurances that Russia's 2017 Zapad exercises were nothing more than preparations for counter-terror operations, an exercise that was supposed to feature only 10,000 personnel turned into a 100,000-strong mock invasion of Eastern Europe with one clear message: Russia's military might is back. Today, we look into a very scary scenario. In this episode of the Infographic Show, can Russia really invade Europe? After the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia's military severely atrophied, and despite remaining a sizable force, its readiness and capabilities were all but defunct. The next 2 decades saw little improvement, culminating in the 2008 Georgian-Russian War, where Russia, who dwarfed Georgian forces, found itself struggling to achieve its strategic objectives. After such an embarrassing performance, Vladimir Putin vowed to improve the readiness and capabilities of the Russian military, culminating in a 10-year modernization push that has yielded huge results. While still mostly a conscript army, Russia's military is seeing a huge expansion in the size of its volunteer forces, an important development given the drastically better performance and morale of an all-volunteer military force such as the US versus a conscripted force. New battle tanks and fighter aircraft have also dramatically improved its capabilities both in the air and on the ground, and while its fleets remain a glaring weakness, they would ultimately have limited use in a European war. Russia has also dramatically improved its logistical capabilities, something that it has historically struggled with even under the former Soviet Union. Heavy road transport units for ferrying armor to the front lines via road networks has reduced Russia's reliance on rail transport to get its tanks to the front lines, with rail lines being a natural first target for NATO bombardment. Russia has also doubled down on the one area it has traditionally outperformed NATO in: ground-based anti-air platforms. The introduction of the S-400 and the future deployment of the S-500 anti-air defense system has given NATO war planners serious concerns, and with a range of up to 250 miles, a single battery of S-400 units can threaten large swaths of a European battlefield. Russia has also invested heavily into modernizing its non-strategic nuclear forces, outpacing even the US in this arena. Russia's investments in improved logistics, deadly air defense units, and an upgraded nuclear missile force have clearly signaled its intentions to Russia's observers, and the Zapad 2017 military exercises only confirmed their worst fears. Russia is preparing for, and quite possibly fully ready for, a military invasion of Eastern Europe. So, could it actually do so? NATO maintains an active duty force of about 2 million personnel versus Russia's 1 million. NATO also maintains an air force of 13,000 fighter, strike, and bomber aircraft versus Russia's 3,914. It is on the ground, however, where Russia has the biggest advantage, with over 20,000 tanks versus NATO's 10,000. Yet Russia's official figure has to be taken with a huge grain of salt, as Russia still counts many thousands of decommissioned Soviet-era tanks in its official figures. Not only would these tanks take weeks to recommission and get ready for combat, but they would be wholly outclassed and outgunned by NATO's overwhelmingly modern tank forces. Despite NATO's technologically superior and more numerous forces, though, the military alliance has two glaring Achilles heels that Russia is poised to exploit. The first is that the bulk of NATO's capabilities rest with the United States, which does maintain a readiness doctrine of being able to fight and win two high-intensity wars at the same time, yet whose forces are geographically distant from Europe, with the bulk of American firepower stationed across the Atlantic. In case of war against Russia, the US's forces in Europe would fight in a defensive posture, awaiting the arrival of supplemental forces from the American homeland, which could take weeks. NATO's second Achilles heel is the lackluster commitment from its European member states to the military portion of the alliance. Out of the 29 member states, only 8 have hit the 2% of GDP investment in their militaries, creating an imbalance of commitment across the alliance. While various factors contribute to this lackluster commitment to their own defense, many watchdogs argue that NATO members have become too comfortable living under a global American security blanket, a position that has become very popular with American President Donald Trump. Not only is the lack of appropriate funding weakening NATO as a whole, but the political schisms it has created have only been compounded by President Trump's actions and statements, throwing into serious question American commitment to NATO's Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on the whole. While the American people overwhelmingly support the defense of their European allies in the case of war, should the worst come to pass, it will ultimately be up to the American president how he responds. This uncertainty within the alliance, first in its history, has been capitalized on by Russia, as evidenced by the true scope of its Zapad 2017 exercises. Originally stated to be nothing more than a 10,000-strong counter-terrorism set of fast response exercises, the affair quickly grew to include over 100,000 personnel, sea, land, and air fire support platforms, and hordes of Russian armor. To military observers, the scope of the exercises and even their execution were crystal clear. Russia was practicing a full-scale invasion of the Baltic states. After the Russian invasion of the Ukraine in 2014, NATO bolstered its forces in its member states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, deploying 4 multinational battalion-sized battle groups on a permanent rotational basis. As NATO's most vulnerable states, the 4 countries have long feared what they have seen as rising Russian aggression, and know that in the case of war, they will be the first to fight. That is because in the case of war, Russia will immediately conduct an all-out offensive across Belarus into Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, while cutting off Poland and thus continental Europe from its allies by striking out over the Suwalki Gap, a 60-mile stretch of NATO territory that connects the Russian military stronghold of Kaliningrad with Belarus. By putting pressure on Poland and launching long-range air and missile strikes against NATO facilities in Germany, Russia would delay any response to its invasions of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Unfortunately for the three, the flat plains of Eastern Europe would make defensive operations incredibly difficult, especially against large masses of Russian tanks. It was these same flat plains that saw some of World War II's largest tank battles, and will see them again should Russia launch World War III. Cut off from NATO support, the three Baltic nations would not hold long against Russia. Yet within a matter of weeks, US forces would arrive en masse, and NATO would be poised for a devastating counterattack that Russia could not hope to stop. This is where Russia would enact the second part of its European strategy, nuclear brinkmanship. Having already threatened the capitals of several Baltic states with nuclear attacks in the case of war in the early 2010s, President Putin has been carefully cultivating the perception of a strong willingness to use nuclear weapons. Whether real or not, any NATO response would have to take into account the possibility that Putin is not bluffing, and he may in fact resort to the use of nuclear weapons in case of war. Indeed, he very well may have no other choice. Russia has zero hope of ever defeating a fully mobilized NATO alliance, and though it may be poised to strike deep into Eastern Europe and even hold that territory for a time, it would never ultimately be able to make these gains permanent. NATO forces and member states' economies are simply far superior to Russia's own. Launching such a war would prove devastating for Moscow, and though Putin could make the conflict an extremely bloody one for NATO, fighting could very realistically reach the very outskirts of Moscow itself, as Russia once more fights a catastrophically defensive war for survival, though this time against a far superior foe. This would leave Russia with only one option: use of its nuclear arsenal to avoid all-out defeat. This would trigger a retaliatory response from the West. A Russia with its back up against the wall may choose to launch a limited set of nuclear strikes against purely military targets, hoping to limit the scope of NATO's own nuclear response. Even if NATO responded in kind with a limited range of nuclear strikes against Russian military forces, such a nuclear exchange would be disastrous to the world as a whole, with untold ecological and economic fallout. All of these variables are well known to President Putin, and in fact, he may one day be counting on them as he launches a brief but aggressive war to seize the Baltic states. By then shoring up his position and threatening the use of nuclear weapons, he may in fact force NATO to sue for peace rather than risk escalating the scope of the conflict. Not only would Russia win large amounts of territory for itself in such a war, but it would win a truly game-changing political victory by completely undermining the fundamental tenets of NATO, that the alliance will fight to protect all member states. This could potentially lead to a fracturing of NATO, or at the very least, kill the confidence of current and prospective member states, weakening the West, which has for decades been Russia's ultimate goal.
24 hours before launch, Russia has threatened NATO to cease providing Ukraine with weapons and ammunition for weeks, and at last it's made good on its promise to take military action against any NATO convoys bringing such aid into the country. Just inside the Ukrainian border, a convoy of NATO vehicles is strafed by two Russian Su-25s. The unarmed transports are decimated by gunfire and rockets deployed by the Russian jets. There are no survivors. 23 hours before launch, verification of the deserted convoy has finally reached the desk of the President of the United States. The convoy was being manned by Polish soldiers who'd helped their Ukrainian counterparts unload American C-130s and pack up the much-needed war supplies inside of Polish territory. The shipment of modern weapons was safe as long as it remained outside of Ukraine, but immediately upon crossing the border, Russia declared it a legal military target. Now the President of the US has a very difficult decision to make, and he immediately sets up a secure call with the heads of several NATO nations. 19 hours, 24 minutes before launch. Earlier in the war, NATO warned Russia that an attack on any of its convoys would constitute an Article 5 response. After a lengthy and heated discussion, the United States, Great Britain, France, Spain, Norway, Germany, and Poland all invoke Article 5 of the alliance. An attack on one is an attack on all. Other NATO members are being brought up to date as their leadership is being informed of the attack. Because the attack was not directly inside NATO territory, some members of the alliance, like Turkey, are having serious reservations. 2 hours before launch, the United States, Great Britain, France, Poland, and Germany have all been prepared for the possibility of an attack by Russia, either into Poland or on Polish transports and logistics personnel assisting the Ukrainians. The 5 states decide to send Russia a strong message, and combat planes kept on alert for such an eventuality have been taking to the skies already for the last half hour. A massive lightning strike force of NATO planes is approaching various Russian military targets in Kaliningrad, Ukraine, and even along Russian borders itself. 1 hour 18 minutes before launch. NATO planes overwhelm Russian defenses, who are completely unprepared for NATO's massive response. The attack purposely avoids striking Russian troop concentrations and instead lays waste to supply and fuel depots, runways, logistics hubs, and air defense sites. The Russian military giant has proved itself to be clumsy and inept in modern combat. And while a few NATO jets are lost to Russian air defenses, the attack is an overwhelming success. It's hoped that the attack will be enough to deter Russia from further aggression, and the targets were specifically picked in order to avoid large casualties for just this reason. NATO is still hoping to avoid all-out war with Russia, but the attack against a Polish convoy carrying NATO weapons simply cannot be ignored. 19 minutes before launch. Reports of NATO airstrikes have been rolling into Russia's general staff for the last hour and 8 minutes. The attack was a complete and total humiliation for Russia, as its much vaunted air defense network was easily suppressed by a massive quantity of highly capable NATO planes. The resulting chaos has produced few military casualties, but opened up serious vulnerability gaps along the Russian border, inviting further incursion of NATO air power. Perhaps worst of all, it's shown that the nation cannot simply match the overpowering technological and doctrinal superiority of NATO's professional militaries. But the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, has been prepared for this. He has only one last card left to play, the only thing keeping NATO from absolutely steamrolling his forces in Ukraine and relegating Russia to a third-rate world power for the next century: nuclear weapons. Putin will send a message of his own. If he fails to, NATO will understand that it has near-complete impunity to attack Russia from the air by exploiting the gaps it created in its first assault along the Russian air defense network. An aide rushes over to President Putin carrying the Cheget, Russia's equivalent to the nuclear football. Much like the American version, the Cheget carries inside of it sealed authorization codes that relay President Putin's orders to his general staff. Putin selects his desired option and transmits the code to the general staff. The signal is uplinked directly to the Kavkaz secret communications network that links the senior-most Russian leadership together. Verified as authentic by the general staff, which had already been gathered beforehand, the signal is then relayed directly to local weapons commanders. This is one of two ways for Russia to launch its nuclear arsenal, the second being its dead hand or perimeter system. This command system allows Russia to launch its nukes even if its entire senior leadership is eliminated in one sudden decapitation strike. Dead Hand was developed in response to U.S. advances in submarine-launched nuclear weapons, which in the 1980s became capable of the precision required for a decapitation strike with only a 3-minute warning thanks to the Trident D5. Using a network of seismic, light, radioactivity, and pressure sensors, Dead Hand can trigger a full-scale retaliatory response even if the entire senior Russian leadership is annihilated in one strike. To get the alert out, a specially modified ICBM is launched which carries a powerful transmitter instead of a nuke, and relays a mass launch order across the entire Russian nuclear triad. 13 minutes before launch. A single launch order has been relayed to an RS-12M1 Topol-M ICBM unit. The road mobile launcher is harder to destroy in a first strike than ICBMs based on static missile fields, and this particular missile is based far in Russia's east, inside the Kamchatka Peninsula. The missile is already resting in an erected launch configuration, so it only takes a crew a few minutes to authenticate the order and make last-minute preparations for launch. When everything's ready to go, the launch order is given by the senior launch officer as the crew seeks shelter behind a rocky outcropping in case the aging missile experiences a launch failure. Russia's nuclear arsenal is getting into ever-worsening disrepair as the years go by, and the Russian Federation tries to live up to the old glory of the Soviet Union. Launch. The cone at the top of the Topol-M container is blown off by a series of small explosive charges. Then the massive missile roars to life. The solid-fuel rocket shudders as its engine comes online and lifts the 104,000-pound missile into the sky. Even as it's lifting off, the missile's guidance computer begins to connect to Russia's GLONASS satellite network. It's guided by both the inertial guidance and GLONASS satellite uplink, giving it some of the greatest precision of any missiles in the Russian arsenal. Uplink to GLONASS is critical, as the Topol-M isn't targeting a major city, which it could achieve with fair but not precision accuracy with only its inertial guidance systems. Instead, the Russian nuclear missile is targeting an American carrier strike group currently in transit south of Japan. Russia aims to teach the US a lesson with the only weapon it can effectively bring to bear against its military superpower. 15 seconds after launch. Just 15 seconds after launch, a satellite belonging to the United States space-based infrared system detects the massive thermal signature of a large rocket lifting off into the sky. U.S. early warning satellites have been extremely good at detecting missile launches and have even been used to track the launch of much smaller cruise missiles in Russia's conflicts in Ukraine and Syria. The massive Topol-M rocket lights up the early warning satellite's thermal sensor like a blowtorch in the middle of a blizzard. The satellite immediately links up with multiple American Milstar satellites and sends a flash alert to the 2nd Space Warning Squadron at Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado, as well as other units across the entire web of the U.S. missile defense. 25 seconds after launch. Punching through cloud cover, the eyes of multiple American early warning satellites are picking up the telltale thermal plume of a massive intercontinental ballistic missile. Internally, the satellites compare the thermal plume and other telemetry, such as speed, to positively identify the Russian missile as a Topol-M. 30 seconds after launch. The Russian missile is now entering the upper atmosphere in a highly inclined trajectory. To watching satellites, this is indicative of a strike somewhere far closer to Russian shores than the American homeland. The missile is also moving in the wrong direction for a strike in the U.S., as in that case it should be moving north to fly over the Arctic Circle. 1 minute 15 seconds after launch. The President of the United States has been made aware of the missile launch. America's space-based surveillance network confirms no additional launches. New telemetry also confirms that this missile is not being fired toward the American homeland. There is hope that this is simply a show of strength, an unannounced missile test with a dummy payload. However, the trajectory of the missile leaves Japan and the U.S. base in Guam under threat. 1 minute 45 seconds after launch. An emergency alert is broadcast via Milstar satellites to every combat command and deployed carrier strike group around the world. Ballistic missile defenses are activated in Japan and Guam, as the Japanese Prime Minister is being alerted to the threat. However, the missile's trajectory makes it very unlikely that a strike is incoming toward the Japanese islands. Guam is a suspected target, but so is a transient carrier strike group, even now crossing south of Japan toward the South China Sea for routine freedom of navigation exercises. If the strike is against the U.S. carrier, there are only minutes for it to prepare to defend itself against a nuclear attack. 2 minutes 33 seconds after launch. The gravity of the threat has been relayed to the transiting American carrier and her escorts. Orders are immediately given for the ships in the formation to begin to spread out and put even more distance than normal between themselves. This is so that a strike against the group may damage most of the ships, but actually only sink a few. 3 minutes after launch. Jets are ordered to be cleared from the deck of the carrier and rushed below. It's a lengthy process to move a combat aircraft from the deck of a carrier to below decks via the massive aircraft elevators, and unlikely that more than 1 or 2 planes could be successfully transferred from a busy deck to below. But all attempts to minimize loss of personnel and all valuable aircraft must be made. Any non-essential crew to the current threat is ordered to brace. Damage control teams are ordered to begin to assemble. Even a glancing blow will likely still cause significant damage to the ship. 3 minutes 22 seconds after launch. The carrier's Aegis-equipped missile cruiser begins preparations for a ballistic missile defense. Its powerful Spy-1 radar begins sweeping the skies above for the incoming threat, though for now the missile is still far outside of its detection capabilities. 6 minutes 41 seconds after launch. Nearly 7 minutes after launch, the Topol-M missile separates the warhead delivery vehicle from the tree-stage rocket. This now splits open in a cloud of chaff meant to confuse American radar, and 4 warheads are jettisoned. Only one of the warheads is real. The other 3 are cleverly designed decoys meant to lure in interceptors and allow the real warhead to hit its target. The Russian missile has been experiencing some difficulties to date, however. American electronic attacks against the GLONASS system as well as space-based radar satellites have forced the missile to rely largely on inertial guidance as it makes its way to the last known location of the carrier strike group. Given that the carrier now has increased to its classified top speed, estimated to be well over 30 knots, this missile's accuracy is decreasing by the minute. 6 minutes 43 seconds after launch. American space-based satellites blast the cloud of chaff hiding the 3 decoys and 1 real warhead with high-powered radar, as powerful computers crunch through the data to work to reduce the effect of electronic noise created by the highly reflective chaff. In a few seconds, they have the telltale signature of at least 4 warheads. Using classified sensor technologies, the American satellites attempt to discern the real warhead from the fakes by measuring very subtle variations in the 4 warheads. Luckily, the Aegis missile defense cruiser waiting below has numerous interceptors ready to defend the strike group. But time will be of the essence, and the task of intercepting a ballistic missile is still incredibly difficult. In testing under realistic conditions, U.S. missile defenses have had a spotty record to date. Another spot on that record today will mean the death of thousands and the loss of over $15 billion in military hardware. 8 minutes 33 seconds after launch. The warheads have only a short flight time in space due to the proximity of the launcher versus its target, which is adding to the difficulty in interception. Data is of the greatest importance in successful missile interception, and gathering data takes time which is officially about to run out. The warheads begin their terminal descent down into the atmosphere. The Aegis cruiser's powerful Spy-1 radar lights them up from below. On the ship's deck, multiple SM-6 missiles fire off into the pre-dawn sky. A few seconds later, a second volley of missiles lights up, followed a few seconds later by yet a third. The cruiser is taking zero chances and maximizing its odds of successful interception with multiple volleys. If they fail, thousands of sailors will die. 9 minutes 55 seconds after launch. The ship's AN/SPG-62 X-band radar illuminates the incoming warheads and helps provide terminal guidance to the SM-6 interceptors. The ability to directly network with both seaborne and space-based sensors allowed the Aegis cruiser to cut through most of the electronic noise caused by the massive cloud of chaff released as a countermeasure. There are still doubts about which warhead is the real target, and thus each warhead is assigned multiple interceptors. This increases the chances of targeting the right warhead, but reduces the chances of successfully intercepting it. The crew holds its breath as the incoming tracks quickly merge with the ship's defenses. 10 minutes 5 seconds after launch. Closing in at a speed of 1,700 meters a second, the first wave of interceptors managed to knock out one of the decoys with a near hit by the SM-6's explosive fragmentation warhead. The warhead suffers severe structural damage from the shrapnel and explosion and tumbles out of control at thousands of miles an hour, destroying itself in the lower atmosphere. 10 minutes 9 seconds after launch. The second volley of SM-6 missiles failed to hit a single target. 10 minutes 13 seconds after launch. The third volley of interceptors knock out a second dummy warhead. 10 minutes 15 seconds after launch. 60 miles below the two incoming warheads, there is no way for the strike group's crews to know if they've knocked out a real warhead or only dummies. Orders have already been given for all to brace for impact, and damage control crews are on standby to immediately pounce on any fires or see to fixing hull breaches and flooding. 10 minutes 20 seconds after launch. A massive fireball explodes 3,000 meters above the sea somewhere south of Japan. The massive explosion sends out a wave of electromagnetic and thermal radiation that temporarily overpowers satellite sensors. Gradually, the noise fades and these electronic eyes in the sky begin to frantically scan for signs of the strike group. The strike has been off by just over a mile, meaning that the carrier strike group has avoided the most lethal part of the nuclear attack. However, a massive pressure wave slams into the strike group and causes moderate structural damage. On the big carrier, most of the planes left on the deck, even though secured by tie-downs, are blown off and into the ocean by the hurricane gale wind smashing into the strike group. With crews ordered below decks, the initial release of radiation is largely harmless to the strike group's personnel. This is helped by the fact that the strike group was just outside the most lethal radius of the nuclear explosion. Despite this, numerous crew are killed across the strike group from the effect of the pressure wave. Several of the ships are flooding, but damage control crews are already on their way to enact repairs. Compartments too damaged for effective flood control are simply sealed off to keep the rest of the ship from also flooding. This dooms several sailors to a drowning death as their comrades make the impossible choice of trapping them inside flooding sections in order to save the ship. The Russian nuclear strike has effectively rendered an entire strike group combat ineffective, as the ships must now limp to the nearest friendly port for immediate repairs. Decontamination must also be undertaken even before the ships arrive at port, and damage to the flight deck of the carrier repaired to make air operations impossible. However, things could have been far worse if Russia had used more than one missile, as they would in a serious attempt at sinking an American carrier and her accompanying escorts. The fact that Russian nuclear command and control systems, as well as their space surveillance and guidance, and even the missiles themselves are in great disrepair, helped limit possible damage as well. Russian guidance networks such as GLONASS are very vulnerable to disruption, making Russian weapons far from precise. Despite only suffering moderate damage, however, Russia has just launched a nuclear weapon against the armed forces of the United States of America. A full NATO Article 5 response is now inevitable, as is a state of war against a greatly outmatched Russian Federation. Faced with the certainty of losing a war against superior NATO forces, President Vladimir Putin must now contemplate expanding the use of nuclear weapons to defend his hold on power inside the Kremlin and fend off NATO attacks. Yet in the American White House, the President of the United States is now even reviewing options for a similar attack against a Russian military facility. The world stands on the brink of full-scale nuclear war in what might be the greatest and final conflict of the human race. It's a possibility that NATO is eyeing war as an increasing likelihood given the invasion of Ukraine. What was once thought impossible is now at the forefront of every member of NATO. Could Russia really declare war on the alliance? And could it win? To answer the question, we have to imagine an alternate timeline where Russia forces weren't bogged down in a never-ending fight for Ukraine, and instead opted for a more direct provocation against NATO. February 24, 2022, Russian forces have been involved in a large-scale exercise with their allies in Belarus, but this has been a front to allow Russian forces to stage closer to the NATO countries of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. At 0600 local Moscow time, Russian autocrat Vladimir Putin releases a pre-recorded message relaying his intention to declare a special military operation meant to bring NATO aggression to heel. Right on cue, Russian missile strikes begin to rain down across Lithuania and Latvia. The first targets are military bases and airfields. The attack isn't a complete surprise to NATO, though, and the missile defense systems begin to knock Russian missiles out of the air. The Russian volley is overwhelming, and with a hit rate of 60%, missile strikes saturate military targets across the Baltic nations. Dozens of NATO's forward-deployed supply caches are destroyed, along with several key supply depots. Russia's long-range targeting capabilities, however, are deficient due to the 2014 sanctions against it and the banning of dual-use technology that crippled its space surveillance network. While many missiles hit their targets, many don't, often hitting civilian targets instead. After a blistering barrage lasting half an hour, Russia has failed to completely cripple the command and control or air defense networks of the two countries, and over half of the airfields remain operational. In the air, Russian planes piggyback on the missile assault. Thanks to NATO's superior long-range surveillance capability, its air forces are not caught completely off guard, and several combat air patrols have been on constant rotation ever since the military buildup along Russia's western military district and Belarus. But the incoming wave of air power is overwhelming for the few defenders in the sky, and from damaged airfields across the Baltics, NATO fighters are being rushed for combat. Their pilots, however, have to be recalled to base from their home or barracks, adding to the response time. The few fighters NATO manages to get in the air engage Russian targets with standoff attack long-range air-to-air missiles. These missiles allow NATO forces to operate from well outside the envelope of Russian ground-based air defenses, which ring the Baltic states. The first combat casualties of the Russian-NATO war are Russian planes, but there are too few defenders and too many attackers to significantly stem the incoming air attack. With long-range missiles expended, NATO fighters are forced to move to positions just outside the threat range of the Russian S-400s and other mobile air defenses. Engaging Russian forces sent to neutralize them until forced to retreat to airfields in Latvia. With the missile onslaught and Russian air defenses in Kaliningrad on Lithuania's southern border, any surviving NATO aircraft can only be guaranteed some measure of safety further north in Latvia. But NATO has plenty of air defenses left operational even after the opening missile barrage. In our real world, Russia proved unable to neutralize Ukraine's air defenses in its opening wave of attacks, despite having far superior air and long-range striking power. In this scenario, Russia's committing far more forces to the attack, but also facing far more sophisticated and better-equipped defenses. As Russian planes are blotted out of the sky by air defenses, the Russian air offensive is briefly halted. Instead, more limited strikes against air defense networks are carried out by long-range standoff weapons. However, Russia has a limited availability of smart weapons, and its targeting capabilities are far inferior to NATO. Many air defense sites are destroyed or heavily damaged, with anti-radiation missiles taking out all important air defense radars, but defenses on the more western parts of the Baltics remain intact. Within minutes of hostilities, NATO's Very High Readiness Response Force has been activated. Soldiers on leave or at home are being recalled, and a 5,000-strong response force of special forces, infantry, armor, and artillery is being assembled for immediate deployment. Within 48 hours, they'll be on the ground in the Baltics, ready to help stem the Russian onslaught. A few days later, they could be joined by NATO's response force, a rapid response force of 40,000 that includes combat air power and air support components. NATO maintains a contingent of around 1,000 strong of forward-deployed forces in the Baltics, and with the military buildup by Russia in recent weeks, this has been strengthened by an additional few thousand, along with several dozen aircraft. However, this is far insufficient to stop a Russian onslaught of 150,000 troops, even with Latvia and Lithuania's approximately 50,000 strong military. Of that number, not all are actual combat troops, with many being support and logistical personnel, so NATO's actual combat power in the ground numbers at barely over 12,000. Of more critical concern is the lack of tanks. though Latvia and Lithuania both field nearly 1,000 armored vehicles with some anti-tank capabilities. As Russian troops cross the border, NATO forces are ordered to retreat rather than engage the invaders. NATO's top general, Supreme Allied Commander General Todd D. Walters, is aware of the massive mismatch of forces across the Baltics. This exact scenario has been war-gamed extensively, and the only chance NATO has of holding off the Russian military long enough for its response force to arrive is to force the Russians into fighting in major cities, where the terrain favors the defender and Russia's overwhelming firepower can be largely neutered. However, it's always been accepted that it was strategically impossible to guarantee the security of the Baltic members of NATO, given that stationing enough troops to do so would have required massive commitments of forward-deployed soldiers from across the alliance, a costly proposition, and a hugely destabilizing move that would have guaranteed a conflict between Russia and NATO much sooner than this. NATO will fight as best it can to hold the Baltics open for as long as possible, but its main response force already has plans to launch a counterattack from Poland, planning for the fall of Latvia and Lithuania within the first few days of fighting. Already, Polish troops are digging in for an assault, either from Kaliningrad or Belarus, but such an assault won't be forthcoming. Russia's strategy to break NATO is to target the relatively undefended Baltic states, and then simply dig in. NATO will then have to decide if it wants to invoke Article 5 of the Alliance's charter, stating that an attack on one is an attack on all, knowing that they'll be fighting an offensive war against an entrenched enemy in a conflict that could turn nuclear. Russia is betting that NATO's resolve is weak and it won't risk escalating the war. The assurance of mutual defense is a bedrock principle of NATO, and should it fail, the alliance could be splintered. The United States, Poland, and the United Kingdom are staunchly committed to invoking Article 5 in any case of hostilities, but other member nations might not be as committed to waging war for countries that many of them weren't happy about joining NATO anyway. Some of them, like Germany, have deep financial ties to Russia already, and an end to Russian energy for Germany will be economically catastrophic. Only the coming days will determine if NATO invokes Article 5 in full. But for now, what is sure is that even if Russia is facing just Poland, the UK, and the US, it's still facing a significantly powerful force. The US just has to get its firepower to Europe first, a process that will take weeks to fully mature. In our fictional scenario, though, the US hasn't been blind to Russia's buildup of forces along its western military district and in Belarus. In this scenario, an invasion of Ukraine was possible, but the buildup of forces and supply depots along the borders with the Baltic states tipped Russia's hand weeks ago. Still, the US has delayed in deploying the bulk of its firepower to Europe in hopes of not destabilizing the situation further. But that doesn't mean it hasn't taken steps to move a significant force to its bases in Germany. A large contingent of its air power has also been moved to bases in mainland Europe and the UK, and is now preparing for combat with the Russian Air Force. This has been a conflict the US Air Force has been waiting for a very long time. Its F-15 Fighting Eagle was designed to kill Soviet MiGs, but today it's more than capable of sweeping the skies clear of Russian fighters. The US's F-35 fleet isn't fully operational yet, but dozens of the advanced stealthy planes are ready for combat, and as the Russians will soon find out, are absolutely game-changing. NATO's strategy is simple. Draw the Russians into NATO territory and away from their logistics hubs inside Russia and Belarus. Logistics has always been the Russian military's weakest point, and in our real world, a lack of logistical support has severely affected the Russian military's ability to fight in Ukraine. This is because Russian forces are simply not capable by design of fighting major land offensives far from their own borders. This sounds strange, given that Russia's greatest potential conflict was a major land war in Europe, so it seems like it should be something that the Russian military would be prepared for. Yet, for all the focus on new hypersonic missiles, overwhelming amounts of artillery, thousands of tanks and APCs, etc., the Russian military has failed to learn the lesson it's been forcibly taught over and over again throughout history. A military can't fight without fuel, food, and ammo. Russian logistics focus on rail transportation with an incredible capability to move troops and equipment within their own borders quickly and efficiently. Russian internal logistics are probably some of the best in the world, and they even have an entire corps dedicated to railway transportation, its building, repairing, and maintenance. But Russian railways stop at the Soviet Union's old borders. That's because Russia uses a wider gauge railroad track than the rest of Europe, meaning that their plan to resupply forces via railroads stop at the Baltics in Ukraine. Adjustable carriages do exist, but engines cannot be made adjustable to fit both the Soviet rails and newer European rails. Thus, Russia would have to seize European engines to drive their railroad carriages into Europe proper. But NATO would never allow those engines to fall into the hands of the Russians for this exact reason. But whether delivering supplies to a railhead their trains can actually reach, or deeper into Europe with seized European engines, Russia still has a serious problem with logistics. Mainly, there aren't enough logistics personnel or equipment for the job of supplying all of its forces. Each Russian combined arms army is allotted a single material technical support brigade. Each material technical support brigade has 2 truck battalions with a total of 150 general cargo trucks, with 50 trailers and 260 specialized trucks per brigade. The further an army moves from the railhead, the less trips that its resupply trucks can undertake, increasing the total length of time for resupply. At the current number of trucks available, there are simply not enough trucks for the operation more than a few dozen miles from a railhead, and that's before taking into account losses due to enemy activity and equipment breakdown. Take, for instance, Russia's heavy use of rocket artillery. Each Russian army has approximately 56 to 90 multiple launch rocket systems, and resupplying a single launcher takes up the entire bed of a truck. So if the entire MLRS force fired just one volley, it would require up to 90 trucks solely for resupplying ammunition. Those trucks then could not be used for anything else, like, for example, ferrying the fuel the MLRS needs to drive to a new location, or food or water or ammunition for the men manning the systems. Just a Russian army MLRS attachment is already taking up a significant amount of Russia's logistical capabilities, leaving the rest of its forces, tanks, APCs, infantry, tube artillery, with much fewer trucks for their own resupply needs. And again, this is before taking into account the fact that Russian logistics will be under constant enemy attack, or that resupplies further diminish the further from a safe railhead the Russian offensive moves. In our hypothetical scenario, NATO understands this all too well, and that's why, as their forces retreat to pull the Russians deeper into NATO territory, Special Operations Forces launch raids against Russian supply convoys before melting back into the countryside. NATO's strategy is to put up a mobile defense that keeps the Russians firing and burning gas, but places a tactical victory always just out of their grasp. Russian units are equipped to be independent of resupply for 3 to 5 days, but in intense urban combat, those figures shrink dramatically to just 3 days at best. By the dawn of the 4th day of fighting, Russian forces are forced to cease their advance toward Riga, starved of ammunition, food, water, and fuel. In Lithuania, though, they have managed to capture Vilnius, though partisan fighters are making the Russians suffer in street-to-street fighting. With superior reconnaissance capabilities, NATO is able to pinpoint Russian air defenses and send Wild Weasel aircrafts on a mission to destroy them. Taking from the example of Russian performance in Ukraine today, these suppression of enemy air defense missions succeed with astounding success. For longer-range S-400 and older S-300 batteries, F-35s equipped with glide bombs are able to overwhelm their missile defenses and destroy them without the S-400 ever getting off a single shot. Loitering MiGs defending from air attack are likewise unable to pick off the F-35s until they get to within close range, which very few manage to do without getting blown out of the sky. However, the number of F-35s is limited, which is where their capability to network with non-stealthy 4th-generation planes comes into play. With their advanced data links, F-35s are able to guide target bombs and missiles fired by non-stealthy planes who can carry out attacks far outside the threat envelope of Russian defenses. The results are devastating, and though a dozen F-35s are lost in combat, Russian air defenses are savagely mauled. The greatest factor of NATO's success, however, is Russia's own incompetence. Our real-world invasion of Ukraine has proven that the modern Russian military is nowhere near the formidable beast that Europe has feared. In fact, they're barely capable of carrying out modern combat operations, and it's only their overwhelming numbers that are seeing them slowly defeat Ukraine's forces. On the tactical level, we've seen time and again as Russian tank commanders don't make use of dismounted infantry to protect the tanks from anti-tank kill teams, leading to numerous deadly ambushes by Ukrainian forces using NATO anti-tank missiles. We've also seen as Russian forces practice no discernible convoy security procedures, with their convoys often coming to a complete stop at crossroads and other danger crossings, and without deploying security elements on their flanks to delay an enemy attack and allow the convoy to push through. Even their ability to prevent friendly fire incidents through discipline and communications is under question, as more than once, Russian units have engaged in full-blown battles between each other, much to the observing Ukrainians' delight. Perhaps most baffling of all is the destruction of Russian air defenses inside a convoy by Ukrainian aircraft, even when at a complete stop for several hours. Their Russian crews never bothered to turn on their radar and scan for threats. The scenario has also repeated itself numerous times. Lastly, we've seen time and again how Russian forces fail to properly respond to Ukrainian ambushes. When caught in an ambush, the proper procedure is to either fight out of the ambush or assault through it. Instead, Russian forces are often seen scattering in a panic, while their comrades who stayed behind actually to assault the ambush are obliterated one by one. Forces outside of the ambush zone are commonly observed to either drive away in a panic or come to a complete stop and begin to back up. Instead, forces outside of an ambush should be deploying for a flanking assault on the ambushing enemy force, neutralizing the threat to their comrades stuck in the kill zone. All we've seen so far in Ukraine is indicative of one thing: the Russian military is largely poorly trained. But they're also operating equipment in various stages of disrepair. Some units enjoy more modern, well-maintained equipment and are appropriately deadly, but many others seem to be suffering from serious maintenance and modernity problems. Russian tanks, for instance, are being savaged by Ukrainian infantry armed with anti-tank missiles, not just because of poor tactics in their deployment, but also because they lack active protection systems such as Trophy, which an increasing number of US combat vehicles are equipped with. They seem to also lack environmental sensors to help them pinpoint the source of the attack, leading to confusion and panic after an attack, only made worse by poor discipline, training, and ever-shrinking morale. Often vaunted for its electronic warfare capabilities, the Russian military has proven itself incapable of securing its own communications in its invasion of Ukraine. As it turns out, an astonishing number of Russian units operate on completely unsecured radios. This has allowed the Ukrainian military and even amateur radio operators to interfere with and jam Russian radios. Ukrainians have hopped onto Russian frequencies to insult their invaders, play the Ukrainian national anthem on repeat for days at a time, and even jammed the frequency with white noise, revealing messages or images when analyzed digitally. Against NATO, unsecured communications spell disaster for the Russian military, as NATO electronic warfare operatives don't just jam Russian communications, but actively use them for sabotage. False orders are relayed over unsecured radios, causing entire Russian units to move out of formation or even launch attacks against phantom targets. Fluent Russian speakers wreak havoc on Russian forces simply by hijacking their unsecured comms. But because they must be very close to the front line to do so, their effectiveness is limited. As NATO's response force finally prepares for a proper engagement against Russian forces, their air forces launch a devastating assault from the air. American B-2 stealth bombers penetrate into Russian air defenses to destroy important communication hubs and surveillance radars, throwing air defenses into disarray. Much like in the First Gulf War when Iraq used air defense networks modeled after Russia's own, these precision strikes by stealthy aircraft proved to be crippling for the air defense capabilities of Russian units. Add in serious resupply problems after constant missile and air attacks against Russian railways and strategically important bridges, and the Russian army's capability to defend itself in the air falls largely to its aerospace forces. But here too, NATO has the advantage. Russian pilots struggle to keep a 120-hour flight time minimum per year, while NATO pilots regularly fly nearly twice as many hours to maintain their proficiency. Maintenance problems also affect the Russian aerospace forces. In our real world, we saw 2 Russian aircraft simply fall out of the sky on the first day of Ukrainian invasion due to maintenance issues, and across the broader Russian Air Force we can expect similar levels of unreadiness. But it's better avionics, sensors, and longer-range anti-air missiles coupled with a sprinkling of F-35s that prove decisive in the sky. In the largest air battle since World War II, NATO forces wrestle control of the skies over the front away from the Russians, resulting in dozens of casualties on both sides. This opens up the greater use of air support to attack Russian army formations, though. And here again, another of NATO's strengths over Russia comes into play. Very few Russian pilots have multi-role experience, while NATO pilots regularly fly both air superiority and airstrike missions. For a NATO plane, switching from shooting down MiGs to blowing up tanks is as simple as switching the plane's munitions. But Russian air forces must use dedicated aircraft and crews for each mission. The lack of flexibility hurts Russian forces badly in Ukraine, especially in the opening days of the war. And this is why historically Russia relies heavily on artillery for fire support, not aircraft. Logistic problems have starved Russian artillery of ammunition, though, and even when fully supplied, Russian artillery is not very flexible. Needing to always stay under an umbrella of ground-based fire support has also significantly slowed Russia's advance, while NATO forces can better exploit tactical opportunities thanks to their reliance on air power for fire support. Now NATO is on the offensive on the ground, not just in the air, and the final critical weakness of the Russian military is revealed. NATO attacks Russian formations across multiple fronts with smaller but much more maneuverable forces. This exploits an inherent weakness of the Russian battalion tactical group, which is its inability to coordinate fire support against attacks coming from multiple directions. A lack of maneuver forces held in reserve also limits the Russian BTG's ability to respond to various new fronts at the same time. NATO's aggressive attacks across multiple fronts throws Russian commanders into disarray due to an inherent limitation in their command and control systems. Their electronic warfare and direct fire assets are formidable, but incapable of focusing across a wide front. By comparison, the decentralized command structure of NATO forces allows them to maneuver 3 times as many units simultaneously, with each formation acting semi-autonomously and pursuing objectives and opportunities as they arise. The result is like a giant trying to swat away hundreds of bees attacking simultaneously. Where Russian blows land, they're devastating, and numerous NATO units are annihilated in fierce close-quarter combat. But while one front is being reinforced, a completely different front is being attacked, causing confusion and chaos at the command level. NATO's own electronic warfare assets and fire support only add to the quickly gathering fog of war that the Russian chain of command is suddenly finding itself fighting in. As nighttime rolls around, though, things go from bad to worse for Russian forces. As observed in Ukraine, Russian night attack capabilities are uneven and sporadic. Many soldiers lack basic night vision, and NATO tanks and armored vehicles have on the whole more capable sensors and imagers. This allows NATO vehicles to open up first and from further away. American Abrams Silver bullets prove particularly deadly versus Russian armor, just like they did against Russian tanks in the First Gulf War. T-72s make up the bulk of Russian armor, and while domestic models are better protected than export models provided to Iraq, the results are largely the same. T-90s fare better against NATO's more modern tanks, but there's simply too few of them and the front is too wide. The vaunted T-14, which was supposed to revolutionize tank warfare, never made it to full-scale production thanks to sanctions against Russia and its sputtering economy. The fight is not bloodless for NATO forces, though, and casualties quickly climb into the thousands after days of fierce fighting, with hundreds of armored vehicles lost on both sides. However, NATO operational superiority, high morale, better training, and largely more capable equipment proves to be decisive. Perhaps more than anything else, though, it's Russia's logistics that doom its military offensive into the Baltics. NATO forces have been savagely attacking Russian supply convoys, even at the cost of foregoing attacks against tank and artillery positions. NATO knows it's far more important to disrupt Russia's ability to resupply its forces than to actually destroy said forces. And now with Russian troops deep in the Baltics and far from their rail network, their supply difficulties increase exponentially with each truck lost. The Russian military has been pressing civilian trucks into service, but ongoing attacks against supply convoys and even the destruction of public roads makes resupply increasingly impossible. By a week of proper ground fighting between the two sides, Russian troops are surrendering en masse and abandoning their vehicles. We saw this in our real world in Ukraine, and continue to see it as Russia struggles to fix its logistics problems. Ukrainian forces have discovered entire convoys of Russian tanks and APCs abandoned due to a lack of fuel or food, their crews trying to hike back to friendly lines. Against a far more capable force such as NATO, these logistical problems become critical vulnerabilities that spell disaster for the Russian military. It's the same story across every facet of the Russian military that has proven to be, in the words of the retired American Major General Paul Eaton, unexpectedly incompetent and incapable of combined arms warfare. Stalin had a famous adage when asked about the West's technological superiority: quantity is a quality all its own. That might have been true back in his day, but today no amount of quantity can make up for the Russian military's complete lack of basic fundamentals. While a NATO-Russian war would be devastating for both sides, in a non-nuclear scenario, Russia has proven in its bungled invasion of Ukraine that it has no hope of victory against the obviously superior North Atlantic Treaty Organization. With tensions skyrocketing in Ukraine, a confrontation between the United States and Russia is more likely than ever. But what would that look like, and how do these two military heavyweights compare? If Russia and the US come to blows, anyone caught in their way better make sure not to get underfoot of these two military titans. The US remains the world's premier military superpower, but Russia holds fast to the number 2 spot, just barely edging out over China's rising star. In Russia, crippling sanctions over the annexation of Crimea have bled Russia dry for almost a decade and been an absolute economic disaster for the nation. Not only is the Russian economy critically weakened, but sanctions and stagnation have led to a slow but steady brain drain of Russian talent out of the country. Russian professionals, entrepreneurs, academics, and artists are all migrating out of the country and seeking better opportunities in Europe or the US. The lack of a diversified economy is a crippling vulnerability for Russia, and the global fall in oil prices has only made economic woes even worse for the nation. This has directly translated into a sharp decline in military capabilities, as budgets shrink and planned replacements for aging equipment fail to materialize. Slowly but surely, the gap in technological capabilities between Russia and the US is growing. The United States has its own financial woes, seeing the worst inflation it's seen in 40 years. With interest rate hikes coming in 2022, the American economy is sure to feel the pinch as investors tighten their purse strings. However, the American economy remains strong and well-diversified, leaving it far less vulnerable to economic disruption than Russia, whether that disruption comes from social change, technology, or war. But what do the numbers say about a possible war between the two heavyweights? Population matters in a prolonged war. Without population, there are no reinforcements, and an economy is far more vulnerable to mass conscription and casualties. The United States has a population of 334,998,000, versus Russia's 142,321,000, giving the US over a 2-to-1 advantage in population. However, that's only part of the story, because Russia's aging population only makes its disadvantages even worse in comparison to the US. The US has approximately 147,399,000 conscripts potentially available to fight a brutal multi-year conflict, while Russia only has 69,737,000. Of those potential conscripts, though, approximately 122,274,000 are fit for combat duty in the US, while in Russia only 46,681,000 potential recruits are fit for combat. Every year, 4.4 million American youth reach military age, but Russia's population crisis sees only 1.3 million youth reach military age. Both nations are experiencing a decline in birth rates, with the US birth rate at 1.70 and Russia's at 1.50. This is below the 2.1 birth rate required to sustain a population, but the United States continues a positive population growth thanks to healthy amounts of immigration. Russia, on the other hand, is experiencing a population decline. In simple terms, if the two powers engage in a mass casualty conflict that spans multiple years, Russia will be bled dry long before the US is. A modern war, however, will likely be too fast and brutal for population trends to determine a winner, even if it doesn't turn nuclear. That's why what might matter most is the number of personnel both countries can muster within months of hostilities starting. The United States enters a potential conflict with a military of 1.39 million strong, while Russia maintains an active duty force of 850,000. The difference is staggering, with the US military almost twice as big as the Russian military, giving the US an immediate numerical advantage. Another advantage the US enjoys is a professional all-volunteer fighting force, while Russia has had to cancel plans to transition to an all-volunteer force due to economic woes and shrinking budgets. However, Russia has come a long way from when its military was staffed primarily by conscripts, and today only about 30% of the Russian military is conscripted, or about 225,000. The disadvantage is still significant, though. A professional all-volunteer military is more likely to retain highly trained individuals who over time transition into senior leadership positions. This fills the upper echelons of an all-volunteer force with seasoned veterans who make all the difference in combat operations. A conscripted military, however, struggles greatly to retain individuals over the long term, leading to veterancy issues and a lack of well-tested command corps. There's no direct way to measure the advantage of an all-volunteer military versus a partially conscripted one, but throughout history, volunteer soldiers routinely outperform conscripted soldiers, which is what made mercenaries so attractive to world powers throughout most of human history. The United States thus enjoys another advantage over Russia, though that advantage has shrunk due to Russia's growing professional military. A critical component of any army, though, is the strength of its reserve force, especially in modern high-intensity warfare that can see regular forces quickly rendered combat ineffective. The United States maintains a significant reservist force of 442,000 personnel versus Russia's 250,000. In terms of reservists, the U.S. enjoys both an advantage in numbers and training. American reservists receive regular training and even partake in combat deployments, making their competency comparable to many nations' regular forces. This is not an accident, but rather by design. The United States keenly understands that in a modern high-intensity conflict, it will face significant initial losses and is prepared to mitigate this loss in capabilities via a strong reserve force. By comparison, Russian reservist training has been historically spotty at best. Efforts to retain veteran soldiers with reservist contracts hopes to counteract a critical lack of training, but at the moment the Russian reserves simply pale in comparison to American reserves and capabilities. A lack of training also extends to the Russian regular forces as well. Though great leaps have been made to increase the readiness of combat troops, large exercises, however, are not cheap and can produce a great deal of wear and tear on equipment, something that is a critical concern for a Russian army fielding aging equipment and with a limited budget. Thus, while the Russian forces have undergone an increase in military drills in the last decade, they still fail to match the training tempo of their American counterparts. The Russian air forces have also seen a dramatic reduction in training, with most pilots flying only between 100 and 120 hours per year. The United States was matching this rate until 2019, when it pushed for an increase to an average of 200 hours per year. Aging military aircraft in both militaries is directly leading to skyrocketing maintenance expenses, and flight hours are threatened with further reduction for both militaries. Big buys of F-35 and 4.5 generation F-15 and F-18s by the US, though, seeks to replace its aging fleet, which has an average age of 28 years. Russia, on the other hand, is procuring jets at a much slower rate. The US spends $770 billion on its military, while Russia spends $154 billion. While adjusted for purchasing power parity though, the Russian defense budget is closer to $170 billion, given that Russia buys much of its equipment from its native defense contractors. The US still retains a massive advantage, but not as large as one might think, given that salaries and benefits are much more expensive for the US than for Russia. Still, in sheer value, the United States purse is exponentially deeper than the Russian war purse, leading to a much greater proliferation of hardware. In the air, the United States fields a fleet of 13,247 aircraft, over 3 times as large as Russia's air fleet of 4,173. America's fighter fleet is over twice as large as Russia's, with 1,957 fighter aircraft versus Russia's 772. Both US and Russia have nearly the same number of attack aircraft, with 783 versus 739, though this is only because the United States prefers multi-role aircraft over dedicated attack platforms. A significant technological advantage in munitions allows even non-attack aircraft in the US fleet to effectively carry out air-to-sea or air-to-ground strike missions, while Russia struggles with a lack of smart weapons and support platforms for said weapons. This disparity in numbers and capabilities means that the United States Air Force and Navy aren't just better positioned to secure air supremacy, but to exploit it with devastating fire support missions against Russian ground targets. Though American air supremacy will still have to contend with one of the world's best air defense forces, knowing that it can't match America in the skies, Russia has historically put a lot of weight behind ground-based air defenses, creating some of the most advanced air defense systems in the world. It's assumed then that Russian ground forces will operate under the cover of their ground-based air defense assets, seriously threatening the survival of American attack platforms. However, due to a need to operate under this umbrella of safety, Russian ground forces would be unable to rapidly maneuver, potentially leaving the decisive advantage of momentum in the US hands. In a defensive mode, however, Russian ground forces would be incredibly difficult for the US to break if it was denied its air power by robust air defenses. Mobility is incredibly important in modern warfare, and here the US shines with the largest air and sea mobility fleet in the world. The US operates 982 transport aircraft versus Russia's 445, giving it a decisive advantage in quickly maneuvering troops and equipment in theater. The US's focus on a large mobility fleet, though, is a matter of necessity. Just like the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans both make the United States invulnerable to invasion by any power on Earth, it is just as a big barrier for American troops needing to get to the front. As Russia lacks any capability whatsoever to threaten the US with land invasion, a conflict between the two would be indubitably playing out in Eastern Europe, necessitating the rapid movement of troops and supplies from America to Europe. Once in theater, though, the American air mobility fleet will make it an agile force capable of quickly exploiting opportunities, which can just as quickly replenish losses. One area of air power where the US absolutely dominates Russia or any other world power, though, is in the number of special mission aircraft. These highly specialized platforms are critical for the success of a modern combined arms military and run the gamut from airborne early warning to maritime patrol aircraft to electronic warfare platforms. These aircraft can be everything from eyes in the sky to specialized platforms that listen in on or jam enemy communications and are critical for modern high-tech warfare. Here, the United States fields a whopping 774 special mission platforms versus Russia's 132. Putting the logistical, intelligence, and technological advantage firmly on the US side. Attack helicopters are absolutely critical for supporting any ground offensive, and the US operates 366 more of these platforms than Russia, with 910 versus 544. Russia operates 3 main attack helicopters, the Kamov Ka-50 Black Shark, the Mi-24 Hind, and the Mil Mi-28. The US operates the AH-64 Apache and the AH-6M Little Bird. With a focus on special operations, the AH-6M Little Bird provides an extremely agile air support asset for soldiers in dense urban areas, while the U.S. Army's Apache is designed to destroy enemy armor and provide direct fire support for American infantry. The Russian attack helicopter fleet represents the shifting of priorities and ideologies between its years as the Soviet Union and its modern life as the Russian Federation. The Hind is a heavy fire support platform with the capacity to ferry up to 8 fully equipped troops into combat, while the Ka-50 and the Mi-28 represent a more traditional attack helicopter design. Tanks make up the backbone of any modern army, and here both nations shine. The United States has a tank force of 6,612 platforms versus Russia's 12,420. It appears that Russia enjoys a 2-to-1 advantage over the US in the tank arena, but the truth is that Russia inflates the size of its armored forces by counting units kept in storage as part of its active force. In reality, Russia operates closer to 3,000 tanks, with 9,000 mothballed and in reserve. Not only would these tanks require weeks for them and their crews to be prepared for combat, but most are Cold War relics with extremely questionable survivability on a modern battlefield. As Stalin once put it though, quantity is a quality all its own. Though Stalin never lived to see the blistering speed and overwhelming firepower of modern anti-tank platforms. The bulk of Russian tank forces is the T-72, which has received modernity upgrades alongside its M1 Abrams American counterpart. However, pound for pound, the Abrams continues to outclass the T-72. While most comparisons of the Abrams' capabilities rely on the shocking display of overwhelming superiority against Iraq's T-72s, this is a grossly unfair comparison. For starters, export models of Russian T-72s are not nearly as capable as those fielded by the Russian army. Secondly, Russian tank crews are overwhelmingly better trained than their Iraqi counterparts in Desert Storm. The Abrams, however, is still the better tank in 2022. With armor, sight, and electronics upgrades integrated into the active tank force on a consistent basis. Russia, on the other hand, has struggled to keep its own tank forces fully modernized. The one advantage that the T-72 enjoys over the Abrams is its ability to fire anti-tank missiles from its barrel, though doing so requires the T-72 to stand still while guiding its missile to target, during which an Abrams could simply scoot out of the way or kill the T-72. Both Russia and the US place a strong emphasis on mechanized infantry, with the US fielding 45,193 armored vehicles versus Russia's 30,122. While this leaves the US better able to replenish losses, Russia still fields enough armored vehicles to provide ample mobility and protection to its infantry. In a battle of attrition, though, the numbers favor the US. There is one area, however, where Russia dominates not just the United States, but the entire world, and that's artillery. It's said Russia can field enough artillery that if it all fired at once, you'd feel the explosions on the other side of the world. And the numbers are truly astonishing. Russia absolutely dwarfs the US in numbers of self-propelled artillery, with 6,574 platforms versus America's 1,498. The story remains the same for traditional artillery, with 7,571 howitzers versus the US's 1,339. Russia also enjoys a 3-to-1 advantage in rocket artillery, with 3,391 units versus the US's 1,366. The difference is a product of both geography and priorities. Russia has traditionally had to be concerned with fighting a massive land battle in either Europe against NATO or Asia against China. The nation has also had to contend with the reality that in battle against its greatest competitor, the United States, it could not count on air platforms to provide fire support for frontline troops. Facing off against a technologically superior foe, Russia placed an emphasis on sheer firepower. Superior American Abrams tanks don't matter much if they can't advance due to withering barrages of Russian artillery. The US, however, has by necessity shifted most of its fire support capabilities to more mobile airborne platforms. As it faces no threat of invasion or major conflict on its own continent, mobility is more important for the United States military. With a greater focus on technology, mobility, and smart munitions, airborne fire support simply makes more sense to the US military than masses of artillery that need to be transported thousands of miles to any conflict zone. American air-based fire support is far superior even to Russia's masses of artillery on delivering effective fire on target, but only if Russian air defenses can be neutralized. Otherwise, American soldiers might find themselves completely overwhelmed by the world's largest artillery corps. At sea, Russia operates a larger fleet than the United States, with 605 ships versus America's 484. However, the capabilities of America's Navy far surpass those of the Russian Navy, which has historically been the least important of its military branches. Funding priorities reflect this, and today the Russian Navy is in a state of serious decline, operating largely Cold War-era equipment that rarely sees upgrades. The United States currently operates 11 aircraft carriers, with its carrier air forces by themselves larger than most nations' entire air fleets. Russia, by comparison, operates only one, and operates is a term we're using rather loosely here, as the Admiral Kuznetsov is infamous for breakdowns. A remnant of the Cold War, the Kuznetsov is in a perpetual state of disrepair and would be incapable of posing even a moderate threat to US forces before it was destroyed. However, America's mighty carrier fleet is its own vulnerability, with Russia having developed hypersonic anti-ship missiles that present a lethal risk to American naval power. Currently, the United States has no defense against these weapons, except to attack and degrade Russian kill chain assets such as radar tracking installations, communication nodes, and satellites. The United States also operates 9 smaller carriers to support amphibious assault operations, while Russia completely lacks this capability. Amphibious operations would likely not play a big role in a US-Russian conflict, but with the ability to fly the F-35, these mini-carriers would only complicate matters for the Russian Air Force and Navy. Russia does outnumber the US in numbers of submarines, with the US operating 68 versus Russia's 70. However, modernity is an issue with Russia's submarine fleet, and it's unknown how many subs Russia can actually put to sea in case of a war, given the state of poor logistics in the Russian Navy. By comparison, the United States submarine fleet is being steadily upgraded with the acquisition of the Virginia-class attack submarine and are on the whole more capable than Russian boats. The United States outnumbers Russia in numbers of destroyers, with 92 guided missile destroyers versus Russia's 15. While outnumbered and outgunned by major combatants, Russia has a far greater fleet of smaller vessels, which could pose a serious threat if massed together or used to harness US supply lines. Russia has also mounted its Caliber cruise missiles on civilian vessels, meaning that any Russian ship could be a potential deadly threat to an unwary American vessel. On the whole, the American military is larger and more capable than the Russian military in 2022. However, Russia has achieved a breakthrough in hypersonic weapons that the US has yet to match, and has even begun to press those weapons into service. This gives Russia a decisive advantage at the opening of any major hostilities, though its weak economy means that the nation can't fully capitalize on this advantage by fielding hypersonic missiles in significant numbers. This is a trend that tracks all across the board, and has repeated itself with the Su-57 fifth-generation fighter and the T-14 Armata tank. Both of these weapon platforms present deadly threats to their US counterparts, but due to a lack of funding, Russia has been forced to postpone any significant purchases for years, if ever. Today, Russia faces a modernity crisis as its legacy forces are being rapidly outclassed technologically by potential rivals. The United States has its own technological problems, however, and over-reliance on technology might become a critical vulnerability for the US military should its satellite or command and control networks be compromised. An addiction to technology by the United States has also led to a legacy of weapons acquisitions in the post-2000s that is, frankly, catastrophic. Funneling billions upon billions into moonshot after moonshot, the United States has failed to bring few of its new weapon systems in the last 20 years to full maturity. The F-35's capabilities are still so in question that both the US Navy and Air Force purchased significant amounts of F-15s and F-18s to compensate for the potential crisis. The Zumwalt destroyer and littoral combat ships were both complete boondoggles that cost billions and left the US Navy high and dry. The failure of the Future Force Warrior program left the US Army with few working technologies and a massive waste of taxpayer money. A focus on technological moonshots has eroded the United States' technological advantage significantly, and today the American military is in desperate need of new weapons platforms that can not just match, but outcompete those being developed or already in service with the armies of China and Russia. Russia, the world's second most powerful military, versus Ukraine, ranked at the number 22 spot. It's a military of 850,000 versus Ukraine's 200,000, a force overmatch that should spell easy victory for Russia. So why is the Russian invasion of Ukraine going so poorly? First, what does Russia even want in Ukraine to begin with? It's important to understand that this is not Russia's war, it's Vladimir Putin's war. For Putin, restoring the old Soviet bloc has been a dream since he saw the Soviet Union crumble around him in the late 80s and early 90s. It's not just a matter of pride, though. Putin sees relation with the West as a zero-sum game. In other words, there can only be one winner, and in his mind it must be him and Russia. Initially, Putin drew closer to the West as Russia signed cooperation agreements with NATO. For a while, it looked like the old hostilities between NATO and Russia were over and a new future together was possible. However, as he was cozying up to the West, he was busy undermining it by using his intelligence services to influence Western democracies, as we saw during the 2016 US presidential election, where US security services confirmed that Russia was attempting to influence American voters. Ukraine's wish to join NATO, though, would place yet another NATO country on his doorstep, something that amounts to a strategic disaster for Russia. Having been the victim of many invasions throughout history, Russia's worked hard to create a buffer between itself and the West for decades after World War II. Today, most of that work has been undone, and Russia's potential adversaries now sit on its northwestern flank. In case of war, if Ukraine joined the alliance, it would allow NATO access straight into the soft underbelly of Russia. Ukraine joining NATO is simply unacceptable to Putin, and in his mind, it's vital for Russia's national security that Ukraine be friendly to Russia, or at least unfriendly to the West. Ukraine's growing desire for NATO membership thus represented a significant threat to Putin's goals of keeping NATO away, and its perceived weakness gave him a chance to put the former Soviet republic back into Russia's sphere of influence. He just needed to topple the national government and install a new one friendly to his interests. The seeds of today's invasion began with protests launched in 2013 after the Ukraine national government rejected the signing of the European Union-Ukraine Association Agreement, which was meant to establish a pathway to EU membership in favor of closer ties with Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union. Many in Ukraine saw this as Moscow influencing Ukrainian policy, and a revolution swept across the nation. However, not all of Ukraine wanted closer ties to the West, leading to the breakaway republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. In response for a call for help from the Ukrainian president shortly after he was removed from power, Russia annexed Crimea and sent aid to separatists fighting Ukrainian national forces. Rather than deter the new Ukrainian government from joining NATO and the EU, though, this only created a sense of urgency for Ukraine. Joining the EU and NATO was seen as a matter of national security, and given Russia's invasion, the fear was well grounded. After rebuffing his threats if they should draw closer to the West, Putin saw an invasion as his only option. So what's gone wrong with the Russian invasion? Any good military operation starts with clearly defined goals, and here's where Putin's invasion met with its first strategic disaster. In multiple speeches, Putin made it clear that this was a special military operation tasked with denazifying Ukraine and ending a genocide of Russian-speaking people. This is not just blatantly false, as the thought of a Jew whose family died in the Holocaust leading a Nazi government is ridiculous in the extreme, but also not valid strategic goals. Generals need clear objectives so they can make plans to achieve them. By all accounts, Russia's invasion lacked set objectives. While removing Volodymyr the Iron Joker Zelensky from power was always a goal for Russia's armed forces, how exactly to do that and when was not clearly delineated. Should Zelensky be simply toppled, his government neutralized and rendered ineffective via exile, or should Zelensky and any supporters be arrested or killed? While it's still difficult to get an accurate picture of what has been going on behind the scenes in the Kremlin, we know that the Russian army seemed unclear of these two questions. At the start of the invasion, forces from Belarus began a march toward Kiev, while a full assault in the east aimed to push Ukraine's defenders back. Yet significant air power was not given to these forces advancing on Kiev, slowing the advance down to a crawl. Meanwhile, Russian forces elsewhere seemed set on a strategy of conquering Ukraine piece by piece by defeating enemy forces in place and securing territory as they advanced. This was not a war with the goal of removing Ukraine's government, but rather a war of conquest. The lack of clear, well-defined objectives led to the Russian military getting bogged down early and quickly, as it seemed to fight anywhere it discovered Ukrainian troops, as opposed to quickly moving to secure strategic objectives. This type of war heavily favors the defender, as it leaves them in complete control of when and where battles take place. However, it cost Russia something even more important: time. The longer that Zelensky remained safely out of Russian hands, the longer he had to influence the world, something he did with stunning effectiveness. Each day that passed, Zelensky was able to rally more and more supporters from across the international community, leading to the fastest and most severe sanctions imposed on a nation in modern history. Zelensky's defiance of Putin also emboldened NATO and other countries to provide direct military aid to Ukraine, even leading to such unbelievable moves as the EU supplying the Ukrainian Air Force with fighter jets. Before the invasion, the US and its partners believed that shipping of such significant war material would only serve to provoke Russia into greater aggression and was unthinkable. However, as Zelensky managed to turn global opinion against Putin and the Russian military mired itself in pointless fighting, opinion amongst the US and partners quickly changed. Eventually, Putin realized his grave error, and at last clear instructions seemed to be given to his commanders: neutralize Zelensky and seize major cities at all costs. Suddenly, Russian forces changed tactics, and they were no longer bogging themselves down fighting Ukrainian defenders where they encountered them. Now they were bypassing entire Ukrainian positions to rush to secure major cities. Even more importantly, the push for Kiev began in earnest, with hundreds of vehicles and thousands of troops in reserve poured straight into the fight for Kiev in a bid to overwhelm the city's defenders. As of the writing of this script, the massive Russian advance on Kiev seems to be halted due to supply problems, though. Not relying on conventional forces, though, there's evidence that Putin has dispatched special forces kill squads to eliminate Zelensky, and Kiev has been locked down as the hunt for infiltrators continues. Russian electronic warfare assets sniff through signals coming in and out of the Ukrainian capital, with the goal of pinpointing Zelensky's exact location for an airstrike. Zelensky is finally a wanted man, but killing him now will not undo Putin's major strategic blunder. Russian troops called Zelensky a clown before the invasion, but now his own troops call him the Iron Joker, and the Iron Joker has already defeated Putin on the world stage by rallying it against him. Killing Zelensky now will only turn him into a martyr and a rallying point for Ukraine's defenders. Had Russia acted swiftly to take Kiev and neutralize Zelensky, something its conventional forces should have been capable of within days of the invasion, Putin may not have suffered as badly on the global stage as he had. The longer this invasion drags on, the worse it gets for Putin's Russia, as the world turns its back on every facet of Russian business and culture. As new intelligence has revealed, though, Putin didn't just fail at setting strategic goals for his military, he actually didn't even let most of his military leadership know about the invasion beforehand. While they were certainly aware of the buildup of troops along the border with Ukraine, even his most senior generals were blindsided by the order to invade. Putin had kept his plan to invade Ukraine so close to his chest that only a small group of individuals very close to him ever knew. Without foreknowledge of the coming invasion, Russia's generals had no way of drawing up battle plans and being prepared to prosecute Putin's orders. Instead, they were forced to improvise on the run, a recipe for disaster. The fact that most of the invasion troops were pulled from across the entire Russian nation also meant that once hostilities began, there was no time to coordinate and integrate chains of command. We've seen plenty of evidence that Russian military has been infighting amongst itself, and even engaging in full-blown arguments over radio. With no overarching strategy or chain of command, Putin's army is disorganized and ineffective. Putin's second invasion disaster was a stunning intelligence failure that ranks amongst the worst in world history. Putin told his troops they'd be greeted as liberators by Ukraine's large number of Russian speakers. In fact, his entire battle plan relied on his troops being seen as the liberating country, not the invading one. Thus, Russia's invasion force was by design smaller than required, even with all of his reserves committed. Putin's forces in Ukraine are simply not enough to pacify a country that does not want Russians on their soil. As Russian troops poured into Ukraine, they weren't met with flowers as promised, they were met with javelins and Molotov cocktails. Even in the most pro-Russian parts of Ukraine's east, the people have continued to rise up against what they see as occupiers and invaders. This has not just severely slowed the advance, but bogged Russian troops down in pacification operations. Troop-to-task analysis, or the analysis of how many troops are required to achieve a certain task, is notoriously unreliable. But even by the most optimistic of estimates, Putin's invasion force was not up for the task of pacifying a nation that did not welcome them as liberators. American analysts estimate that a successful counterinsurgency requires at minimum a 20 to 1,000 ratio of troops, 20 troops for every 1,000 civilians. This is merely an estimate, but even by this number, the Russians would need 340,000 troops to successfully neutralize a Ukraine insurgency. Russia, though, has poured 150,000 troops in its attempt to seize Ukraine, roughly a third of the total Russian ground combatants. While it will almost certainly prove to be sufficient for neutralizing Ukraine's military and installing a puppet regime, it's completely insufficient for actually controlling the country. Without immediately pouring more troops into the conflict, all Russia has succeeded in doing is ensuring that Ukraine becomes its own version of America's and the Soviet Union's Afghanistan, only much deadlier for its interest in troops both. There are signs that Russia's looking to fix this mistake, and by the time you see this video, those plans might have been put into effect. As of the writing of this script, rumors amongst the global intelligence community is that Russia's planning on instituting a draft to draw up the necessary troop numbers to neutralize Ukraine. Whether this is true or not, what is true is that as Russia's forces currently stand, achieving any sort of strategic success in Ukraine is currently impossible. Russia's next biggest pre-invasion failure was a logistical one. Before the invasion actually took place, Putin famously said that he was drawing down some of his forces to de-escalate tensions. The world breathed a collective sigh of relief. Maybe there wouldn't be an invasion after all. But just days later, Putin ordered his forces into action. Was he simply trying to lower Ukraine's and the world's guard? Not quite. According to Western intelligence, Putin's claim of drawing down forces was actually so his forces could do something that should have warned him the Russian military wasn't ready for invasion. As Putin moved his timetable for invasion along, an estimated up to 20% of his combat vehicles were in disrepair. The claim of drawing down forces was instead a ruse to allow his military to tow broken down vehicles away from staging areas for repairs. This has been substantiated by media who have visited both the Russian-Ukraine and Belarus-Ukraine border since the invasion and discovered dozens of broken down vehicles left behind in the process of being towed or repaired. With the Russian military suffering from sanctions for years and a stagnant economy back home, it's no surprise that so much Russian firepower was inoperable. But the sheer scale of broken down equipment on the eve of full combat is shocking compared to a modern military such as the United States, which the Russian military theoretically is supposed to fight and win against. But this isn't where Russia's logistics problems end. As the invasion unfolded, Russian troops made slow but steady progress into Ukraine, and then suddenly stopped altogether for a few days. To the world's surprise, entire units had simply run out of fuel, ammunition, or food, and vehicles were abandoned by the dozens across Ukraine. How could this happen? As has been famously noted before, the Russian military has always had a problem with logistics. Compared to the United States, Russian units operated with up to 75% fewer logistics personnel, perhaps reflecting Cold War-era mentality that units were not believed to be survivable in a nuclear battlefield and would thus be destroyed or rendered combat ineffective long before significant resupply was necessary. It may also be simply due to poor military planning and a completely unrealistic expectation that heavy fighting would be sporadic and rare. Whatever the reason, Russian units began to run into supply problems by the third day of the invasion, further setting back their ability to make quick strategic gains necessary to circumvent mounting international outrage. Even worse, it left them at the mercy of Ukrainian air attack and lightning raids, with hundreds of Russian vehicles destroyed. Bottlenecks caused by stuck vehicles also gave the Ukrainian armed forces an opportunity to launch devastating raids and resupply themselves by pillaging the remains. But even as supply problems began to sort themselves out, a lack of Russian logistics led to massive traffic jams and further delay of critical objectives, such as the taking of Kiev. The famous column of vehicles attacking Kiev stretched for up to 60 kilometers at one point, snarled up in the world's largest traffic jam. Meanwhile, Kiev's defenders used the time to equip civilians and build defenses. Logistics might not be as glamorous as infantry, artillery, or tanks, but without good logistics, a modern army can't win. Force structure, though, was yet another of Russia's biggest mistakes. Details on the composition of the Russian military units are hard to discern, given that such things are valuable military secrets. It's been widely reported, however, that a large number of Russian soldiers invading Ukraine are conscripts, and we know that approximately 200,000 of Russia's nearly 1 million strong military are conscripts. Conscription in Russia is a mandatory 12-month service period for males aged 18 to 27. While Russia has made great strides in creating a professional all-volunteer fighting force, such as the US, it still relies heavily on conscripts, and even 1/4 of its elite Spetsnaz units are made of conscripts. But the problem with conscripts, as Ukraine has highlighted, are numerous. First, conscripts are short service terms, meant that they'll lack the skills and training of a professional soldier with multiple years under his or her belt. Pitting Russia's conscript force against Ukraine's mostly professional force is a bad idea with predictable results. Secondly, though, conscripts have notoriously low morale and will to fight, as opposed to a professional soldier who has chosen to take up arms. This has never been clearer than in the way Russia's army has faced massive insubordination, surrender, and outright sabotage of their own equipment to avoid fighting. While the Russian army remains intact, many units of soldiers have surrendered themselves, even to unarmed civilians, in order to avoid fighting. And U.S. intelligence report that Russian soldiers have taken to punching holes in their own gas tanks to avoid having to move to the front. Intercepted radio communications have shown Russian soldiers refusing orders from Central Command, and even outright arguments and insults between units have been logged. Russian forces are increasingly showing themselves to be unprofessional, poorly trained, and with cripplingly low morale. Such low morale has made Russian units highly susceptible to Ukrainian influence campaigns, which have had great results in inducing Russian soldiers to surrender outright or fight poorly. Morale may be the reason why it appears that Ukraine's military is punching way above its weight class in defense of their nation. As opposed to most Russian troops, Ukrainian forces are highly motivated to defend their country, something the Kremlin severely underestimated. Fueling Russia's morale problems is not just conscription, though, but two other key factors. The first is the fact that many soldiers have claimed they had no idea they were invading until hours before the invasion began. Kept in the dark by their commanders, young Russian soldiers are increasingly reporting after being captured that they believed they were out on maneuvers or at most being sent for peacekeeping operations with their separatist regions. Then, right as the invasion began, the truth was revealed, resulting in shock and fear. The second reason, though, is because many Russian troops invading Ukraine today simply don't see the Ukrainians as enemies. Sharing a common heritage, Ukrainians and Russians have traditionally been brothers and sisters, and waging war against Ukraine has been hugely unpopular, not just back home in Russia, but amongst its own military. Russian morale has been at critical levels for days now, but supply problems have only made it worse. The failure of high-profile operations such as the dual airborne assaults against Kiev in the first days of the war have only made morale problems worse. Russia's next mistakes begin with the invasion itself. Ukraine is waging an influence war directly against the Russian military and civilian population both. Russia, long feared as a master of hybrid warfare which combines military operations with information manipulation, has proven to be absolutely inept in managing this conflict. The Kremlin has ceded the entire narrative of the conflict to Ukraine, which has exploited social media in ways Russia never could have dreamt of. For years, Russian disinformation lowered Ukrainian morale in regions bordering the separatist enclaves, and now Ukraine has turned this tactic back around on Russia and taken it 10 steps further. Quickly connecting to the world via multiple social media apps, Ukraine has flooded the world with images of the invasion, often taken from the front lines themselves. The images have revealed the brutality of Russia's assault and quickly turned global anger against it. Russia, meanwhile, has proven completely inept at managing the narrative of the conflict and today has zero influence over how the conflict is perceived by the world, granting Ukraine an incalculable strategic victory that has resulted in the outpouring of support in the form of combat arms, humanitarian aid, intelligence sharing, and all the resulting economic punitive measures taken against Russia, its companies, leadership, military, and oligarchs. Unable to shape a global narrative, Russia has instead attempted to control the narrative at home. Russia's state media has banned independent reporting on Ukraine, claiming that outlets such as Echo of Moscow are disseminating dangerous disinformation to attack public morale. On Russian state TV, the conflict is still being portrayed as a special military operation and not an invasion. Casualty figures have also been carefully released slowly over time so as not to make the Russian people aware of the scale of this military disaster. To raise support at home, Russian media instead paints the crippling economic sanctions against it as aggression from the West, led naturally by the great Satan itself, the United States. But many Russian people still get their news independently, leading to massive protests that, as of 1 week into the war, number at thousands across every city in Russia. Older generations, though, who get their news primarily from their televisions and radios, still believe the Kremlin narrative about anti-Nazi operations and Western belligerence. Sadly, recent reports coming from Russia suggest that the Kremlin has begun massive efforts to block internet access to outside news sources. But the Kremlin can't stop Ukrainian forces from giving captured Russian soldiers a chance to call home. Not just a humanitarian measure, but a carefully calculated ploy to destroy Russian morale back home. News of the invasion is now reaching directly into Russian homes through the calls of loved ones, and Ukrainian influence campaigns have been so devastating to Russia's war effort that now Russian combat troops are having their smartphones confiscated before going into battle. Russia's next opening day mistake was failing to properly utilize its massive advantage in striking power. Before the United States initiated a coalition invasion of Iraq into the First Gulf War, it undertook a shock-and-awe 100-hour air campaign with round-the-clock attacks on the Iraqi radar, air defenses, communication nodes, government buildings, and other militarily important targets. The U.S.'s air campaign was so incredibly effective that ground forces took only 4 days to defeat the Iraqi army. While the U.S. enjoyed the benefit of having a large coalition of nations to assist it, it was still facing one of the world's most formidable militaries at the time, with one of the world's best air defense networks. By comparison, Russia's facing an opponent with an air force a fraction of the size of Russia's own and largely Cold War-era air defenses. There's simply no excuse for the shockingly poor performance of Russian strike forces except a lack of commitment. Rather than commit overwhelming air power, Russia instead chose to limit its use of air and missile strikes, likely to reduce public outrage. This is because, unlike the United States, Russia has a relatively small inventory of smart weapons, and sanctions have severely hurt its ability to procure more. As one Russian general famously said, "We have great firepower, we just don't always know what we're shooting at." With a lack of precision weapons, Russia was unable to neutralize Ukraine's air defenses and command and control networks with the few number of planes and attack helicopters it allotted to the task at the opening of the conflict. This is puzzling because many predicted this channel included that Russia would initially commit large amounts of its air force in the softening up of Ukraine's defenses before returning most of that air power to its regional security requirements. However, one explanation might be Putin's attempt to frame this both to his citizens and the world as a small-scale military action, not a full-scale invasion. Rather than destroy Ukraine's ability to defend itself from air attack and communicate with its forces, Russia instead undertook only limited strikes and sent its forces in to fight a ground war against an enemy still able to communicate and conduct long-range surveillance. Incredibly, Ukraine's air force wasn't just outright destroyed at the start of the fighting, but has continued to undertake limited sorties even a week after hostilities started. It seems, though, that as the ground war becomes a painful grind, Russia's rethinking its limited use of air power and missile strikes, and over the last 48 hours as of the writing of this script, has intensified attacks against both military and civilian targets. Putin's next invasion mistake was failing to utilize the various arms of his military properly. It can be tempting to look at the shockingly poor performance of Russia's military today and claim that Russia is an inept and weak military power. But while the invasion has shown that there does in fact exist a rotten core within the Russian military machine, it's also important to understand that to date, the Russian military has not been fighting the way it trains. Russia has made little use of its combined arms capabilities in fighting the war in Ukraine, likely because Putin still hopes to sell this invasion to his own people, now that the world isn't buying it, as a small-scale military action and not a full-blown war. which is exactly what it's turned into. Moving large amounts of aircraft and other support platforms to the front will break any illusion about this invasion being nothing more than a fast, clean, small-scale operation rather than an actual war. However, Putin's military has still made critical strategic errors that ended in a disastrous opening day for the invasion. Russia's much-vaunted airborne infantry, allegedly the most elite of Russia's military forces, met with immediate disaster as they failed to take 2 different airfields outside of Kiev on the opening day of the conflict. After successfully dropping on their objectives, they repelled an initial assault to recapture the airfields, but were completely unprepared to hold it out against Ukraine's mechanized forces. Details are still sketchy, but it appears that Russia made the same mistake the Allies made in Operation Market Garden back in World War II, as they deployed airborne assaults too deep behind enemy lines. As happened to the Allies in World War II, Russian ground forces today were unable to break through Ukraine's defenses to link up with the lightly armed airborne assaults and reinforce them with heavy combat vehicles. Incredibly, it seemed that Russia believed that it could simply fly reinforcements straight into the airfields after they were captured, using its logistics fleet to move heavy armor and artillery directly to the site of their air assaults. Whether this was pure hubris from Russia as it severely underestimated Ukraine's military capabilities, or a critical lack of intelligence which led the Russians to believe that the Ukrainians didn't have the firepower around Kiev to retake the LZs, remains unknown. What is known is that without proper support, not even Russia's famous paratroopers, the pride and joy of its armed forces, could hold against Ukrainian defenders and were eliminated in a massive opening day disaster for Russia. Perhaps Russia's greatest mistake in this entire campaign, though, was severely underestimating the world's resolve. In preparation for the conflict, Russia had built up over $600 billion in reserves to be used specifically to counteract the effects of sanctions against the economy. However, Russia never dreamt that the world would move so quickly and thoroughly to punish it over its invasion of Ukraine. The removal of most of Russia's banks from the SWIFT international payment system has already caused one bank to file for insolvency, and the banning of Russian aircraft from most European and North America's airspace is threatening the survival of its airlines. Punishing sanctions have also been targeting Putin, his oligarch supporters, and his cabinet members directly, with Russian billionaires losing an estimated $80 billion in wealth 1 week into the invasion. The blocking of Russian state-run propaganda outlets Russia Today and Sputnik across Europe and North America have led these 2 massive media outlets to shutter their doors in the affected regions, with thousands laid off here in the US and Canada alone. The infamous Nord Stream 2 pipeline has also been formally axed for good, killing one of Russia's most lucrative energy deals with Europe. But what's shocking about the extreme measures undertaken by the world is that they hurt not just Russia, but the very nations and companies exacting them. And yet the West has shown it's willing to hurt itself to shut down Russian aggression, something Vladimir Putin could have never predicted. German energy prices are set to dramatically increase as it cuts off its deals with Russia, and yet the German government has been willing to shoulder the costs in order to punish Putin. Whereas once the West was fragmented and beset by infighting over how to handle its relations with Russia, this invasion of Ukraine has unified the world to a point no one could have foreseen. Putin's invasion has even led to calls from within Finland and Sweden for membership in NATO, a stunning turn of events from 2 nations who have maintained traditional neutrality between NATO and Russia. The Finns themselves likely remember the infamous Winter War of 1939, when the Soviet Union invaded and the neutral nation found itself fighting alone against a superior power. With such an upset of the status quo, it's not surprising the 2 traditionally neutral powers have seriously discussed joining NATO, and Putin's threats warning them against the idea is likely only to further encourage them to join. Russia, it seems, is only capable of one failed invasion at a time, and invading Finland or Sweden is indubitably going to trigger a military response from the West. About the only way that the invasion has been to Russia's advantage has been in its relationship with China, as China has opened trade with Russia to make up for the impact of sanctions. The 2 pariah states have been drawing closer ties, though at best they still remain frenemies. China's unwillingness to condemn the invasion of Ukraine, however, is costing even it, as it finds itself increasingly isolated on the international stage. The fact that China has not been shy about its ambitions to conduct its own invasion of Taiwan has placed extra scrutiny on the Chinese Communist Party. With deepened ties to Russia, its neighbors are now themselves eagerly eyeing closer ties to the United States, fearful of Chinese aggression despite its claims that it respects all nations' sovereignty. It's hard to imagine a worse-planned military campaign, and Putin's invasion of Ukraine will surely go down as one of the greatest military fiascos in history. As it stands, Russia has just launched a war that it'll take years to resolve if it chooses to continue prosecuting it, as the Ukrainian people prove themselves capable and willing of waging an ongoing war against their occupiers. As the Russian economy continues to be savaged by international sanctions and Putin finds himself increasingly isolated politically within his own country, his decision to invade Ukraine might spell the end of his political reign and the end of Russia as a major economic and military power. Snipers, bodyguards armed with handguns that can punch through body armor, helicopter gunships, and trained attack bears. We only made one of those up, but the protection of the President of Russia is absolutely insane. The American president has the Secret Service, and his counterpart in Russia has their own elite bodyguard unit, the Presidential Security Service. Part of the Federal Protective Service, this arm of the Russian government is responsible for protecting high-ranking Russian government figures and has a whopping 50,000 employees. The PSS, though, is only responsible for protecting the Russian president and prime minister, and they are very good at their job. Much of the way the PSS operates is similar to the way the American Secret Service operates, but this isn't copycatting, it's simply because the fundamentals of security don't change no matter what country you're in. However, the PSS has at least one additional requirement that the American Secret Service doesn't when dealing with the president as image-conscious as Vladimir Putin. Long before the Russian president steps foot on a plane to a new meeting or a vacation spot, his security team is already hard at work. Every single destination needs to be thoroughly checked for a wide variety of potential threats, and this includes every single road to be traveled and potential stop or visit. The first threat analyzed is the criminal one. A large number of organized crime syndicates would profit greatly from the abduction or even assassination of a government leader. Just imagine what Mexican cartels would do to get their hands on the American president. Thus, the Russian president's security detail meticulously analyzes the criminal threat to the president directly, or to any asset the president might be using during his travels. The last thing Putin's security detail wants is to accidentally travel down a road well known for frequent gun battles between rival criminal gangs, even if they probably seriously outgun any street gang on planet Earth. Next on the agenda is analyzing any potential for social unrest. The president's security detail will work to make sure that any potential travel route or visit avoids locations that are potentially hotspots for citizen unrest. Imagine what might happen if Xi Jinping had traveled through Hong Kong during the massive riots that rocked the city, or if the American president's travel plans had included a road trip through the city of Ferguson during its own social unrest. However, this part of the screening process includes analyzing the potential for social unrest actually inspired by the president himself. Putin has proven to be a particularly divisive figure in Russia and frequently the target of ire by pro-democracy groups, LGBTQ rights activists, and women's rights activists. Once, Putin was accosted by feminist protesters during a visit to Hanover. While it's doubtful the protesters would have caused any actual harm, his bodyguards were immediately on hand to ensure Putin wasn't harmed or potentially embarrassed. Safeguarding the president from social unrest he may inspire himself includes carefully vetting any visitors or attendees to events Putin goes to, and even blacklisting individuals or groups from participating. Next is analyzing the possibility of natural disasters in the area the president might be visiting. This is done by looking at historical data and gaining access to good long-range weather forecasting. Some natural disasters can be easily predicted, or at least given a good probability of occurring or not. This includes seasonal events such as flooding and typhoons. Others, however, are completely unpredictable, such as earthquakes, or Kylie Jenner dropping her own album. In either case, the president's protection detail needs to have a well-established contingency plan that includes the capability to escape a natural disaster entirely before or after it struck. If escape is impossible, the protection detail must have the necessary tools to shelter in place while the Russian military enacts a plan to extract the president. Lastly is a concern unique to Russia's current and very image-conscious Vladimir Putin. The last thing the president detail can let happen is to let the Russian president be assassinated. The second to last thing is to let him look foolish. For Vladimir Putin, this is especially important, as the current Russian president has worked to carefully cultivate a strong, manly image through various photo shoots, which include him suntanning in the Russian wilderness, riding a horse shirtless, joining an underwater research excursion, swimming in a wild Russian lake, and hunting shirtless for some reason. While these photo shoots have been very successful at growing his popularity with segments of the Russian population, other Russians have fought back by making Vladimir Putin the most memeable world leader. Thus, the Presidential Protective Service has to be ever conscious of how a visit could affect the Russian president's public image. A month out from a potential visit, security experts inspect the location and especially the accommodations where the president will be staying. The location is carefully checked for any potential security vulnerabilities, and any employees are carefully vetted by the security team. Lastly, every single item inside the president's accommodations is inspected and repaired well before his arrival. That way, during the stay, there is no need for any technician or repairman to visit. With just a few weeks before the president's stay, technical experts install radio and cell signal jammers. These devices will help prevent any potential IEDs or planted explosives from being detonated via radio or cell phone. However, it also helps to ensure the president isn't potentially spied on by hidden electronics that a sweep might have missed. Unique to the Russian president's security detail is the ability to ping any and all smart devices in proximity to where the president is expected to stay or travel. Russian laws allow the president's security team to use tapping hardware and software on any electronic device they believe will be in proximity to the president. They're also given the authority to execute body searches without the same legal restrictions a police officer might have, gain access to absolutely any building or organization, and seize any vehicle they may deem necessary for the protection of the president or that might pose a threat. So, who gets to protect one of the most powerful men in the world? First, you must be over 21 but younger than 35 at the time of application. You also have to be able to complete a stringent physical exam, so only those in peak physical shape should even think of applying. Next, you must be between 175 and 190 centimeters, so that you're physically large enough to shield the president with your own body, but not so tall as to experience difficulty in tight physical confines or draw attention to yourself. The requirements to join the Presidential Security Service are surprisingly similar to that of the American Secret Service. Combat experience is not required, and in fact, good candidates are more defensively minded than offensive. That's because, as explained by a former Presidential Security Service employee, a soldier is meant to attack, but a bodyguard is meant to defend and protect. Being a presidential bodyguard can be much more challenging than being a soldier, as most of the threats that a Presidential Security Service member will face are going to be clandestine. A good candidate must have an excellent attention to detail and only the best of situational awareness. Any member in a crowd can be a potential attacker, and even the sweet old lady waiting in line to shake the president's hand could be carrying a hidden gun in her purse. A good bodyguard must keep an eye on a wide variety of potential threat vectors, and yet remain aware enough to react to a completely unexpected threat. Even more important, though, is the psychological component. A president's bodyguard's job is not to apprehend or eliminate an attacker, but to protect the president, even at the cost of their own life. Thus, while a normal police officer or soldier might have the instinct to neutralize an attacker first, a Russian president's bodyguard will instead put themselves between the president and the threat, even before drawing their pistol. This is why defensive thinking is more important than offensive thinking. The Presidential Security Service must also be well-versed in different languages, given the Russian president's frequent travel abroad. This is so agents can understand if any threat is present in the area by listening to and understanding the conversations of the locals. Next, they must have a good sense for proper etiquette in politics while remaining tactful at all times. In this video, a security team member tactfully asks UFC fighter Conor McGregor to remove his arm from around Putin's shoulder. A big no-no that could have caused an embarrassing public incident if the bodyguard had overreacted. This is also why only calm and level-headed individuals are allowed to guard the most powerful man in Russia. The last thing President Putin needed here was an over-anxious bodyguard making a scene with a major public figure like McGregor. We have to admit, though, the entire staff of the infographic show would love to have seen a Russian presidential bodyguard go toe-to-toe with a UFC champion, and our money is on the bodyguard. That's because of the incredible training they undergo. Details are very scarce given the secrecy of the Russian government, but it's known that much like their American counterparts, Russian presidential bodyguards are experts in hand-to-hand combat and have incredible stamina and tolerance for extreme heat and cold. Even the coldest conditions, these men must be able to tolerate the weather in only light overcoats, since heavy overcoats would hinder their agility and ability to move quickly. Rumors even have it that the Russian presidential bodyguards take a variety of drugs that directly affect their physiology. This could include the use of amphetamines for alertness, or perhaps even human growth hormones or steroids to increase strength and endurance. Again, given the secrecy of the Russian government, these remain only rumors. But would you really be surprised to learn that Vladimir Putin is protected by a team of bodyguards jacked up on experimental super soldier serums? While the president is out and about, the PSS operates almost exactly as the American Secret Service. First, the president is closely protected by a team of elite bodyguards who are ever present and within feet of him at all times. These men are trained to put themselves directly in the path of an attacker and take a bullet for the Russian president if necessary. As such, they carry body armor under their suits or jackets, and even carry special bulletproof briefcases which can be used as shields. They also carry well-concealed handguns capable of punching through body armor at a range of up to 50 meters, and submachine guns. Sometimes they even carry Kevlar umbrellas, which can protect from bullets and shrapnel. Next is the president's second circle of protection, arguably the most important. These individuals are usually invisible and don't look like government agents at all. That's because they're trained to blend into crowds so as to ascertain threats from within. They'll dress like regular civilians and work the crowd, identifying troublemakers and radioing their teammates about potential threats or individuals to be concerned about. They're also meant to act before an attacker has even had a chance to threaten the president. An individual suddenly shoving others out of the way might just be an overeager fan or a deranged gunman, and it's the second circle's job to neutralize them before they get a chance to threaten the president. The third circle of protection works along the perimeter of the crowd and carefully checks for threats from the outside. These agents will be dressed like their comrades, both to identify them as security detail members, but also to make themselves a threat and discourage an attack. If the president's security detail is highly visible and in large numbers, it can act as a visual deterrent, discouraging a would-be attacker by making them believe they just fail anyway. The fourth circle of protection is made up of elite spotters and snipers situated in tactically advantageous points around the president's location. Their job is not just to keep an eye on the crowd and act accordingly, but even more importantly to act as counter-snipers, as the greatest threat to the president is going to come from a sniper. The president's own snipers have to be able to identify the most likely threat vectors for a sniper attack and keep tabs on them, and act to accurately and immediately neutralize any threat. Lastly, the Russian president is typically escorted by a special unit of heavily armed security personnel. These heavies are responsible for extracting the president from any potential situation or for neutralizing a heavily militarized threat to the president. They're capable of protecting not just from a human threat, but of employing anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons to protect against heavy vehicles and airborne threats. Today, the US-Russia relationship is murky at best, and many fear that a new Cold War is dawning. The real question is how it got to this point though, and why does Russia now seem so eager to expand both its physical territory and its foreign influence? When World War II ended, the Soviet Union's primary concern was ensuring that it could never again be invaded by a European power. Non-Russians may easily forget or not be aware of the fact, but Russia has suffered multiple times throughout its history at the hands of European nations, and as World War II drew to a close, Stalin vowed that his nation would never again be faced with another Hitler or Napoleon. Of course, it sadly turned out that having Stalin as a leader was as bad or worse than being invaded by Hitler or Napoleon. The reason why Russia has been invaded by European powers so many times in the past lies in the unfortunate geography of the nation. It sits on the eastern end of the Great European Plain, a lowland area with few natural obstacles and even less naturally defensive features. The European Plain extends deep into Russian territory and historically has been used as an easy highway for invading armies straight into the political and economic heart of Russia. The only possible way to secure its border against invaders would be for Russia to build a series of prohibitively expensive defensive fortifications across the vast plain, absolutely bankrupting the nation. By sitting on the eastern side of the Great Plain, Russia's borders force it to defend a large number of possible invasion routes, thinning its military manpower as it's forced to spread forces across a wide region. This is the reason why Napoleon and Hitler's armies were both able to penetrate so deeply into Russian territory, and had the machine gun not fundamentally changed the nature of fighting in World War I, Germany too would have likely been able to invade deep into Russia as well. For Russian military planners, the answer was obvious. To protect itself, Russia needed to aggressively expand westward across the European plain, thereby reducing the number of possible invasion corridors. American and Western leaders at the end of the Second World War fundamentally misunderstood the Soviet Union's intentions, though. At first, Stalin was happy to let the governments of Eastern European nations largely dictate their own affairs, as long as they swore fealty to Moscow, of course. But when the United States launched the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Stalin believed that the West was once more preparing for a confrontation with Russia and immediately cracked down on Soviet bloc nations and their governments. Stalin would tolerate no dissent in the ranks and no chance of rebellion. Stopping NATO's expansion at Germany was critical to Soviet national security. As the Cold War drew to a close, the Soviet Union made several overtures to the US and NATO in hopes of transitioning to a more friendly and relaxed state of affairs. While revolutions swept across the old Soviet bloc, the Soviet Union agreed to the US's request that it not use military force to quell them. The Soviet Union eventually allowed German reunification with the request that NATO's expansion stop west of Germany, so that the country would forever remain a buffer between the West and Russia. The new Russia also wished to retain its influence on its neighbors, as it had done so for nearly half a century. By keeping its neighbors close politically, Russia could feel safe from another European invasion or the effects of another major Euro war. though Russia would soon learn its neighbors wanted little to do with the oppressive Soviet nation. Soon after reunification, German membership into NATO was approved, and President Bill Clinton eyed an even greater NATO expansion, with countries like Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary being brought into the fold. This was a strategic disaster for post-Cold War Russia, which suddenly saw the critical buffer it had enjoyed for almost half a century erode overnight. For their part, these nations were more than eager to join NATO, as it offered them the protection to chart their own course. For decades, they had been ruled in proxy by their Soviet handlers, and now NATO offered protection from Russian interference. It would be easy for Westerners to view Russia as paranoid, yet not only has the nation been invaded multiple times, but its geography actively works against it even during peacetime. Russia has few year-round ports from which to operate commercial and naval fleets from, as most of its ports are subject to winter freezes or are far from major population centers. Russian access to the oceans is easily blockaded by Western navies, such as by the British during the 17th and 18th centuries, and this geography drives much of its desire to expand. The current US-Russia relationship is the centerpiece to its desire to expand geographically and influentially. Russia believes that the US has betrayed it and acted against its interests numerous times over the last 30 years, and these claims are not without merit. Despite the end of the Cold War and the fall of the Communist Soviet Union, American foreign policy toward Russia has changed little. While Russia initially sought reconciliation on the basis that the US leave Eastern Europe alone and under Russian influence, the US continued its policy of containment that it pursued during the Cold War. Russia's attitude had changed, but the US's had not, and this set the new Russia on a collision course with the US ideologically. Russia also feels that the world has treated the US favorably despite America acting hypocritically on the world stage. While its invasion of Afghanistan in the 80s and a war in Georgia was condemned by the international community, the United States saw little consequence after fabricating the evidence for an invasion of Iraq. The American invasion of Iraq was not just possibly illegal, but continues to be baffling nearly 20 years on, as it becomes clearer all the time that America gained little from the invasion. Yet the world turned a blind eye while at the same time condemning Russia for similar actions. As NATO continued to add countries further east to its ranks, Russia once more saw itself being boxed in by Europe. Unable to counter the eastward creep militarily, Russia took to manipulation and sabotage of Western democracies in a bid to weaken the resolve of NATO as a whole. Russian agents actively tried to prevent nations from joining NATO, such as the Montenegro coup in 2016, where Russian operatives coordinated a coup meant to stop the small nation from joining the international group. Russian intelligence also attacked the very foundations of Western nations, their democratic election process. Russian money went to financing right-wing nationalistic parties who often embraced xenophobic and racist agendas and could be manipulated into opposing institutions such as the European Union and even NATO itself. Eventually, Russian influence spread even to American elections. A weak Europe and a fractured relationship with America was bad for both and good for Russia. Russian expansionism, however, is also driven by more relatable concerns. When violence erupted in Syria, Russia was immediately alarmed. Syria is, after all, a very short distance away from Russia, and the last thing Russia wanted was a terror state in its backyard. Russia immediately moved to back Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, preferring the stability of Syria's dictator over the chaos and uncertainty of revolution. After all, the United States' efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan had both been far from successful and left behind an even greater mess than when the US first entered the nations. While the West tends to act ideologically, Russia more often acts pragmatically, and Russian leadership is more than willing to tolerate a dictator if it means their borders remain secure. Americans would do well to ask themselves whether they rather have Mexico ruled by a dictator or in revolution with the possibility of a Taliban-like group taking over. Geography, as is so often the case, allows America an idealism that Russia can't afford. Russia's interest in Syria, however, was not just about regional stability, as Syria was and remains a critical military outpost for the Russian Navy. From bases in Syria, Russian ships have access to the Mediterranean and can bypass the Bosporus Strait, which is firmly controlled by Turkey, a tenuous but still current NATO member. Without Syrian bases, Russian ships and subs would be completely bottled up in the Black Sea, a strategic disaster. Syria also affords Russia greater access to the rest of the Middle East, a region which, due to its oil wealth, remains one of the most strategically important in the world. For their part, many Middle East powers have warmed their relationships with Russia, driven in part by Russia's tolerance of dictators and human rights abuses. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman especially has been growing closer to Vladimir Putin, largely due to the shunning of the Crown Prince and Saudi Arabia by many Americans over the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, a staunch critic of the Saudi royal family and advocate for democracy. Many Americans are currently questioning why they support a nation that kills journalists and why they have routinely subsidized the defense of this oil-rich nation with American taxpayer money. An increasing alienation from the US has driven Saudi Arabia closer to Russia and gradually increases Russian influence in the region. Russian expansionism is, in Russian minds, all about national survival. Having suffered catastrophic invasions throughout its history as well as economic and military blockades, Russia has often been a victim to European powers. Only by expanding do Russian leaders believe that they can ensure their survival and prevent future disasters. Yet, while such expansion seems aggressive to Western observers, Russia has on occasion actually offered an olive branch of sorts to its greatest rival, the United States, though it's always been refused, at least in practical terms. In part, this refusal was due to the unfortunate continuation of Cold War mentalities by American leaders and the population as a whole, and their perceived hostility of Russia to the West. A hostility which itself is ironically at least partially the product of Western actions toward Russia. As a nation, Russia wants to exert regional influence over its neighbors and even sees this as its right given its great power status. This influence is seen as vital for keeping Russia geographically and economically safe, as well as for protecting Russian political power. With NATO's expansion also came a growing backlash against traditional Russian political systems and even cultural ideals, as the West sees Russia's homophobic laws, assaults on journalists, and its close ties with dictators as affronts to human rights. With growing liberal values at home and increasing opposition from the Russian people themselves to authoritarian leadership, now more than ever, Russian leadership believes it's critically important to limit NATO and Western influence on itself by pushing back as hard as possible. Our only hope is that these misunderstandings don't result in a tragic war between Russia and the West that neither side truly wants. Russia may be misunderstood and at times a bad actor, but in the end it simply wants what any other nation does: security.
Entire swaths of the American Midwest are obliterated. Washington, D.C., London, and Berlin are decimated in fiery explosions. A quiet rural town in upstate Maine is annihilated. In a matter of minutes, 50 million people will die. If Russia ever launched any nukes, many of its targets would be within the 3.797 million square miles or 9.834 million square kilometers that make up the United States. This is because the US has the most powerful military in the world and is the only country with a nuclear arsenal that rivals Russia's own. Therefore, as we examine key locations Russia would target, we'll start in the United States and then zoom out to the world as a whole. There are very few parts of the US that would be safe from destruction if Russia launched a nuclear strike. There would also be very little the US could do to stop the missiles from striking their targets, as they would descend in overwhelming numbers. New intel identifies some of the first areas that'll be targeted by Russian nukes, and they are not where you might expect. The question is, will you be safe? We're going to dive right into the key targets that Russia will strike, but before we do so, let's look at how we know who will be in danger. This year, Putin announced that he'll suspend Russia's participation in the New START nuclear weapons treaty. The treaty was agreed upon in 2011 in hopes of reducing the number of nuclear weapons around the world. However, now that Putin's declared this country will no longer abide by the START treaty, he can increase the stockpile of 5,889 nukes Russia already has. Only 1,588 of these nuclear weapons are currently deployed. But if Putin's preparing for nuclear war, this could quickly change. Regardless, having over 1,500 active nuclear warheads is more than enough to decimate every US and NATO target on the globe. This is why when Putin said, "To defend Russia and our people, we doubtlessly will use all weapons resources at our disposal," this is not a bluff. It was a serious cause for concern for the West. Currently, Russia has the most nuclear weapons out of any other country, with the United States following closely behind with around 5,244 nukes. Although it should be noted that the US is still trying to decommission and lower the number of nuclear warheads it has, while many nuclear countries are increasing their stockpiles, just like Russia. Some of the locations that will be targeted are easier to predict than others, but if we listen to what Putin has said in the past, he has blatantly stated where the nukes will be aimed. While talking to the Russian people on national television, Putin discussed a new hypersonic missile that could travel 5 times faster than the speed of sound at 3,836 miles per hour, or 6,173 kilometers per hour.
He claimed this missile could be fitted with a nuclear warhead. The weapon likely doesn't exist in any type of working fashion, but in the announcement, Putin proclaimed it would be used to strike the Pentagon, Camp David, Jim Creek Naval Radio Station, Fort Ritchie, and McClellan Air Force Base. These are all military targets, which makes sense if Russia were to launch nukes. Let's start by looking at what other military targets Russia will go after if war breaks out, before getting into the major cities, towns, and other locations that a Russian nuclear attack could target. Like the US, Russia has nuclear warheads that vary in yield. We'll analyze the destructive power of the RT-2PM Topol with a yield of 800 kilotons, one of Russia's most common nukes in its arsenal. Later on, we'll examine what would happen if Russia used some of its highest yield nukes and the massive amount of death and destruction it would cause. Let's start with the Pentagon. As we know, this will be one of the main targets for Russia. The Pentagon is the headquarters for the Department of Defense in the US. By destroying it, Russia would deal a significant blow to the US's military command structure. This would not fully cripple the US military, but it would cause a disruption in the leadership of the country. The other problem with Russia hitting the Pentagon with a nuke is that it would destroy much of Washington, D.C., the capital of the nation. There are around 713,000 people living in D.C., with more than 6,385,000 living in the greater D.C. area. That means if a nuke goes off over the Pentagon, it will kill around 420,000 people in the initial blast. Estimates put the number of total injured close to 861,500. The fireball caused by the nuclear explosion would vaporize the Pentagon and anything within a half-mile radius. The blast damage would extend 4 miles out from the epicenter, which would mean most of Washington's legislative buildings and monuments would be destroyed or severely damaged. When looking at the images of the nuclear explosions that we provide in this video, keep in mind that the innermost circle closest to the epicenter is the area that'll be consumed in the fireball, so anything inside this circle will be effectively vaporized. The bluish ring second from the epicenter signifies the area where the shockwave and air blast from the explosion will cause serious damage that could destroy buildings and cause flying debris, causing more death and injuries. The third yellowish-colored ring signifies the area where the radiation would be so intense it could cause third-degree burns. This is also true of all the areas before it and would also result in harmful mutations to people's DNA, which could lead to cancer. The last ring signifies the light blast damage that could also still lead to fatalities. Anyone in any of these circles that survived the initial blast would get a large dose of radiation and would likely die soon after. The White House is about 2.17 miles from the Pentagon, so if the president was there, he would be at risk of being killed by the high-intensity shockwave. Although Russia would likely launch a nuke dedicated to hitting the White House, so the point would be moot. As a result of the nuke hitting the Pentagon, thousands of government officials and their workers would be killed. The government would go into crisis mode, and almost all power would be immediately given to the president. If the president were killed in the blast, the next person in the line of succession would become the commander-in-chief, which in order would be the Vice President, Speaker of the House, President pro tempore of the Senate, Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense, and so on, until someone who is still alive could take over. Other than taking out the US Capitol, Russia would also need to destroy as many nuclear missile silos as possible in order to have any hope of surviving a retaliatory nuclear strike by the US. This tactic would not be 100% effective, as the United States has too many nukes of their own, a number of early warning systems, and nuclear missiles aboard submarines in unknown locations around the world. However, at the very least, Russia would need to take out as many US nuclear missile silos as possible in the first round of attacks. This means some pretty remote parts of the US would be targeted. If Russia was hoping to survive the next few hours, it would need to target all of the United States Minuteman III ICBM bases. The first one we'll look at is Malmstrom Air Force Base in the middle of Montana. Malmstrom has around 3,400 military personnel and about 1,000 civilians working on base. However, it's its 150 Minuteman III nuclear missiles that Russia would be aiming for. Putin would likely order several nukes to be launched at any high-priority targets, but just one would be devastating. Everyone on the base would be killed in the initial blast, along with 15,000 people in the nearby towns of Black Eagle and Great Falls. The number of injured would be around twice as many. The population in the region isn't very dense, so the casualties wouldn't be nearly as high as a major city, but that isn't the objective of hitting Malmstrom Air Force Base. Russia would be only trying to cripple the military installation's ability to launch its Minuteman missiles back at their homeland. Unfortunately, upon detonation, the water flowing through the Missouri River near the blast site would immediately evaporate. The water further upstream would continue to flow and eventually pass through the irradiated landscape around Malmstrom.
This water would then carry radioactive particles downstream and eventually into the Mississippi River. For weeks and even months, the contaminated water would not be safe to drink. Wildlife will die from radiation poisoning even if they're hundreds of miles away from the blast site. However, Malmstrom isn't the only military target on the list. A second key military base that Russia would target is Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota. This installation also contains approximately 150 Minuteman missile silos. Minot itself doesn't have as many staff as Malmstrom, with only 3,200 military personnel and 420 civilian employees. However, the town of Minot itself is more populated than the area around Malmstrom. This means the number of casualties will be higher when the nuke detonates. The number of immediate casualties will be 23,300, with another 20,000 people suffering injuries from the air blast of the explosion. This entire region of the country is sparsely populated, so the fallout won't contaminate as many people as other regions. But again, the goal for these nukes is to render the US ICBMs in the area inoperable. The final military base that would be a must-strike location for Russia would be F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming. However, the Minuteman silos under its control are actually spread between Wyoming, Colorado, and Nebraska. This base also oversees around 150 missiles, with 3,360 military members and 964 civilians working at the location. Like with the other ICBM missile silos, more than one Russian nuke would be dedicated to the area. But even just one would cause around 26,600 deaths and 36,380 casualties. The town of Cheyenne would be decimated, and anyone there at the time of detonation would likely receive a lethal dose of radiation. Russia would also launch nukes at the US command and control targets across the country. Some of these locations are more well-known than others. In fact, you might be living near one and not even know it. The one obvious target would be North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, at Peterson Air Force Base. Unfortunately, this is just outside of Colorado Springs, a heavily populated area in the state. This means that when the nuke strikes the Air Force Base, it'll also decimate much of Colorado Springs. NORAD is a combined organization that includes the United States and Canadian employees who oversee aerospace warning, air sovereignty, and protection for Canada, the continental US, and Alaska. Peterson Air Force Base and the surrounding area employs or is home to a large number of military service members and civilians who work at the base. In fact, there are over 8,750 active duty members, 1,325 reservists, 10,200 family members of the military, and 1,900 civilians in the area. This is on top of the over 23,000 veterans. This key target for Russia will cost the lives of over 60,000 people and injure close to 200,000. The eastern portion of Colorado Springs would be decimated, although people in the mountains to the west of the small city could be spared from much of the fallout as the wind would blow radioactive particles further east toward Kansas. Then there is Offutt Air Force Base just outside Omaha, Nebraska. This is the headquarters of the United States' Strategic Command and would be a very important base for Russia to take out. The U.S. Strategic Command's mission is to deter strategic attack through a safe, secure, effective, and credible global combat capability, and when directed is ready to prevail in conflict. So it's pretty obvious why Russia would want to destroy the headquarters of this organization. The nuclear warhead that struck Offutt would cause a serious breach in U.S. defenses. The blast would kill 40,000 people almost instantly and injure around 145,000 more. This is because over 32,000 military, civilian, contractors, dependents, and retirees call this area home, and Omaha is a city of around 500,000. Again, the waters of the Missouri River would quickly evaporate from the heat, and then the incoming water would be irradiated as it flowed toward the Mississippi. Strategic Command would be transferred to one of the other 10 combatant command sites in the U.S. to continue preparations for a retaliatory strike, although at this point the U.S. would have launched its own nuclear missiles already as it tried to wipe out as many Russian targets as possible. Another strategic location Russia could aim its nukes at would be rural Maine, almost near the border of Canada. It's here that the VLF transmitter Cutler is located. It's this station that transmits one-way communication to submarines in the U.S. Navy's Atlantic Fleet. These transmissions could reach vessels both on the surface and underwater. It transmits at 24 kHz with an input power of up to 1.8 megawatts. This means Cutler can only transmit text messages at a low data rate. The base will be an important target for Russia because it's this transmission base that will send launch codes and orders to U.S. submarines with nuclear capabilities in the Atlantic Ocean. By destroying this base, it'll be harder for U.S. command to contact these submarines. The casualties caused by the nuclear explosion at the VLF transmitter Cutler would be minimal due to its remote location.
However, the ocean life and coastal ecosystems of the area will be completely destroyed. Cutler and the surrounding areas will suffer around 800 casualties from the nuclear blast, as the town itself only has a population of about 500. The counterpart to the VLF transmitter Cutler is the Jim Creek Naval Radio Station in Washington State. It's this facility that sends transmissions to the submarines in the Pacific Fleet. Obviously, this is another base the Kremlin would want to take out, so the US couldn't send orders to its submarines off the east coast of Russia. However, like Cutler, the Jim Creek Naval Radio Station is in a remote area, so casualties due to the blast will be relatively low. An estimated 400 people would die in the immediate explosion, and another 10,000 or so would be injured. The forests of the region would be set ablaze and, depending on the weather, could burn for weeks. People who survived the blast would flee to the coast and seek shelter on islands just off the west coast of the state. However, the US has another way to send messages to its Pacific Fleet. Hawaii sits about 2,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers from the mainland of the US. On the island of Oahu is the Lualualei VLF transmitter, which also has the ability to send orders to the Pacific Fleet, so Russia would also likely target this location as well. Hawaii may be one of the most remote island chains in the world, but Russian missiles launched from subs would still be able to reach its shores. Unlike Cutler and Jim Creek, Lualualei is a relatively populated area. Oahu is the most populous island in the Hawaiian island chain, with close to 1 million people on it at any given time. A chunk of these individuals are tourists, but Oahu has a decent-sized population on its own. That means if the Lualualei VLF transmitter was hit with a nuclear bomb, it would decimate the population on the western part of the island. Anyone else on Oahu would likely get a huge dose of radiation, as there would be nowhere to hide, and the ocean breeze would sweep radioactive particles and debris across the island. The immediate death toll would be around 18,500, with 76,000 more people injured. However, the fact that Oahu is also home to Pearl Harbor and a number of naval installations would mean this island would likely be hit with several nukes. All of the locations we've discussed thus far have been key military targets. The cumulative casualties as a result of nukes just hitting the locals would be in the hundreds of thousands. But if Russia were to launch a nuclear strike, they wouldn't just target military installations, they'd hit major cities as well. There would be too much at stake for them to leave major urban centers with large populations unharmed. For each American that wasn't killed in the initial nuclear strike, there would be another possible soldier that Russia would have to deal with down the road. This means there are definitely some key cities that would be targeted in the initial Russian nuclear strike. The scary part about these targets is that the casualty numbers would be much higher than anything we've seen thus far in the history of humanity. New York City is the financial capital of the United States and perhaps the world. However, this will not stop Russia from targeting the island of Manhattan. A nuke detonating over New York would be disastrous. If Russia was trying to cripple the US, it would probably fire a nuke at the financial district in Lower Manhattan. To be fair, it doesn't really matter where a nuke hits in New York City, as the island of Manhattan is only around 13.4 miles long, yet with a population of 1.63 million. Very few people would be able to escape the blast of an 800-kiloton nuke. When the warhead detonated, it would immediately kill around 1.5 million people. Another 3 million would be seriously injured from radiation burns or collapsed buildings. There are close to 8.5 million people in all 5 boroughs of New York City, and between the shockwave, the blinding flash of light, and the flying debris, everyone in the city would be affected. The medical infrastructure wouldn't be able to handle all the casualties, since a lot of major hospitals would have either been destroyed in the blast or severely damaged. Fires would rage through the city, while bridges, tunnels, and evacuation routes would become gridlocked or impassable. Another aspect of all nuclear explosions is that an electromagnetic pulse is released that would fry communication and electronic systems. High-tech medical equipment, computers, and cell phones would no longer work, and the city's power grid would go down. It would be like New York City was sent back to the 1700s, but this would not be the only city decimated by nuclear blasts if Russia decided to launch a nuclear attack. On the West Coast, Los Angeles would also be a target. LA isn't as densely populated as New York City, but with a population of just under 4 million, the City of Angels would see a lot of death and destruction. When a nuke went off, it would annihilate pretty much all of downtown LA. It would kill over 500,000 people and injure 1.5 million more. According to the city, there are 5,484,606 automobiles, 123,669 motorcycles, and 1,068,213 commercial vehicles in LA. Those that were not incinerated by the fireball would be crashed by blinded drivers or hurtle across the landscape by the resulting air blast. The city already has water shortages, and the nuclear explosion would only make things worse. Miles of pipes would be rendered useless. What little water storage there was would be destroyed. People would flee the city but would find an inhospitable landscape all around them that was parched of liquid. The coastal winds would blow the radioactive smoke and soot inland, covering everything with irradiated fallout. In the middle of the country, Chicago and its 2.7 million residents would be a target as well. When the nuke detonated over the city, it would kill close to 600,000 people. Although, if downtown Chicago ended up being the epicenter of the blast, half the explosion and shockwave would extend into Lake Michigan, which could save the lives of many to the west of the city. However, even with part of the devastation being over water, over 1 million people would be injured in the blast. Between New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, the 3 most populated cities in the country would be obliterated. Washington, D.C. would definitely be hit, and many military installations would become nothing but craters with mushroom clouds rising up above them. Russia would need to go all in if it had any hope of destroying the U.S. in a nuclear war. In fact, Russia has enough nuclear warheads to hit major cities, urban areas, and every military base in the U.S. many times over. A map of targets in the U.S. would look something like this. So it's clear that no matter where you are in the U.S., chances are there would be a Russian nuke coming your way if Putin launched his entire arsenal. But it gets worse. Even if you were far away from all major cities or military targets, the radiation would still likely reach you from the fallout. As debris, smoke, and dust are kicked up into the atmosphere by a nuclear explosion, irradiated particles are carried long distances by the wind and then fall to the ground, contaminating water, food, and the air. So really, the danger zones extend much further than just the major cities and military bases if Russia decides to launch nukes at the US. As you can see, people who live pretty much anywhere in the eastern United States will receive an unhealthy dose of radiation, which is really bad news, since around 80% of Americans live east of the Mississippi. The reason for that has a lot to do with climate and weather patterns, but that's a discussion for another video. What is important to know is that around 265.6 million people will either be killed, injured, or exposed to radioactive fallout in the US if Russia attacks with nukes. But what about the rest of the world? We focused a lot on the US because Russia could not hope to win a nuclear war without targeting the US and the thousands of nukes in its arsenal. Regardless of what the initial targets of a Russian nuclear attack were, mutually assured destruction is inevitable at this point. So Putin might decide not just to target the US, but major military bases across Europe as well. One main target would be the Allied Air Command in Ramstein, Germany. The purpose of this military installation is to lead NATO air and missile defense activities, including 24/7 air policing and monitoring of alliance airspace. Therefore, if Russia was planning on launching nukes, this would be one of the targets outside of the US on the list. One main aspect of Allied Air Command's job is to monitor the skies for incoming missiles. This means that they'd be one of the first to know that Russia launched nukes, but it's unlikely there'd be enough time to evacuate people before the warheads started falling. When the nuke detonates over the Allied Air Command base, it would kill around 30,000 people in the blast. But firing nukes at Europe is a dangerous proposition because there's a chance at least some of the fallout would be carried into Russia. But if Putin launches his entire nuclear arsenal, the fallout would be the least of anyone's worries. Like with the US, it's probable that Russia would launch nukes at some of the most populated cities in Europe as well. One target would undoubtedly be London, as the United Kingdom has over 200 nukes of its own. This means that the 8.8 million people living in the English capital would be at great risk. A nuclear warhead that detonated over London would vaporize the entirety of the Parliament, Buckingham Palace, and many other government buildings which are concentrated in the center of the city. In the initial blast, 1 million people would die. In the following moments, another 2.3 million casualties would be caused by the shockwave. The only structures that would survive the nuke would be on the outskirts of the city. Like with New York City and other major urban areas we discussed so far, London would be set on fire and any hospitals would be completely overwhelmed. That is, if anyone could reach them and there were still staff alive to tend to the injured. Military and emergency personnel who were not caught in the multiple attacks across the UK would be deployed to urban areas where survivors would need the most help. Unfortunately for England and the surrounding regions, most of the islands would be subjected to nuclear fallout, although the coastal winds coming off the Atlantic could carry a lot of the radioactive particles that have been kicked up into the sky and out to the North Sea. No matter which part of the world or which way you look at it, Russian nukes being fired at any target is terrifying, but let's examine a couple of extreme circumstances. As you've seen, there would be more casualties in some places than others. But where would the most casualties occur from in a single nuclear strike? For this terrifying scenario, we'll have to go to one of the most densely populated cities in the world,
The Philippines is an ally and defense partner of the US. In fact, it's one of the most important alliances the US has in Asia. Therefore, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Russia would fire nukes at the Philippine capital of Manila. Manila is one of the most densely populated cities on the planet. In 2020, it had 111,532 people per square mile, or 43,062 people per square kilometer. However, this is just within the city. It's the metro area where things start to get really packed. The city of Manila has a population of around 1.8 million people. However, the Manila metro area has a population of close to 13.5 million people. The Manila metro area is about 239 square miles or 620 square kilometers. What this means is that the population density of Metro Manila is 56,485 people per square mile or 21,774 people per square kilometer. Remember that the fireball of an 800-kiloton nuke is about 1 square mile. When you consider just how densely packed the city and surrounding area are, things start to get out of hand very quickly. If a Russian nuke detonated over Manila, it would instantly kill about 2.1 million people. The casualties beyond that would be close to 5 million. The more dense a city is, the more death and destruction a nuke would cause. But there's another factor at play. Not all of Russia's nukes are 800 kilotons. Russia actually detonated the Tsar Bomba, the largest nuke in the history of the world, on October 30th, 1961. This nuclear bomb had a yield of 50 megatons, which makes it over 5 times more powerful than the traditional nuclear warheads we've been discussing in our examples so far. Supposedly, the USSR only built one operational Tsar Bomba and 2 prototypes, but this cannot be confirmed, as the Kremlin may have constructed more than are being stored somewhere in Russia. It's worth noting that Russia has several nuclear devices with yields between 1 and 50 megatons that it could fire at its enemies. But what if it were to drop a bomb similar in scale to the Tsar Bomba? What would that look like and what would happen? For this scenario, let's go back to New York City. Russia has modified a Tupolev Tu-160 supersonic heavy strategic bomber to drop a nuclear bomb the size of Tsar Bomba. The bomb falls toward the middle of Manhattan and detonates. Most of the island of Manhattan is vaporized by the fireball created by the massive explosion. The fireball extends 2.87 miles, or 4.62 kilometers from the epicenter. The waters of the Hudson and East Rivers are immediately evaporated. The island of Manhattan and the surrounding area are nothing more than a smoldering crater, turning the metropolis into hell on Earth. Heavy blast damage caused by the air burst from the detonation knocks over and damages buildings as far as 5.5 miles or 8.9 kilometers away. The concrete jungle of New York City that once had high-rises extending over 1,000 feet into the air is now leveled like a windswept desert. The mushroom cloud from the explosion reaches 40 miles or 64 kilometers high. It can be seen from hundreds of miles away. Houses and older buildings as far as 12.8 miles or 20.7 kilometers from the detonation are knocked down, and thermal radiation with the intensity to cause third-degree burns is felt as far away as 37 miles or 60 kilometers. Moments after the 50-megaton nuke goes off, the death toll reaches 7.6 million people. In the coming days, more will succumb to radiation and trauma to their bodies. Somewhere around 12 million people will suffer some type of injury from the nuclear blast. The ground around the initial blast site will remain irradiated for up to 5 years. A 50-megaton nuke that is detonated over a city would cause more death and destruction in a few seconds than conventional weapons could cause in hours. Nuclear war is a terrifying thought that hopefully the world will never need to contend with. If Russia did attack any of the targets mentioned in the video with nukes, you can be sure that the US and its allies would retaliate. All the catastrophic mayhem we discussed would also be happening to Russian cities as well. In an all-out nuclear exchange between Russia and NATO, it's estimated that when the nukes stopped falling, the death toll would reach close to 100 million. However, this is just a small fraction of how many people would die as a result of the nuclear winter caused by this series of events. A column of Ukrainian armored vehicles accompanied by tanks approaches their ready positions, prepared for a fresh assault into the Russian defenses outside Kherson. The Ukrainian counteroffensive has been wildly successful, beyond even the scope of the most optimistic military planners. Russia can't hold the line against Ukrainian grit and firepower, and its troops are on steady retreat across the entire Eastern Front. On Friday, September 30th, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin had annexed 4 regions of Ukraine, declaring them Russian territory. This now allows him to use all available means at his disposal to neutralize the Ukrainian counterattack. Now, with his back against the wall, Vladimir Putin becomes the second person in history to order the use of nuclear weapons in war. A brilliant fireball lights up the night sky, incinerating the column of Ukrainian vehicles. Even inside their armored shells, the Ukrainian soldiers are killed instantly. Those who were far enough away to survive the heat and blast are killed by the radiation bombarding their bodies. Several hundred Ukrainian soldiers and a few dozen vehicles are destroyed. The attack has been largely insignificant in terms of military value. Ukrainian forces have mastered the tactic of dispersing and reuniting again for sudden offensives, but it sends a clear message to Ukraine and the rest of the world. Thousands of miles above the planet, a United States satellite, part of the American Space Surveillance Network, detects the distinct double flash of a nuclear explosion. The alarm is instantly relayed via communication satellites using the secure Link 16 encrypted radio frequency system. Within 30 seconds of detection, the alarm has already reached a U.S. Space Force monitoring station in North America and similar offices around the NATO alliance. Minutes later, the alert reaches the desk of U.S. President Joe Biden. Picking up a secure phone, he dials a direct connection to General Mark A. Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the most powerful military officer on the planet. President Biden speaks only 3 words into the receiver: execute Plan 36. The coded order is relayed via U.S. communication satellite to Stuttgart, Germany, and the office of the commander of U.S. European Command, General Christopher G. Cavalli. Within minutes, the authenticated order is transmitted to U.S. forces in RAF Bentwaters and RAF Lakenheath inside England. A separate communique is dispatched to the USS supercarrier George H.W. Bush, currently stationed in the Mediterranean. The Bush is loitering in waters off the southern coast of Turkey, and the ship immediately turns into the wind as its flight deck erupts in a flurry of activity. Ever since Putin's threats of using nuclear weapons, the American military has been prepared to respond. Beneath the deck of the Bush, F-18 Super Hornets are having AIM-160 MALDs attached to wing hardpoints. Each Hornet can carry 2 of the large weapons, a capability kept secret from the world until now. 2 squadrons of the high-performance aircraft are quickly made ready and begin the journey to the flight deck above where they stand ready. In England, crews rush to man a fleet of 8 B-52 Stratofortress bombers. The big planes are the backbone of the U.S. bomber fleet and can bring a frighteningly large amount of firepower to bear thousands of miles away. Joining them are 4 B-2 bombers also kept on alert status, their crews ready to go at a moment's notice with bellies full of weapons. Within 15 minutes, the first planes are taking to the sky and turning southeast toward mainland Europe. 2 hours later, the bomber fleet links up with 2 squadrons of U.S. Air Force F-22 Raptors, taking off from bases in Germany. The Raptors are flying in stealth configuration, which means their wing pylons are clean of weapons. The internal weapons bay, however, is loaded with 6 AIM-120 air-to-air missiles and 2 AIM-9 short-range missiles in the side bays. The formation continues toward the Black Sea, the F-22s leading the way. An hour later, the F-22s link up with a loitering U.S. Air Force tanker aircraft in order to top off their fuel stores. The B-52s loiter as the F-22s refuel. With enough capacity to fly strike missions in Europe from their home bases in America, the B-52s have no need to refuel. As the F-22s refuel, NATO AWACS aircraft flying along the Ukrainian and Turkish coasts sweep the skies with their powerful radar, looking for any potential hostile targets that could pose a problem for the mission. The aircraft's powerful radar only has a range just above 250 miles, so they can only see across approximately half of the Black Sea. Soon they'll move for a closer look, but in order to maintain the element of surprise, the AWACS stick to their normal flight pattern instituted at start of the Ukraine war. The F-22's refueling, however, is the signal for the USS Bush to begin launching her Super Hornets. One by one, the high-performance strike fighters take to the sky, their compatriots wheeling in the skies above the carrier strike group and waiting until both squadrons have taken to the air. Then the planes split into 2 groups, taking similar but distinct routes north and into Turkish airspace. One route will take the group west of Ankara, while another will take the other group over Sivas. An hour later, both squadrons pivot northeast, heading straight for the Black Sea. The B-52s, B-2s, and F-22s have now reached the Black Sea. The United States operation to punish Russia for its use of nuclear weapons is a go. The B-2s take the lead now. The entire formation has turned south and then east again, which will allow it to skirt Crimea by 70 or so miles, well out of the effective range of Russian air defenses in the region. The target is Novorossiysk and the Russian naval base located there. After the sinking of the Moskva, the Russian Black Sea Fleet has moved its largest surface combat vessels here in order to keep them out of range of Western anti-ship weapons provided to Ukraine. The AWACS aircraft have shadowed the formation, sweeping the skies with their powerful long-range radar. The job is to look for enemy fighters, thus allowing the accompanying F-22s to operate without their own search radars on, ensuring their stealth. However, the powerful radar is being picked up by Russian sensors in Crimea. The Russians now know that an attack is coming. NATO hasn't deviated in any significant way from its pre-announced patrol routes for months, and the only reason an AWACS aircraft could be approaching Russian shores is if it's backing up a major air attack. It's not long before the AWACS planes pick up the signature of multiple Russian fighters taking to the skies. The data is relayed via data link to the Raptors, who stand ready
ready to greet the Russian challengers. It's now time for the Super Hornets to do their part. Skirting along the very edge of Russian long-range radar, the Hornets fire off their MALDs one by one. In minutes, 40 of the big missiles are screaming straight at mainland Russia. But the weapons aren't bombs. The miniature air-launched decoy is an advanced drone that can perfectly replicate the radar return of nearly any aircraft in NATO's arsenal. Currently, the decoys are spoofing Russian radar returns to convince them a flight of B-52 bombers is incoming from the direction of Turkey, escorted by F-18s. This is a credible threat. The US maintains multiple air bases in one of NATO's most geographically strategic allies. Payloads away, the Hornets turn around and head for the bush. Russian long-range air defense radar in Crimea has spotted the real B-52s, but the appearance of a flight of B-52s escorted by F-18s incoming from Turkey is a more pressing threat. Russian ground crews have been scrambling to put 3 squadrons of interceptors into the air. Now a squadron consisting of a combination of MiG-29s and MiG-31s are wheeling south from air bases in Crimea and the Russian mainland. The jets are in full afterburner mode, which consumes fuel at a frightening rate but pushes them to supersonic speeds. They must get to within 70 nautical miles of the incoming B-52s so they can intercept them with their long-range air-to-air missiles. The R-77-1s, NATO codename Adder, are inferior in range to their American AIM-120 counterparts, with only a range of 68 miles. This is roughly the range of the expected Harpoons carried by the American B-52s, who have a range of around 75 nautical miles. Russia always doubted the US would respond with its own nukes, and this only left one possible target for American vengeance, the Russian Black Sea Fleet. An alert reaches the Russian vessels in waters just off of Novorossiysk. The fleet currently consists of the guided missile frigates Ladny, Admiral Essen, and Admiral Makarov, which has taken the role of fleet flagship after the loss of the Moskva. Landing ships Nikolai Filchenkov, Orsk, Azov, Novocherkassk, Cesar Kunikov, and Yamal are all at dock. The smaller guided missile corvettes Vyshny Volaichok, Samum, Ingushetia, and Graveron take up stations around the frigates. This is the bulk of the Russian Black Sea Fleet currently in operation, with a few vessels on duty in the Mediterranean. US Navy submarines and F-15 Strike Eagles from Europe are already en route to destroy them. The entire fleet turns with their noses parallel to the incoming threat. This will allow each ship's CIWS systems maximum opportunity to engage any missiles that penetrate long-range air defenses. S-300 and S-400 batteries along Russia's eastern Black Sea coast open fire on the incoming decoys. The decoys are easily within the 242-mile range of both systems for targets with a radar return as large as a B-52. The number of incomings is overwhelming. This is a major American air assault, and the air defense batteries expend most of their missiles. The vessels of the Black Sea Fleet opt to let the shore units do their work and focus on defending against any aircraft or missiles which slip past. American B-2 stealth bombers open up with AGM-158 CLRASM anti-ship missiles, the planned replacement for the Harpoon. The US military still operates only a small number of the weapons and only recently adapted them for use with the B-2. Each of the 4 B-2s unleash a volley of 16 of these low-observable anti-ship missiles, and Russian radar screens light up as they detect the 64 incoming missiles. The attack is a complete surprise, and the missiles are moving so fast that shore-based air defense batteries have no chance of catching the missiles before they reach their targets. The fleet is on its own to defend against the attack, but the LRASM's low observable features making the missiles difficult to target. To make matters worse, their missiles now dive toward the ocean, flying just above the water as they scream toward their targets. The missiles are within several dozen nautical miles before Russian radars can not just detect them, but target them. The Russian ships immediately fire off decoys. These immediately begin to fire off electronic signals meant to be more powerful than those emitted by real vessels, thus luring in anti-ship missiles to strike them instead. However, the American missiles are built with optical target recognition systems, ensuring that the weapons can tell the difference between decoys and the real thing. At just over 36 miles, the Russian radars finally can target the LRASMs, and the frigates are the first to open up with long-range surface-to-air missiles. It's like trying to hit a speeding bullet with another bullet, and the LRASMs can be difficult to target. Of the 64 incoming missiles, 16 are struck and destroyed. With just miles left to go, the corvettes open up with short-range Komar missiles. These missiles have a much smaller warhead, but several manage to strike true. Another 8 LRASMs are knocked out of action. The American weapons now enter the terminal attack phase and suddenly pitch up, climbing high into the sky. More Russian anti-air missiles fly out to try to swat them out of the air. Another 6 LRASMs turn to fiery wrecks. Each missile identifies its own target, prioritizing the larger frigates. The sky fills with tungsten from the frigate CIWS systems. 10 more LRASMs are destroyed before striking true, but 22 find their targets.
The 1,000-pound warheads slam into the Russian frigates. The Admiral Essen takes 10 of the missiles. She's already destroyed by the time the last 3 slam into her, but the missiles aren't smart enough to identify lethal battle damage. The Ladny only takes 2 and remains afloat with moderate damage. Admiral Makarov takes 6 LRASMs to the deck. The rest of the weapons either strike the smaller corvettes or explode in the water, missing their targets. Only 2 of the Russian frigates remain alive, along with 3 of the corvettes. 2 Russian ships are quickly sinking below the waves. The attacking B-2s turn around and head for home, visible on Russian radar only for a moment as each bomber opened its bay doors. To the south of the fleet, the Russian interceptors are now in range to engage the MALDs and open up with R-77 missiles, ripple firing at the incoming formation. Each missile will find its own target, and with such a dense concentration of forces, should have no problem striking true. The Russian fighters are rapidly turning and burning for home, fully aware that American AIM-160s have a longer range than them. The lead Hornet should have opened fire by now, yet strangely no incoming missile threats are detected on radar. Reporting this to ground control, Russian commanders are beginning to grow suspicious. A second wave of interceptors is redirected west toward the incoming flight of 8 B-52s. This happens to put them directly on course to intercept the B-2s, who are slow and vulnerable. In full afterburner, the Russian fighters will soon be in range of not just detection, but targeting of the stealthy aircraft. Right now, their focus are the big American bombers, who are completely vulnerable and helpless. Radar detects no accompanying fighters, which makes the Russian pilots very nervous. There are only 2 possibilities here. The 8 B-52s are actually decoys, and the main attack is the 40 aircraft formation to the south, or the attack from the south is the decoy, and this is the real thing. If the latter is the case, there can only be one reason why radar isn't detecting any accompanying fighters. The US has put its F-35s or F-22s into the fight. The intercepting fighters get their answers shortly after entering the Black Sea. The F-22s have skirted out into the Black Sea and away from the shore, keeping out of range of shore-based radar, which can detect them within 100 or so miles. The Russian interceptors have even weaker radar and can only begin to pick up traces of the stealth fighters within 50 or so miles, but can only get good targeting locks from a few dozen miles away. The F-22s turn on their own targeting radar long enough to get a solid lock on the incoming Russian MiGs. On their radars, the Russians detect only a brief blip as each F-22 rapidly volley fires their AIM-120Ds. The AIM-120Ds have a classified range easily in excess of 100 nautical miles, and the MiGs don't even get to within range of the B-52s before they're forced to take evasive actions from the incoming missiles. Each missile has flown high into the sky immediately after firing, and now plummets down on the Russian fighters. Each pilot tries to notch the incoming missiles, but most of them strike true. The surviving fighters are forced to turn around at full afterburner, but the Raptors already have loosed another volley of aims at them to encourage them to retreat. The only way to defeat the American stealth fighters is to overwhelm them with numbers and absorb their long-range missile attacks. Once at close range, the Raptors would have been at a disadvantage, but the Hornet-launched decoys fooled the Russians into splitting their forces. With the skies free of enemy fighters, the B-52s are safe to get within 75 nautical miles of the surviving Russian vessels and loose their harpoons. 96 anti-ship missiles are soon screaming toward the Russian ships. The frigates immediately respond with their long-range air defense missiles. The harpoons are far older technology and don't have the same low observability features of the LRASM. Long-range air defense managed to take out 20 of the incoming missiles as the harpoons get within a dozen miles of the ships. Then the corvettes open up with their shorter-range missiles. Each ship is rapidly volley firing their entire missile stock, knowing their lives depend on it. 20 more of the harpoons are knocked out before they get into range of the fleet Sea Whiz. Tungsten once more fills the sky as a wall of lead rises up to greet the incoming missiles. 22 more harpoons are knocked out either by missiles or Sea Whiz. Decoys manage to lure away a dozen or so of the harpoons, but 22 of the surviving missiles strike true. The 500-pound warheads smash into the corvettes and frigates, most of which have already been damaged by the LRASMs. Despite having half the warheads of the previous rocket volley, the blitz of missiles is lethal. As the B-52s head for home, Russia sends up more interceptors to take on the flight of MALDs to the south. The decoys are easily blown out of the sky by air and ground-based defenses, but all that does is expend precious resources Russia can no longer easily replenish. Their job is done. They succeeded in diverting Russian attention south and splitting up its interceptors. The Russian Black Sea fleet has been destroyed. All that remains is 4 submarines which Russia doesn't dare put to sea for fear of being targeted, and a complement of landing and support craft. The surface combat vessels were the important targets, and Russia suffered an irreplaceable loss. In the span of an hour, it went from the dominant military power in the Black Sea to the weakest. Blockades of Ukrainian ports are no longer possible, and Russia has been punished for its use of nuclear weapons with the loss of hundreds of sailors and billions of dollars in hardware. What remains to be seen is if the deterrent has been effective or if President Vladimir Putin will resort to even greater use of nuclear weapons as retaliation. If so, the United States stands ready with its allies to respond with either conventional or nuclear power. In 1991, Ukraine declared itself independent as the Soviet Union collapsed around it. For years after, the new Russian Federation struggled to find its footing, and for a small time there were hopes that the Cold War could be left in the past and Russia would find its way to embracing better relationships with the West. However, those hopes were dashed with the election of President Vladimir Putin, a Cold War-era Soviet spy who was still stuck with a Cold War mentality. For Putin, the Soviet Union might have collapsed, but the dream of Soviet greatness wasn't dead, and the one thing standing between his dream and the new Russian Federation was the West. In Putin's eyes, Russia was forever locked in a zero-sum game with the West, and there could only be one victor. As the Soviet Union disintegrated, newly freed Soviet republics and former client states immediately sought out membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. For those former republics and client states, it was the only way to guarantee their newfound independence after decades of brutal rule and oppression by the Kremlin. The Soviet Union might be gone, but nobody had any illusions about the Russian Federation suddenly wanting to be BFFs with the world. And the election of Vladimir Putin only reinforced a growing need for NATO membership. In 1990, NATO had promised that the alliance would not expand an inch to the east, yet this was before the collapse of the Soviet Union, and clearly meant that the alliance wouldn't seek to expand into East Germany while the nation was divided. There had never been any discussions about NATO not expanding eastward toward Russia's borders after the collapse, as confirmed by Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. That doesn't mean that Russia didn't warn NATO about expanding, it's just that there was no formal agreement against expansion. For Russia, NATO expanding eastward triggered fears of past historical invasions of Russia by foreign powers. The nation has suffered greatly from foreign invaders, and thus after World War II, Stalin worked hard to ensure that Eastern Europe remained under his influence. Europe was thus divided along Germany, with the Soviet Union controlling everything in Europe east of Germany and using it as a security buffer between itself and the West. The buffer served two purposes. First, it was a physical barrier to invasion. After both German invasions and the invasion of the French during the Napoleonic War, Russia suffered great loss of life and damage to its economy. Eastern Europe was now a shield that protected the motherland, with any would-be invader having to pass through the entire Soviet bloc to reach Russian lands. Even better, millions of Eastern Europeans would themselves be thrown into war to protect the Soviet Union, placing the nation in the strongest position it's enjoyed since the heights of the Russian Empire. But this barrier was also an ideological one, meant to keep Western capitalist influence away from the Soviet homeland. The power of the Communist Party depended on keeping Stalinist ideology alive inside the Soviet Union. Liberal Western values and democracies threatened this. This has never been more true than it was post-2000s, after Vladimir Putin's rise to power. Liberal Western values are now seen as an infection in Russia because they threaten President Putin's absolute power on the Russian government. For Putin, Russia today is under assault by Western culture, and he's spent great efforts in waging a propaganda war both within and outside its borders. The last thing Putin or his elites want is a free, democratic Russia, and the only way they can prevent the ever-brewing political unrest amongst the population is by creating boogeymen out of the West to unite the Russians against. Starting in the early 2010s, Ukraine now wished to draw itself closer economically and politically with the West, much to Putin's dissatisfaction. At first, there was a wish to be more economically tied to the West to ensure Ukraine's prosperity, but as Russia exerted more pressure on Ukraine, a growing movement to formally join NATO grew inside Ukraine. Putin attempted to suppress this desire through intimidation and by using propaganda inside of Ukraine, even by infiltrating its government. In 2014, the situation came to a crisis point when President Viktor Yanukovych, a Putin stooge, refused to sign a free trade agreement with the European Union, which would have drawn Ukraine deeper into the West's fold both economically and politically. Instead, President Yanukovych ignored the Ukrainian parliament's overwhelming desire to sign this agreement and chose to draw closer to Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union, headed by the Russian Federation and made up of former Soviet states. The result was immediate, as protesters took to the streets and a full-blown civil insurrection threw Kyiv into chaos. The Ukrainian people had freed themselves from Russian rule and had no wish to go back to being a mere client state, and brutal clashes took place between protesters and police. The Revolution of Dignity, as it came to be known, resulted in the occupation of the government buildings across Ukraine and the expulsion of President Viktor Yanukovych from power.
Soon after, Yanukovych went into exile in Russia, and Russia responded to the coup by taking Crimea and supporting the breakaway provinces of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia orchestrated pro-Russian demonstrations in Sevastopol, and 4 days later, Russian troops without insignia stormed into the parliament of Crimea and seized it, while other Russian troops took key strategic sites along the peninsula. With the peninsula secure, the Russian Federation installed the pro-Russian Sergei Aksyonov into power. Shortly after, there was a referendum that resulted in 97% of voters choosing for Crimea to be absorbed by the Russian Federation. Perhaps unsurprisingly, those votes were never verified by any independent agency, and the United Nations voted overwhelmingly to consider the referendum illegal. Thus, to this day, internationally, Crimea is still considered as belonging to Ukraine. But with Vladimir Putin threatening to use nuclear weapons, nobody sought to use military force to liberate the occupied peninsula. At the same time that Russian forces were seizing Crimea, Russia's infamous Little Green Men, so-called for their green insignia-less uniforms, moved into the separatist regions of Luhansk and Donetsk, working alongside separatists and even engaging in fighting themselves. Russia denied allegations that its military was in the separatist regions, but the ruse was all but given up over time, as even Russian armor joined the fighting against Ukrainian forces. The Donbass War, as it came to be known, would rage until 2022, culminating in Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The real question is, though, what does President Vladimir Putin really want to do with Ukraine when the war is all over? The answer depends on how the war ends. The least likely way that this war ends is with a full occupation of Ukraine by Russian forces. Initially, Putin claimed that he had no intention of occupying any part of Ukrainian territory, and that his advance on Kyiv was merely meant to remove what he called pro-Western Nazi government from power. In the early stages of war, this might have been true. Putin may truly have not wished to physically occupy Ukraine, and instead settled for installing a puppet government. This would turn Ukraine into a client state, much like Belarus, without the hassle of having to pacify an inevitable insurrection by physically occupying it. It would also achieve his grand aim of weakening NATO by denying it yet another member, especially one situated right on Russia's soft southern belly. However, as the Russian advance into Kyiv faltered and then failed entirely, Putin's strategy seemed to radically change as well. Accepting that he would be unable to take Kyiv and topple the government, Russian forces instead focused on breaking out of the separatist regions and seizing the all-important Ukrainian southern coast along the Sea of Azov. With this coastline firmly under Russia's control, Vladimir Putin now has a land corridor from Russia straight to Crimea, and Crimea's water supply can no longer be threatened by Ukrainian dams, as had happened after the annexation, when Ukraine blocked Crimea's drinking water in retaliation to the invasion. This land corridor, however, also gives Russia complete control over the Sea of Azov, essentially turning it into a Russian lake. Putin's forces now try to push north and west out of the land corridor and seem to want to take as large a chunk of Ukraine as possible. What's more important, however, is extending a corridor to the west, all the way to Odessa and the Moldovan border. This would give Russia complete control over Ukraine's shipping ports and thus allow it to choke off Ukraine economically, but also allow it to link up with its forces inside the Moldovan breakaway region of Transnistria. Russia currently has 1,500 personnel there, and it's greatly feared that linking a land corridor across southern Ukraine will allow it to move more forces into the region and eventually take all of Moldova. This will give Russia control over half of the Black Sea and extend a security buffer out from Russia's vulnerable southern regions in case of a war with NATO. It's now certain that Putin wishes to completely annex occupied territories inside of Ukraine, as starting first, the ruble was introduced as the official currency in the occupied areas that remained relatively stable and in Russian hands. Street and building signs were also all taken down and replaced with their Russian equivalent, and Russia guaranteed the pension payments of Ukrainian pensioners living in the territories. Even more importantly, Russian state TV was brought to the occupied territories, allowing Russia to feed those living under occupation a steady stream of Russian propaganda. Putin's goal is now territorial expansion, and it seems as if his plans for Ukraine hinge on what happens next in the war. Russian forces seem incapable of truly taking the whole of Ukraine, and the commitment by the West, especially the United States, to arm the Ukrainians makes it a complete impossibility that Russia will be able to take over the entire country. However, Russian forces may be able to seize that all-important land corridor to Moldova and take Odessa, even though this is in question, seeing as 3 months into the war, Russia is yet to bring Mariupol under its full control. Further west, Kherson is a critically important city to capture, and as of the writing of this video, Ukrainian forces are launching successful counterstrikes against Russian forces around the city. This makes a breakout to Odessa extremely unlikely, but this isn't Russia's only problem. Corruption and incompetence across all levels of the Russian military have resulted in massive casualties and great loss of equipment in the invasion.
The effects of these losses on Russia's ability to continue fighting are only compounded by the astounding amount of sanctions levied against Russia by the international community. Of greatest importance, though, are those targeting Russia's foreign reserves, which fund the war, and of which half have been frozen by Western governments. Of second most importance is the complete ban on selling electronic components to Russia, which are desperately needed by its military to rearm itself with 21st century weapons. Already, Russian drones and other advanced weapons are being discovered with computer chips ripped out of coffee makers and dishwashers, and Russian jet fighters have been discovered with commercial GPS devices taped to the dash. With the West feeding Ukraine a steady diet of high-tech Western weapons, and with Russia's own stockpile of advanced equipment drying up, it's becoming increasingly impossible for Russia to truly win inside Ukraine. As Europe is committed to an incremental ban on Russian energy imports over the next year or so, Russia's economic situation will only grow more desperate, and its ability to continue this conflict will be in serious jeopardy. Russia is thus likely to attempt to settle the war by holding on to territories it's managed to secure, adding them to the Russian Federation, and weakening Ukraine. Ukraine itself has been willing to compromise by becoming a neutral nation, with neutrality enshrined in its constitution and thus seeking no closer ties to the West. However, Ukraine wishes to have guarantor states sign this neutrality agreement, with nations legally bound to come to Ukraine's defense in case of another Russian invasion. Yet, as reports of Russian brutality against civilians continue to surface from occupied areas, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has stated that he is less and less interested in such a deal. Ultimately, unless Russia achieves some miraculous battlefield reversals, Putin's future plans for Ukraine may not matter at all. After nearly 2 months of a stunningly successful counteroffensive, it's almost unthinkable that Ukraine could lose the war. Not only are Ukrainian troops increasingly better equipped than their Russian counterparts, but Russia has been forced to send poorly or even untrained conscripts straight to the front lines. And we already have confirmation of fresh conscripts from Putin's mobilization being killed in Ukraine. But the war in Ukraine is proving to be a long one, with many experts warning that even with increasing Western support, Ukraine could be in this for the long haul, a multi-year affair that will expend titanic amounts of blood and equipment on both sides. Victory is far from certain. So what would happen if Ukraine loses the war? To answer this, we need to look at how Russia could actually win at this point. Things are looking grim for Russia. Putin's refusal to treat his special military operation like the war it really was led him to putting off mobilization until his forces were facing dire manpower issues. Now he's rushing to put out 300,000 conscripts to the front line. Though some reports state that the real figure is 1 million. 1 million is definitely a more realistic figure if Putin still wants to conquer all of Ukraine, but 300,000 is a solid start to replenishing the staggering casualties Russian forces have suffered. The problem is that mobilization is coming a day late and $1 short. Immediately after the invasion by Russia, Ukraine kicked off its national mobilization effort, leading to tens of thousands of recruits and volunteers being recruited into the armed forces in the first week alone. The surge of manpower was so huge that the military was forced to turn people away, encouraging them to instead form territorial defense units until it could handle the influx of volunteers and conscripts. NATO soon stepped up to the plate and started shipping Ukrainian troops to its European bases for training by its own military professionals. This relieved the incredible burden on Ukraine and allowed it to expand its mobilization effort. Now Ukrainian conscripts are finally hitting the front lines after 6 months of NATO standard training. By comparison, Russian troops aren't just less well trained, but its own conscripts are facing rapidly accelerated training or none at all. Some units report as little as 2 weeks of training, with the government promising a few weeks of refresher training for conscripts who were all supposed to be military veterans already. Other units, however, have been sent to the front with only a day or two at the most of training, as Russia struggles to play catch-up with the surge in Ukrainian manpower that threatens to leave Russia outgunned and outmanned in hostile territory. To no one's surprise, many of these conscripts have zero previous military experience, only adding to their ineffectiveness as a fighting asset. Equipment is another serious problem for Russia, as its stockpiles of modern equipment are rapidly either being destroyed, used up, or graciously donated to the Ukrainians by retreating Russians. It's estimated that Russia might have lost as many as 50% of its active tank forces. And there's serious weight to that suspicion, as increasingly older and older tanks are being brought out of deep storage for frontline duty. The arrival of T-62s in Ukraine was followed by the promise from Russia that they'd be used as stationary fortifications. Like most things from the Russian government, this proved to be a lie, and soon confirmed T-62 kills were being reported from the front. Its modern tanks haven't been faring much better though, and in one of the most stunning developments in the entire war, it was discovered that Russia's vaunted 1st Guards tank army suffered an overwhelming defeat in Lyman during the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Dozens of tanks were destroyed or simply abandoned by Russian troops in retreating panic. This is significant because the 1st Guards was Russia's premier fighting force, specifically equipped and designed to go up against the very best that NATO has. Outmaneuvered by Ukrainian forces suffering from low morale and under threat of being encircled, Russia's elite tank force was forced to abandon its vehicles and run for its life. Now, Russia's 2nd best tank forces are having to take on Russia's best tanks, being driven by Ukrainians. If Russia were to pull out of the war today, it would take at least a decade for it to rebuild its armed forces, and that was before calculating the cost of sanctions against the nation that it bears today and is likely to for a very long time to come. Russia is experiencing a microchip and semiconductor crisis, forced to recycle those components from consumer goods to alleviate the shortage. Banned from buying these and other critical components of modern military tech, Russia will at best produce a handful of tanks each year, or be forced to field a mid-20th century fighting force. Either way, this spells disaster for the nation and strongly hints at defeat in Ukraine. So, how could Russia miraculously turn things around in Ukraine, and what happens if Ukraine loses? For weeks now, Russia has been saber-rattling by threatening the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Many rightfully feared that the annexation of 4 eastern Ukrainian provinces would lead to the use of tactical nuclear weapons, as Russian doctrine states that nuclear weapons will be used to defend Russian territory. To be more specific, though, Russian nuclear doctrine states that nuclear weapons are to be used when a conflict threatens the integrity of the Russian nation, something that Ukraine's refusal to cede these annexed territories does not accomplish. Putin, however, cares little for Russian law and doctrine, and the threat of nuclear weapons remains. These could be used to secure victory, but only if Russia is willing to use a lot of them and only if the rest of the world does nothing. Tactical nuclear weapons are typically under 100 kiloton range, although there is no set limit on their yield. These weapons are meant to defeat formations of enemy troops, not level cities and military bases. This makes them inherently limited in their use during the present conflict, because Ukraine has learned to widely disperse their forces only to bring them together rapidly for a sudden counterattack or offensive. This means that targets where a tactical nuclear weapon would be effective only exist for short periods of time. The rest of the time, enemy troops are simply too dispersed to be worth using them. So Russia could opt instead to simply use many of them. Even a dozen tactical nuclear weapons wouldn't do much damage to change the course of the war. Russia would need to commit to using several dozen or even as many as 100 just to hit enough targets of high enough military value to impact Ukraine's ability to fight. But doing so comes with the immediate consequence of crossing a red line that NATO has repeatedly warned Russia against. And while NATO has not made it clear what the consequences would be, it's believed that the US and certain NATO allies are ready to retaliate with conventional power against Russian forces in the Black Sea and Ukraine. If, however, NATO does nothing, Russia could potentially use nuclear weapons to bring Ukraine to heel. However, it threatens irradiating much of the territory and even itself due to the fallout carried on easterly winds. Another way Russia could win this war would be through a decapitation strike against Ukraine's government. President Zelensky has cemented his place in Ukrainian and European history for his wartime leadership of the nation. However, eliminating him could cause support for continued resistance to rapidly collapse, not for a lack of fighting spirit amongst Ukrainian troops and the people, but because the Ukrainian government is still full of Russian sympathizers. The nation has struggled for years against corruption fueled by Russian intelligence operatives and money. Famously, the approaches to Kherson had been mined and the bridges prepared for demolition as Russian troops advanced. However, someone ordered the mines cleared and explosive charges removed, clearing the way for Russian troops to take the city. Russia could use its large army of special forces to undertake the assassination of President Zelensky and hope to manipulate the surviving government into putting a pro-Kremlin figure in place. All that figure would have to do is call for a ceasefire, and the momentum of the war would shift away from Ukraine, perhaps permanently. This is exactly what Russia had in mind at the start of the war, and even after its attempt to take Kyiv failed, it made several attempts on President Zelensky's life using intelligence operatives and special forces, all of which were foiled by Ukrainian special forces and his entourage of guards. All it would take, however, is one sniper's bullet to potentially change the course of the war. The only other realistic way Russia could win this war is by exhausting the West's support for Ukraine. Already there's fear of Ukraine fatigue amongst Westerners. After 7 months of military and financial aid, some Westerners might see there's no clear end to the war and pull their support. But Ukraine is winning the war, and cutting off support now would be a disaster not just for Ukraine but for Europe itself, because Putin's ambitions do not end at NATO's easternmost borders. For 2 decades, Russian intelligence had worked to penetrate Western governments and societies. They funneled large sums of money to far-right movements, breeding xenophobic and nationalist political movements even inside of America, all with the goal of splintering the NATO alliance. These operations have been quite successful. Hungary today is more pro-Russia than pro-NATO, despite being a member of the alliance, and UK's Brexit movement was fueled in large part by Russian disinformation and propaganda. Democracies can be mercurial in nature, and while they have many strengths over a dictatorship like Russia, this is also their greatest weakness. With elections rapidly approaching for many Western nations, a swing in government could lead to a catastrophic reduction or even outright stop to support for Ukraine when it needs it most. However, there is one nation where such a shift would spell immediate doom for Ukraine, and that nation is more vulnerable to Russian propaganda than it ever has been. The United States has had a storied 10 years. During the Obama, Trump, and Biden presidencies, the U.S. has gone from a strong NATO ally to uncertain partner in the alliance, leading to serious questions on European security, and now back once more to a strong ally and leader of the alliance. These whiplash-inducing shifts in national policy have severely shaken global confidence in U.S. leadership and reliability, and in 2 years the U.S. will face another presidential election. A massive shift away from its current policy could lead to an end in support for both Ukraine and NATO, and as the U.S. has been responsible for the overwhelming bulk of financial, humanitarian, and military support to Ukraine, this would immediately doom the nation to defeat. But we might not have to wait 2 more years, because U.S. midterm elections are rapidly approaching, and a massive shift in the legislative branch could also lead to an end of support for Ukraine. So what if Russia wins in Ukraine? Why does it matter to the rest of the world, and what would Russia do next? First, a Russian win in Ukraine would cement Putin's increasingly shaky hold on leadership. While he wouldn't be the heroic historical figure he dreams of being, Russia's price in blood and equipment has simply been too great for that to happen anymore. It would at least ensure that he remains in power for the long run. Relations between NATO and Russia would continue to deteriorate even further, with the threat of armed conflict escalating. The most immediate benefit to Russia would be control over the Black Sea, a strategically important body of water that also happens to be full of natural resources to exploit, including gas and oil. From Russian bases in Ukraine, the country could project much of its Cold War power in the region. The annexation of Ukraine, a foregone conclusion at this point should Russia win, would also mean that it has once more re-established the buffer between itself and the bulk of NATO forces, reversing one of the greatest catastrophes for Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But Ukraine is even more valuable for its resources. With Ukraine under its thumb, Russia would once more have control over a significant amount of world food staples such as wheat. As we've already seen in this war, Russia is not afraid of weaponizing food exports in order to drive public opinion against its enemies. In Africa, which is most affected by the blockade of Ukrainian wheat, Russian disinformation has not had to work very hard to turn public opinion against the West and its sanctions of Russia. By blaming the lack of food imports on Western sanctions instead of its own blockades, much of the developing world has called for an end to sanctions on Russia. Ukraine doesn't just export food to the developing world though. Much of the rest of the world is also highly reliant on it, not just for wheat but things like sunflower oil. These commodities would now become weapons in the hands of Russia, who could threaten embargoes on nations not towing the Kremlin line. Ukraine's energy resources are also significant, especially in the East and the Black Sea. It's little surprise that Russia has worked hard to liberate the Ukrainian East, as this is where a high concentration of energy resources exist. Allowing Russia to have control over these resources means further consolidating its position as a global energy superpower, and we've already seen how Russia wields energy as a political tool to attempt to sway the West. The Nord Stream pipeline explosions have crippled energy imports into Europe, and analysis of the destroyed pipes shows clearly that they were destroyed by line charges used in underwater demolition. Even before the pipelines were destroyed though, Russia was already either threatening to or actively cutting off gas exports to Europe. Now nations like Germany, who had a deep dependency on Russia for energy, are facing an extremely cold winter. With Ukraine under its thumb, Russian influence would grow massively as it brings even more energy resources under its control. Moldova, however, has serious problems if Russia wins in Ukraine. Its breakaway region of Transnistria already hosts several hundred Russian troops who are there allegedly as peacekeepers. This area is very pro-Russian and would make for an easy excuse for Russian forces to next invade Moldova in its entirety, restoring it to the old Soviet fold. Unlike Ukraine, Moldova simply doesn't have the military infrastructure or even size for NATO to supply it in case of war, and even with Russia's extraordinarily poorly performing military, the nation would quickly fall. Emboldened by success in Ukraine and Moldova, it's very possible Putin would next turn his attention to the Baltic states, territories that he has long wanted to return back into the Soviet fold. Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia all border Russia and are very difficult for NATO to defend from a Russian invasion. By driving his forces deep into the Baltic in a fait accompli attack, Russia could splinter NATO as he's always dreamed of doing.
The alliance would be forced to decide if it's worth risking a third world war just to defend its most minor members. With confidence in NATO's Article 5 shaken, members geographically closer to Russia might see it's in their best interest to align itself with a resurgent Moscow, rather than threatening angering it further. With no real legitimacy left, the binding power of Article 5 would disintegrate, and with it possibly the alliance. Russia's been fighting for months in a war that they thought would be over in a matter of weeks. This has led to Vladimir Putin making some pretty alarming statements, including mentioning the use of nuclear weapons to improve Russia's position in the conflict. However, Russia has recently been backing down as its forces regroup to begin the next stage of their offensive against the Ukrainian people. Putin thought he could easily take Ukraine by force using conventional means, but he has clearly failed. This is both good and bad news. It's good news because Ukrainian troops are holding their own against Russia. It's bad news because it means Putin is preparing a new war plan, one that could lead to the end of the world as we know it. Putin's new plan to win consists of several different components. Surprisingly, some of them have nothing to do with conventional fighting. The mad dictator of Russia plans to defeat Ukraine using unconventional tactics, and you might be an unwilling part of his plan. One main component of Putin's agenda as of right now is to wait. It might seem that he doesn't want the war to go on any longer, but this is partly an illusion. Putin is banking on Western nations waning in their support for Ukraine. Without European countries and the United States providing Ukraine with weapons and supplies, eventually Russian forces will be victorious. But would the nations that support Ukraine ever let this happen? The answer to this question might make you a bit uncomfortable. Right now, many countries, including the United States and much of Europe, are headed toward a financial crisis. There are several reasons for this, but the war in Ukraine and Russia's decision to cut off oil and gas exports, while also forcing other OPEC countries to reduce the amount of fossil fuels they're exporting, are some of the reasons economies around the world are in decline. These are not the only factors that are leading to inflation and economic slowdowns, but they are playing a major role. Putin sees the EU and the US's struggle to maintain financial stability as a waiting game. He's banking on Russia being able to endure long enough in the fight with Ukraine to see the NATO countries suffer economic collapse. If this happens, aid to Ukraine will likely slow or completely come to a halt. At least this is what Putin is planning on. But it isn't just the leaders and economies of the Western world that Putin believes he can wait out, it's you as well. Putin and other military leaders in Russia have said that the West is weak and will eventually either grow tired of the war or their attention will shift to something else. The scary thing is, he might be right. The way that many people around the world consume news today is by following the trends and what is fed to them via social media and algorithms. If people in other countries stop paying attention and let their support of Ukraine falter, there's a real chance that politicians will no longer feel the pressure to provide aid and support to the nation. Vladimir Putin has made it clear he's willing to wage his war for as long as it takes, and he's betting that support for Ukraine will wane long before his desire to capture the country does. And to be fair, that's probably true. As times become harder on families in the United States and Europe due to increasing energy prices, inflation, and economic slowdown, people will start worrying more about putting food on their table and paying their bills than supporting Ukraine. The ability to wait out the rest of the world until Ukraine is starved of help and support is one key component of Putin's plan to win the war. And if the last several months have been any indication, this might actually come to pass, as many NATO countries already have problems brewing at home. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson stepped down and was replaced by Liz Truss, who has now resigned after 44 days of serving as Prime Minister. In France, President Emmanuel Macron's party lost the majority in Parliament. And in the United States, the midterm elections were predictably turbulent. There's nothing wrong with new officials being elected to government. However, these drastic changes are coming at a time when the world's economic future looks more dubious than ever. Putin is watching the governments of Western countries scramble to maintain the support of their constituents. Only time will tell whether support for Ukraine wavers due to financial and political problems in the US and Europe. However, the longer Putin and Russian forces can hold out, the more likely it becomes that people living outside the conflict zone will shift their focus to other problems or whatever the next big crisis is. Because let's be honest, there always seems to be a new threat looming just around the corner. Another key component in Russia's plan to win the war is misinformation. Putin and his cronies have used misinformation for decades now to control the country, but when it comes to war, they're taking this tactic to new levels. Using the state-run media, Putin is brainwashing the Russian people by claiming the Western world wants to use cancel culture to erase their identity. He's taken things a step further and even claims that the West wants to censor the Russian people themselves, and he is just fighting for their freedom. In reality, Putin has stripped away the very freedom he's promising his people. The spread of such lies has unified certain extremist groups and Russian citizens who may not have initially thought the war was necessary.
However, the manipulation of the truth doesn't stop there. Every day, the people of Russia are told that the special operation is going well, yet it's taking longer than expected. But Putin reassures them that everything is going according to plan and nothing will stop them. To further demonize the enemy, Russian Foreign Affairs Ministry Sergei Lavrov has even used the media to spread misinformation, such as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky being a Nazi. This is an especially surprising tactic as Zelensky is Jewish. The misinformation being spread by Russia to its citizens and onto the internet for conspiracy theorists around the world to see is extremely dangerous. It's also all part of Russia's plan to make sure the public remains on their side in the war against Ukraine. Russia obviously knows they are a major supplier of oil and natural gas to much of Europe, especially Germany. Therefore, cutting off this supply of fossil fuels has already caused many Europeans to suffer at the hands of astronomical utility prices. The reality is that many people in Europe will not be able to pay their bills and could have their electricity or heat shut off in the coming months. As the Northern Hemisphere heads into winter, the reduced amount of fossil fuels coming into the EU from Russia is going to cause huge problems, and Putin has built this into his plan to win the war. Multiple high-level officials in the Kremlin have bragged that EU residents will be feeling the impact of these sanctions more than Russia will. The plan is basically to hold the citizens of the EU hostage by taking away oil and gas, which will cause prices to skyrocket and support for Ukraine to diminish. Russia also hopes that this will result in civil unrest and force European governments to focus more on what's happening at home than aiding Ukraine in their fight against Russia. They're also betting that as people in Europe suffer, the governments will lift certain sanctions on Russia. All of these things would help Russia win the war in the end. It's become abundantly clear that relying heavily on Russia for energy resources was a huge mistake, a mistake Putin is now exploiting. But it's not just in Europe that Russia's hoarding of natural resources is being felt. Even in the United States, gas prices are again on the rise, making many Americans extremely upset. Russia believes that as oil prices increase, NATO countries will be more willing to loosen restrictions to bring oil and gas prices down to keep their citizens happy. Unfortunately, this would allow Russia to do even more damage in Ukraine. Putin is leveraging a Western world's reliance on fossil fuels to force governments to give him what he wants. As a people, citizens in the United States and Europe might accept these rising costs and maintain their support for Ukraine for a time, but when families can't afford to heat their homes or the increased gas prices become too much of an inconvenience, pressure will be put on elected officials to do something by making a deal with Russia. Again, this is another part of Russia's plan to win the war. If Russia can cause enough problems and discomfort for the average person in Europe and the US, the lifelines that are being provided to Ukraine could diminish, and at that point all Putin would have to do is continue sending troops across the border and wait until Ukrainian forces ran out of supplies. Russia's also not too worried about waiting out sanctions and fighting a prolonged war because they believe one particular ally will always have their back, a country that is an economic powerhouse and more than willing to buy their oil and gas. China has the second largest economy in the world, and although they do not support the war, they're more than happy to buy resources and goods from Russia. A main part of Putin's plan going forward is relying on allies to continue buying Russian oil and gas. Russia believes that China will help compensate for any economic losses that are caused by the sanctions placed on them by the United Nations and NATO. This reliance on China is especially important for Russia, as it can secure technology and other goods necessary to keep its war machine going. China is more than willing to purchase Russian oil at a huge discount and help boost its own economy and output. However, China has made it clear that it will take no part in the war, and it will not openly provide Russia with weapons or military vehicles. Russia needs China to keep buying its exports to fund the war, but they're also in desperate need of military equipment as well, something China so far has refused to supply. Russia's artillery, tanks, and weapons are mostly from the Cold War era, and supplies are running low. The sanctions have definitely hurt Russia's production capabilities, but Putin refuses to admit this as it would show weakness. Instead, most Russian media outlets spread lies that China and Russia are happily working together to keep Russia's economy going while they manufacture more weapons and military vehicles to fight the war against Ukraine. This brings us to Russia's more militaristic strategies to win the war going forward. Fighting has slowed recently, but Putin claims it's all part of the plan. He reassures the people of Russia a new strategy is being put in place. It's not clear exactly what the strategy is, likely because the military leaders in Russia don't really have one, but Russia's next phase of the attack will include more soldiers. Russia has now conscripted over 300,000 soldiers to fight in Ukraine. Originally, they thought their initial force would be enough to decimate the enemy, but this clearly wasn't true. At the beginning of the war, Putin decided this mass mobilization of Russia's army wasn't necessary. Many in the Kremlin disagreed with the decision, but Putin didn't listen. In his new plan, Putin is pivoting to what was recommended to him by his advisors months ago and sending more troops to Ukraine. Putin won't admit it, but ever since he's ordered the conscription of more troops, over 200,000 Russians have fled the country. It's clear not everyone believes the nonsense Putin and the Russian leadership are spewing. At this point, even if something happened to Vladimir Putin, such as an assassination or getting eaten by a Russian brown bear, the war would likely continue. This is because the Kremlin has invested so much into the war and believes that they have the right to take Ukraine and incorporate it back into the motherland. Young men and women will continue to be drafted into the Russian army without a choice as part of Russia's plan to defeat Ukraine. However, Russia has also been threatening to use a weapon so terrible it could lead to World War III. And unfortunately for the rest of us, this too is part of their plan to win the war. Russia's made it clear that using nukes is not off the table when it comes to winning the war in Ukraine. For now, Putin has only talked about using tactical nukes, which are around 1 kiloton and have a blast radius of about 50 meters. Anyone within half a mile of the explosion would likely receive a large dose of radiation, resulting in a 50% mortality rate. This is much smaller than strategic nukes, which can be over 1,000 times more powerful. However, the use of tactical nukes would change the course of the war completely and could result in the end of the world. In Russia's plan, it seems most probable that tactical nukes would be used if Russian forces were pushed back by Ukrainian soldiers. In this scenario, a tactical nuke could be launched from an artillery cannon or via short-range missiles from a battleship or submarine. The fallout wouldn't be nearly as large as that of a strategic nuke, but the surrounding area would become irradiated. The bigger problem with this part of Russia's plan is that it would provoke NATO to take immediate action. The United States and Europe cannot and will not allow Putin to use a nuke unpunished. There would need to be some kind of response, and although Putin knows this, he still believes that Western countries don't have the backbone to stand up to Russia. This might be true, as most of the world does not want a nuclear war to break out, but using nuclear weapons would most likely result in some kind of militaristic response by NATO. Although NATO might not actually need to retaliate, because if Russia did use a tactical nuke in Ukraine, almost every country on the planet would turn against them, including China. China has already made it clear that they adhere to a strict no-first-use nuclear doctrine, which means nukes should only be used for defensive purposes. This is not how Russia plans to use them. It's unclear if Russia would be willing to suffer the consequences and become a global pariah just to keep Ukrainian forces from pushing them out of their territory, but Putin may not have a choice. The main and most important part of Putin's plan is to win the war at all costs by using any means necessary. The reason for this is that if Russia does not win, Putin will fall from power and will most likely be executed for his failures. Obviously, this is the last thing he wants, which makes Vladimir Putin the most dangerous man in the world. There are ways that Russia as a country could get out of the war, but Putin would forfeit his life under these circumstances. Therefore, the only part of Putin's plan that cannot be changed is that he must win. As Russia reassesses its approach to the war, Putin will make sure that no matter what actions are taken, it makes him look strong in the eyes of the Russian people. This is why, rather than try to negotiate, Russia is doubling down on fighting by deploying more troops and trying to weaken the countries supplying Ukraine with weapons and resources. Even if the war in Ukraine becomes unwinnable, Russia will likely fight to the last man, because if they don't, everyone in the Kremlin right now would either be exiled or put to death. The scariest part about this scenario is that it's reminiscent of the spot German leadership was in during World War I. Kaiser Wilhelm II and his advisors all realized the war was unwinnable, but they continued to order their troops to fight for years. This was because they all understood that if Germany lost, their administration would be overthrown and a revolution would take hold of the country. As we now know from history, this is exactly what happened. Putin and his allies also know that if Russia fails to secure Ukraine, a similar revolution could happen in their country. It might not lead to Nazism, but there would be a shift in power, and Russia could even become a capitalist democracy, something that would be worse than death for some Russian government officials. Putin and Russia's leadership are incredibly dangerous for this very reason. That's why their plan to win the war isn't so much a plan as do whatever it takes to secure victory, even if it means starting a nuclear war. That being said, a part of Russia's plan to win does involve some sort of diplomacy. If Putin could secure enough military victories and concessions from Ukraine to spin his failures as a victory, he might be willing to end the war using diplomatic means. Right now, this doesn't seem likely to happen. However, part of Putin's plan does rely on him being able to negotiate at some point, especially if Ukraine continues to do as well as they have been in the war. In Russia's timeline, if they do not conquer Ukraine for the next year or two, there's a contingency plan. In order for Russia to come to the table for peace talks, some other parts of Russia's plan need to come to fruition first. The most important one is that Europe needs to descend into economic and political chaos, so they stop lending aid to Ukraine. If this does not happen, Russia will not have a strong bargaining position at the table. For Putin, this would be unacceptable. However, if all goes according to plan, Russia will have advanced further into Ukraine, and only a handful of resistance forces will be left to deal with. At that point, Putin could make an argument that Ukraine was all but his and head to the negotiating table to end the fighting. Even if Russia wasn't guaranteed to win, reduced foreign support might cause Ukraine to give in and concede on some of their demands. This could still result in parts of Ukraine, such as Kyiv, remaining independent as long as most of the country becomes the property of Russia. Obviously, this is not the optimal outcome for Ukraine or NATO. However, if economies are in shambles and countries stop sending military supplies to support Ukraine, this might be the best deal they can secure. It's a scary thought, but Russia could theoretically wait out Ukraine and the rest of the world. If they continue to reduce the oil and gas flows being exported from OPEC countries under their influence, a very real global crisis could develop. These are all things Putin is banking on for his plan to come to fruition. However, the leadership of Russia may want to enter negotiations as soon as possible because the massive mobilization of their forces is incredibly unpopular with its citizens. Most join the military when conscripted because they're afraid of what will happen if they refuse. Others flee the country. Overwhelmingly, the Russian people do not want to be forced to fight the war with Ukraine. Right now, using misinformation tactics, Putin can still justify the war as a means to an end that'll protect Russia's way of life and culture. If Ukraine is allowed to join the EU or become allies with the West, then it's only a matter of time before NATO invades Russia and forces everyone to become a capitalist, or so Putin says. After years of fighting, this argument likely won't hold enough weight, which is why Putin might be willing to come to the table as long as he can save face. If Ukraine is still in a strong position to negotiate, Putin will never sit down and try to come to an agreement. This is because it'll lead to his fall from power and likely cost him his life. Most experts agree that at this point, Putin's just trying to strengthen his bargaining position, and eventually he'll come to the table. However, there's still a very real possibility that if Putin feels he'll lose the war, he could enact the most radical part of his plan to defeat the Ukrainians by launching nuclear weapons. It's terrifying, but if Putin had to choose between losing power and obliterating the world through nuclear war, he might just be crazy enough to choose nuclear holocaust. No matter which way you look at it, Putin's plan is a mess. It hinges on a lot of things going right for Russia and a lot of things going wrong for the rest of the world. It's not to say that his plan won't work. There's a very real possibility that people will grow weary of the war, and support for Ukraine will fade. This would be terrible, but the longer the war lasts, the worse things will get due to economic decline and shortages of oil and gas, and the more likely people are to stop caring about Ukraine. So the question now becomes, can Russia outlast Western countries and eventually wear down NATO and Ukraine? As of right now, around 70% of Germans support their country giving aid to Ukraine, even if it means higher energy prices over the next few months. However, it'll be interesting to see what that number will look like if this winter is particularly cold and people can't afford to heat their homes. Around 72% of Americans support providing further military aid to Ukraine, but again, as gas prices increase, this number could become lower, which is what Russia's plan for winning the war is predicated on. Around 58% of Americans have said they think the United States government should support Ukraine for as long as it takes to defeat Russia. Much of the sentiment likely carries over from the Cold War era. However, almost all Americans agree that what Russia is doing is wrong. The problem is that if the world doesn't continue to pay attention to the crisis happening in Ukraine, Putin could literally get away with murder. At the rate things are going, it seems like the war could last for years, and many don't think Russia can maintain its current military push after years of sanctions and the boycotting of Russian goods. This will quickly start to affect the average Russian citizen, and Putin may need to shift his focus on domestic matters as life gets even harder. Currently, he holds too much influence and power for an uprising to be successful, but as military forces and machinery are depleted from the war with Ukraine, Putin may find that his plan to win falls apart, and people of Russia start to hold him accountable for his actions. If we do not want Russia's plan to win the war to succeed, we cannot forget about what's happening. This is what Putin is banking on, and as long as the world stays unified behind Ukraine, there's a chance that Putin will find himself at the mercy of his own angry citizens. Russia has always had a reputation for illicit international activity, from sleeper cells to mysterious number stations to outright brazen assassination. If you annoy a Russian political leader enough, you have a decent chance of accidentally falling out of a window and onto some live bullets. And you may have heard of Russian agents of death coming in forms as strange and innocuous as a poison-tipped umbrella. But what about a simple, innocent cup of tea? You're about to hear a story about a high-profile assassination, a deadly and mysterious poison, and one of the most bizarre criminal investigations known to history. A man solving his own murder before he even died. How could a story this fantastical have possibly happened? Let's take a look and find out. Imagine yourself on a normal November day in London, England. You have a decent, uneventful morning. A simple breakfast at home, perhaps a walk outside in the crisp fall air. You have a lunch meeting at a sushi restaurant and then later head over to the Millennium Hotel for yet another meeting at the Pine Bar. You decline the bartender's offer to order a drink. After all, you don't drink alcohol, and you sit down with the two men you have arranged to meet. They seem distracted, sullen even, but blame the behavior on a long flight into the country. They have a pot of tea at the table when you arrive and offer some of the remaining tea to you. You drink several sips but are put off by the bitter taste and decline to finish the cup. The men bid you farewell and you all go your separate ways. 17 days later, you're lying in a hospital bed in severe pain. You experienced intense diarrhea and vomiting and even lost the ability to walk without help before you asked your wife to call you an ambulance. The doctors have diagnosed you with thallium poisoning. However, your symptoms do not completely align with a case of thallium poisoning. You have damage to your bone marrow and gut that is consistent with thallium poisoning, but lack the presence of peripheral neuropathy, pain and numbness in the fingers and feet, which is a key indicator of this ailment. The doctors are baffled by your case, and the British police are just as confused by your condition and apparent poisoning. Only you have an idea of what could have happened. You believe that you've been assassinated, and you're correct. Soon, with the help of the authorities, you'll solve your own murder from your hospital bed. This is exactly what happened to Alexander Litvinenko in November of 2006, and it's just the tip of the deadly iceberg. Alexander Litvinenko was a former member of the Russian Federal Security Service who fled Russia to seek political asylum in the United Kingdom, which he was granted. He was a vocal critic of Vladimir Putin and referred to his rise in power as a coup, drawing a great deal of negative attention from Putin. He left Russia in 2000, and in 2003 he began working with MI6 as an agent and an expert on organized crime in Russia. He provided MI6 with intelligence about the Russian mafia presence in Spain. This activity likely reached officials within the Russian government who were already not great fans of Litvinenko and who had close ties with the Russian mafia. In the weeks leading up to his assassination, there was a plan in place for Litvinenko to testify before a Spanish prosecutor about the influence of the Russian mafia. This is likely what placed a target on his back and led to his assassination at the hands of Andrei Lugovoy and Dmitry Kovtun. They poisoned Litvinenko not with thallium as his doctors initially thought, but with polonium-210, a rare, deadly, nearly undetectable radioactive isotope. Before we learn more about Alexander Litvinenko's assassination and how he solved it, we must discuss polonium-210 and what it does to the human body. Polonium is one of the rarest elements in the world, rightfully referred to by Kovtun as a very expensive poison. It was first discovered by Marie and Pierre Curie in 1898. Polonium is so toxic to the human body that a fatal dose would only need to be about the size of a speck of dust. That's all that it would take. Once a person has ingested the polonium, radiation poisoning begins to set in. Nausea, hair loss, swelling of the throat, and the breakdown of the immune system are all symptoms of exposure to polonium. After long enough, it causes organ failure and seeps into the bone marrow. Eventually, it causes cardiac arrest and death. Not only is it deadly, but polonium is very difficult to detect, making it a perfect murder weapon. Litvinenko's doctors not only determined a correct diagnosis of polonium-210 poisoning by testing his urine for the isotope on the day of his death, but then, of course, it was much too late. However, before he died, Litvinenko was able to aid in the investigation into his own murder. Very few people get the opportunity to solve their death before it happens, but Alexander Litvinenko was a brilliant man who understood that there were many people out there who wanted to kill him. He also knew that if he had been assassinated, there were only 3 men that could have done it. He met with 3 men on the day that he was poisoned, and it had to be one of them. First, he met with an Italian associate of his, Mario Scaramella, for lunch. After lunch, he met with Lugovoy and Kovtun at the Millennium Hotel. Litvinenko described this meeting in detail to Detective Inspector Brent Hyatt of Scotland Yard in an interview. He was greeted by Lugovoy upon entering the Pine Bar. Lugovoy then led him to a table that was already covered with mugs and a pot of tea. Litvinenko did not drink alcohol, so the 2 men did not attempt to ply him with something stronger than the tea at the table. Then Lugovoy told Litvinenko that he was leaving, and there was tea left in the pot if he wanted to drink it. Litvinenko poured himself some tea from the pot and drank it. In his account, Litvinenko told Hyatt that he had only a few sips and that the tea tasted off to him. He also noticed that Lugovoy did not drink any tea while sitting at the table. They were then joined by Kovtun. Litvinenko knew, even as he was leaving the hotel, that something was off about the meeting. He told Detective Inspector Hyatt later on, when I left the hotel, I was thinking there was something strange. I had been feeling all the time. I knew that they wanted to kill me. Litvinenko made for an excellent witness even as he lay dying in the hospital from an as-yet unknown poison. He gave 18 interviews to the detectives assigned to his case, spanning a total of nearly 9 hours. His experience with investigations gave him a great memory, and he pointed the detectives in the direction of Lugovoy and Kovtun. He gave the police his email, his bank account, and a full account of his history with the Russian Federal Security Service, as well as explaining why these men might want him dead. With his help, the police began to piece together a clearer picture of what had happened to Alexander Litvinenko on November 1, 2006 at the Millennium Hotel. The investigation uncovered information that indicated that, contrary to what was believed, November 1st was not the first attempted assassination of Litvinenko. A radiation stain was found in a cup left over from a business meeting between Lugovoy and Litvinenko in October, but because Litvinenko didn't drink any of the liquid in his cup, the attempt was unsuccessful, so the fateful Millennium Hotel meeting was set up. Lugovoy told detectives that he arrived at the hotel for the meeting at 4 p.m. However, when CCTV footage was checked, it was revealed that he arrived at 3:32 p.m., a half hour earlier than reported. He disappeared into the men's bathroom, then emerged. At 3:45 p.m., Kovtun arrived at the hotel and did the same. Later tests showed a massive amount of radiation contamination in one of the bathroom stalls, as well as under the bathroom's hand dryer. These readings were so high that they were off the scale, indicating that Kovtun and Lugovoy were likely preparing the polonium in the restroom somehow. At the very least, they had polonium on their hands when they went into the restroom, and it could not have come from anyone else at that hotel. Litvinenko never went into the hotel bathroom while there, so he could not be the source of the polonium contamination found inside. When Litvinenko arrived, the pot of tea was already on the table, and his fate was already sealed. It is not certain which man put the polonium in the teapot, but whoever did, the tea was contaminated, and the few sips that Litvinenko took before giving up on the unpleasant-tasting tea were enough to kill him. When the forensics team investigated the Pine Bar, checking tables, cups, spoons, saucers, teapots, and milk jugs, they found the teapot that Litvinenko was served from. Lugovoy and Kovtun clearly didn't care if their assassination attempt put others in harm's way, as the polonium was spread throughout the kitchen and dozens of unsuspecting people exposed. Polonium contamination was found in the bar's dishwasher, the floor, an ice cream scoop, a chopping block, chairs, the piano stool. However, as dangerous as it is, polonium's tendency to stick around on items and provide detectable radiation readings allowed the police to connect it back to Lugovoy and Kovtun. The teapot that Litvinenko drank from gave off a reading of 10,000 becquerels of polonium, and the table where the three men sat indicated radiation levels of 20,000 becquerels, or twice the strength it would take to kill a person if ingested. Even more damning than the evidence found in the bar, however, was the evidence found in Kovtun's hotel room, room 382. While the room was being investigated, the forensics team took apart the bathroom sink. Inside the sink's waste pipe, they found a strange clump that tested for 390,000 becquerels of polonium. This clump had to have come into direct contact with the polonium itself, rather than just traces of it. With this information, the picture came into sharp focus. After the meeting with Litvinenko, Kovtun went to his hotel room and dumped the rest of the polonium down the bathroom sink, hoping to dispose of the murder weapon once and for all. However, in spite of this damning evidence, Kovtun and Lugovoy were already back in Russia, out of the reach of the British justice system. Though Lugovoy and Kovtun were directly responsible for his death, Litvinenko blamed another loftier figure for the decision to have him killed. He named Putin in his final statement before his death, saying, "This may be the time to say one or two things to the person responsible for my present condition. You may succeed in silencing me, but that silence comes at a price. You have shown yourself to be as barbaric and ruthless as your most hostile critics have claimed. You've shown yourself to have no respect for life, liberty, and any civilized value. You have shown yourself to be unworthy of your office, to be unworthy of the trust of civilized men and women. You may succeed in silencing one man, but the howl of protest from around the world will reverberate, Mr. Putin, in your ears for the rest of your life. May God forgive you for what you've done, not only to me, but to beloved Russia and its people." He also agreed to have his photograph taken as he sat in bed, bald and gaunt from radiation poisoning, so that the world could see what was done to him for the mere act of speaking up and speaking out. Even as he was sick, weakened from the poison, he stared defiantly down the lens of the camera, strong until the end. The image circulated around the world, accompanying his story and his message. When the British police named Kovtun and Lugovoy as prime suspects in the murder of Litvinenko, they had not been able to extradite them from Russia. Both men denied their involvement in Litvinenko's death, but Litvinenko's accounts of events and the evidence speaks for itself. Even if they're never truly brought to justice directly, Alexander Litvinenko made sure that the world would know who killed him. In mid-2022, a wargame simulation of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan was conducted by the Center for New American Security, CNAS, a bipartisan, non-profit Washington, D.C.-based organization, and was broadcast on an episode of NBC's Meet the Press. The center organized two groups of leading experts, one representing China, represented by several experts on China along with the CEO of CNAS, and one representing the United States Security Council advising the U.S. president, which included defense experts, a retired Air Force general, and several sitting members of Congress. Their simulation ran just short of a week real time and was stunning in several aspects. One of the most sobering was how fast China was willing to use nuclear weapons. The team representing China decided after the US and Allied forces' navies were close to defeating the Chinese Navy's support of the invasion to implement what's known as a hemp shot, that is a high-altitude EMP attack, an electromagnetic pulse caused by a nuclear weapon, high over the US naval forces. Although the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, has declared they will not use nukes first, it's clear their position on their nuclear weapon force is changing. According to most sources, such as the Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS, China is both modernizing and expanding its nuclear weapons arsenal, with the possibility that their current status of using their nuclear weapons for only defensive deterrence possibly changes in the future. Unlike China, Russia does not have a no-first-use policy and has threatened to use nuclear weapons multiple times since its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. They've repeatedly said that if the territorial integrity of Russia seems threatened, nuclear weapon use might be considered. This isn't just President Vladimir Putin saying this. As recently as January 2023, Vyacheslav Volodin, chairman of Russia's lower house, the State Duma, threatened Europe and the US with global catastrophe if the West's military aid to Ukraine passed some metaphorical line in the sand. Other threats have come from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, who's talked about the use of nuclear weapons more than once since the outbreak of the conflict in February 2022. And Putin himself warned the West on September 21, 2022, that he was not bluffing when he said Russia would use all available means to protect Russia and our people. He tried to blame the West for ratcheting up the nuclear rhetoric, saying this is not a bluff and those who try to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the weather vane can turn and point toward them. As recently as April 25, 2023, the Russian Foreign Ministry's head of nuclear non-proliferation, Vladimir Yermakov, told the Russian state news agency TASS that it was the US that was escalating the risks of nuclear confrontation through its opposition to its war in Ukraine. The most acute threat today is associated with the danger of nuclear escalation as a result of a direct military confrontation between nuclear powers, Yermakov said, meaning the US and its allies, including NATO, versus Russia, and these risks, to the deepest regret, are steadily growing. But how would this nuclear attack be carried out? Most analysts think an all-out nuclear exchange is unlikely, since that's the basis behind the no-win strategy known as MAD, mutually assured destruction. Russia and the US both have enough nuclear weapons to assure complete annihilation of the other many times over. China, while still building up its own nuclear forces, has enough to take out every major city in the US if they decide to join in. However, Russia categorizes any high-altitude EMP weapon as part of its information warfare branch, alongside cyber warfare and other electronic attacks. So, their already loose restrictions against using nuclear weapons may not even apply to hemp weapons, according to their definitions. Make no mistake, an EMP attack, especially one at a high enough altitude that could encompass large areas of the US, dubbed a hemp attack, has been considered an existential threat to our future. Yet the US is woefully unprepared for the effects of such an attack. Is Russia preparing for an EMP attack on NATO or the US? Russia is already well underway in preparing for such an EMP attack. Since the early 1960s, the former Soviet Union had conducted tests that demonstrated the destructive potential of the EMP pulse generated by nuclear explosions. Their awareness began with a high-altitude EMP explosion known as Test 184, conducted on October 22, 1962 over modern-day Kazakhstan. Even though the technological state of Kazakhstan in 1962 was relatively primitive by today's standards, it was heavily industrialized and fully electrified. Test 184 was detonated above a point 180 miles west of the city of Zhezkazgan, chosen because of its central location in the middle of Kazakhstan. At an altitude of 290 kilometers, the distance to the horizon would have been more than 1,900 kilometers, and the electromagnetic pulse generated by the explosion would have covered the entire region. This was done deliberately for the Soviet Union to see what effects the EMP would have on a populated area. The EMP effects from Test 184 destroyed transformers, generators, communication systems, electric switches, and all types of electronics within an enormous area extending hundreds of kilometers, thus proving the effectiveness and destructive potential of nuclear weapon-generated electromagnetic pulses. The results of Test 184 were kept secret for over 30 years and were only shared with the West in a briefing by a Russian general in 1994 after the breakup of the Soviet Union. Test 184 confirmed for the Soviets in 1962 what the United States had concluded earlier that same year from its own tests conducted over the Pacific Ocean, called Project Starfish Prime. Starfish Prime witnessed the explosion of a hydrogen bomb detonated 250 miles above the Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. The 1.4 megaton bomb, 500 times as powerful as the one that fell on Hiroshima, was one of the last high-altitude nuclear tests, though it was dwarfed by the USSR's Tsar Bomba explosion the previous year, which clocked in at 50 megatons. While the Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse reached Hawaii, 750 nautical miles to the northeast, it caused blackouts, blocked radio transmissions, and caused significant electronic faults both on land and in numerous ships located throughout the area. On top of the problems of the EMP damage, the Starfish Prime test also created a new artificial radiation belt that was stronger and longer lasting than scientists had predicted. This unexpected starfish belt, which lingered for at least 10 years, destroyed Telstar 1, the first satellite to broadcast a live television signal, and Ariel 1, Britain's first satellite. It came as a surprise how bad it was and how long it lasted, and how damaging it was to satellites that flew through the area and died, said David Siebeck, a scientist for NASA's Van Allen Space Probes mission. The resulting dangers exhibited by Starfish Prime and Test 184 convinced the US and the USSR to agree to sign an atmospheric test ban treaty concluded the very next year. Though underground nuclear testing has continued as recently as 2017 by North Korea, no further atmospheric tests have been conducted. This is both reassuring and troubling. Without further testing, it's unclear just how damaging a hemp explosion would be, which means we're unsure how much protection our electrical grid and computerized systems need. The different components of an EMP attack. From the data collected by these two tests, as well as a few prior atmospheric tests, we've learned some significant elements of EMPs. We now know that when a nuclear device goes off, it generates three significant and distinctive waveforms of gamma radiation, usually denoted as E1, E2, and E3. The E1 component is incredibly brief, only a microsecond in duration, and is produced when gamma radiation from the nuclear detonation ionizes or strips atoms from molecules floating in the upper atmosphere. This is known as the Compton effect, and the resulting current is called the Compton current. The electrons travel at relativistic speeds, or close to the speed of light, in a mostly downward direction, since there are more atoms lower down in Earth's atmosphere than higher up. This radiation travels in a direct line to the horizon, which is why EMP weapons are expected to be detonated at higher altitudes, from 100 miles up and higher, so as to have the effect spread out as far as possible and affect as much area as possible. However, like all energy, the strength dissipates over distance, so the most powerful portion of the pulse will be directly below the explosion. The E1 component produces high voltages in electrical conductors and can destroy any embedded computers and modern equipment like vehicles, airplanes, laptops, cell phones, and modern communications equipment, as its voltage increases too quickly over just a few nanoseconds for ordinary surge protectors to provide effective protection from it. Shielding can prevent this damage, but usually only sophisticated military equipment or specially constructed Faraday cages are strong enough to protect from such an attack. Following the E1 component is the E2 component, a longer frequency pulse that lasts from a microsecond to 1 or 2 seconds long. The E2 component bears a lot of similarities to lightning, though a close lightning strike might be more locally intense than the overall energy of a nuclear weapon-induced E2 component. Because of the similarities to lightning-caused pulses and the widespread use of lightning protection technology, the E2 component is generally considered to be the least harmful and the easiest to protect against. However, it arrives instantaneously following the E1 component, which may have damaged any surge protections, rendering them useless in protecting against the E2 component. What might be the most damaging to the United States would be the third component, the E3 portion of an EMP. This component is very different from the other two major components of a nuclear EMP. The E3 component is a very long wavelength and a very slow arriving pulse, lasting tens of seconds to several minutes, as the nuclear detonation forces its way through the Earth's magnetic field, followed by the return of the magnetic field to its natural place. The E3 component has similarities to a geomagnetic storm caused by a very severe coronal mass ejection, or CME, from our Sun. More on that later. Like a geomagnetic storm, the E3 component produces geomagnetically induced currents in long electrical conductors like power lines, which can then damage or destroy components such as power transformers. Since the E3 waves are much longer than the E1 or 2 waves, they sync up perfectly with the long wires of our electric grid, which act as conductors for the EMP's destructive energy. And here is where an EMP weapon can deal significant, some say catastrophic damage to the US. As the E3 pulse overloads the electrical grid, it can short out transformers over vast areas, leading to regional blackouts encompassing multiple states because of transformer core saturation and imbalances between supply and demand of electricity. These transformers are huge, very expensive, and many are uniquely designed and built for specific locations or purposes. It could take years to replace them, and without regional power, even building new ones to replace the overloaded ones might be impossible. When you combine the effects of the E1 component knocking out computerized systems and transportation, and the E3 component knocking out significant portions of our electric grid, it's not hard to imagine how the entire US economy could be seriously disabled. It's also easy to see, even if the real damages to equipment aren't that significant, the widespread result of an EMP attack plus its potential impacts on other systems like computers and telecommunications, not to mention food and fuel deliveries, has the potential to make the process of getting things back online seem nearly impossible. What would happen to people and structures on the ground during an EMP attack? As far as we can tell from the existing data, a high-altitude EMP explosion would cause absolutely no physical damage to anything or anyone on the ground. When a nuclear weapon is detonated at 100 miles or higher, its effects are too far away to affect the ground with its blast radius. It doesn't interact with the ground, so it doesn't cause nearly as much radioactive fallout as a near-ground burst, which picks up dirt or ocean water and irradiates it, allowing it to spread across vast regions. Though, as we've seen from the Starfish Prime explosion, atmospheric radiation does exist in at least small quantities and can harm existing satellites, especially if they're orbiting low enough to encounter a resulting and often long-lasting radiation plume. As already discussed, the biggest problem by far is the damage done to infrastructure like the electronic grid, transportation, communication, including both cell phones and the internet, and anything that relies on these systems to do everyday business. The resultant problems from losing power and the ability to move vital services like food, water, gas, heating homes, and running hospitals would be as bad as anything we've seen in US history. Imagine no power to keep food cool in the summer, or no electricity for hospitals to conduct surgery, or even no electricity for the pumps in our sewage treatment facilities. Modern society is wholly dependent on electricity. Without it, we'd revert to nearly Stone Age living, burning any available wood to boil water and heat homes. We've seen how quickly society breaks down when something as regional as an ice storm cuts power. In February of 2021, Texas experienced a severe ice storm that cut power to as many as 5 million residents at one point, with a peak loss of power affecting more than 11 million. Power outages coupled with unusually cold sub-freezing temperatures resulted in the deaths of more than 700 people and damages exceeding $195 billion. People that survived power loss extended in some areas for more than 2 weeks said it seemed like the end of the world. In order to heat their homes, people burned furniture, books, clothing, even children's toys. The lack of firewood became even more extreme when the state government urged 7 million residents in Dallas-Fort Worth area and the Houston and Tyler metroplexes to boil water due to contamination in water lines caused by the lack of water pressure from frozen and broken water lines and pumps. This was all caused by relatively limited effect storm, though it did strike many populated areas and at a time when temperatures hit record lows in a state that wasn't well prepared for either the damage to its power grid nor for the vast numbers of people lacking proper heating and food supplies. Scaling up such effects on a national level could mean, according to some preppers, people preparing for an end-of-times-like scenario. scenario, and according to doomsayers preparing for a world that devolves to Mad Max levels of anarchy and brutality, they foresee extreme problems for urban areas and expect such problems to begin to occur in as little as 10 to 12 hours after all the power goes out over a vast area. Are Russia and China preparing super EMP weapons? It must be noted that the original fusion-type nuclear weapons, the so-called hydrogen bombs, were created in such a way that they actually, although unknowingly, minimized the amount of EMP damage that they produced. In that respect, many analysts consider those earlier weapons to be suppressed EMP weapons. The E1 pulse these weapons generate arises from gamma rays and from the effects of those gamma rays hitting the molecules in the upper to mid-stratosphere in the presence of a strong geomagnetic field. So anything that prohibited or held back those gamma rays lessened their effect on the atmosphere. These early weapons, 1. Used a very thick and dense layer of chemical explosive around the nuclear material to trigger the reaction. 2. Used a very thick and dense steel casing on the entire exterior of the weapon. 3. Set off a very small fission explosion microseconds before the major, mostly fusion, thermonuclear explosion. And 4. Detonated the device where the geomagnetic field is relatively weak. Because of this, the EMP pulse that they generated was many times less powerful than it could have been. The Soviets quickly learned that they could develop a more powerful EMP weapon by removing most or all of the characteristics of the original hydrogen bombs, simply using more modern materials to eliminate the dense chemical explosives around the fusion core and building the bomb with the thinnest casing possible, even if the casing has to be so thin that it sacrifices some of the explosive power of the weapon, would potentially increase the number of gamma rays emitted from the weapon by a factor of 10, resulting in a huge increase in the EMP pulse created. Another mitigating factor was the region where the US conducted the Starfish Prime and other earlier atmospheric tests. Most of them were done in near-equatorial regions of the mid-Pacific, an area where the geomagnetic field is considerably weaker than other areas of the globe, or in the South Atlantic anomaly, where the geomagnetic field is at its very lowest, where 3 of the first 6 high-altitude nuclear tests of the United States were performed. In fact, the US had already stumbled upon the recipe for creating a more powerful super EMP weapon without even knowing it. According to Chuck Hansen's The Swords of Armageddon, the Starfish Prime Python weapon used a nuclear primary called Python. It was surprisingly compact with a diameter of 17 inches and a length of 26 inches. The Python primary was dense, weighing in at 218 pounds, but all by itself it produced a nuclear yield of 15 to 20 kilotons. Since the Python device was optimized to produce X-ray and gamma radiation, it would likely have produced much greater EMP if detonated alone outside of the Starfish Prime warhead casing than the suppressed EMP actually produced by the Starfish Prime weapon. Rather than knocking out only 300 streetlights in Hawaii, the much smaller Python device of 1962 would have likely knocked out many thousands of streetlights. There have been many claims about the existence of more modern super EMP nuclear weapons that can generate electric fields of 100,000 to 200,000 volts per meter. The declassified scientific literature only describes the operation of first or second generation nuclear weapons, which are capable of producing a maximum EMP field strength of about 50,000 volts per meter on the ground. And this only applies on the side of the surface closest to the equator. Maximum field strengths near the horizon would be limited to about half of this value, or 25,000 volts per meter. The reason that the maximum field strength is slightly stronger to the equatorial side of the detonation point, in other words south of the detonation in the northern hemisphere, is that this is where the high-energy Compton electrons start to move through the Earth's magnetic field at a nearly 90-degree angle. We can't be certain, but many government officials and nuclear researchers worry that Russia, China, and possibly other adversaries like Iran and even North Korea might have designed and built nuclear weapons like those described above that can generate a burst of 200,000 volts per meter below the detonation and 100,000 volts per meter near the horizon. Neither the Russian nor Chinese governments have admitted to designing, building, or testing any kind of super EMP weapons, though since it's been made public that the US has declassified documents about their own such programs, it's likely that they have at least kept up with the US and possibly even surpassed its capabilities. And with the relatively simple construction process and small size of such a device, it's not impossible to theorize that countries like Iran and North Korea could also create such weapons and even launch them on easily available short-range missiles from platforms like cargo ships sailing off either US coast. Should we worry about EMPs from other sources? As worrisome as nuclear weapon-generated EMPs are, there's a source far more common and much harder to regulate and control that we should be worrying about: our own Sun. The Sun has an 11-year cycle of low sunspot activity followed by peak sunspot activity. These sunspots are caused by twists and turns of the Sun's magnetic field. At the end of each of these cycles, the Sun's magnetic field actually flips, where north becomes south and south becomes north. The solar flares connected with sunspots often reach far enough out into space that they can have an effect on the Earth, if the side of the Sun with the solar flare is facing toward Earth at the time. During such events, we might see an increase in the aurora borealis as the electrified particles interact with Earth's magnetic field and travel down through our atmosphere at the two poles. But there are much more powerful eruptions called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, that are not the same as solar flares. While both are created by the Sun's magnetic field, a solar flare is minuscule in comparison to a CME. CMEs are closest to the effects of the E3 component of the EMP blast, but on a much greater scale. While you can think of a solar flare as the muzzle flash of a cannon, a CME is a cannonball flung out by that same cannon. Any sufficiently active solar cycle can create a CME, which carries an EMP component powerful enough to do significant damage to our power grid, satellites, even our very atmosphere. While a solar flare is usually confined to the upper atmosphere of the Sun, a CME is an immense cloud of magnetized particles hurled far out into space. Traveling over 1.6 million kilometers per hour, around 1 million miles per hour, the ejected solar plasma can take up to 3 days to reach our planet, though some extremely powerful CME events reach us much faster. The differences between solar flares and CMEs are quite different when seen through solar telescopes. Solar flares appear as bright but localized river of light, while CMEs appear as a massive fan of gas erupting into space much farther from the Sun. The largest CMEs can contain billions of tons of solar material and are launched from the Sun at up to 3,000 kilometers per second, according to the NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center. This material contains an embedded magnetic field. It's this natural EMP field that causes the same kind of destruction that the E3 portion of a nuclear weapon-generated EMP would cause. But how dangerous are the EMPs generated by a coronal mass ejection? The most well-known CME is one that occurred over 2 days, September 1st and 2nd, 1859, and created the largest geomagnetic storm on record. We didn't have a sophisticated energy grid at the time, but the US did have a substantial telegraph system with wires strung from coast to coast. Since the third component of an EMP is made up of longer wavelengths, the lengthy telegraph wires were the perfect conductor for such energy. Reports of telegraph operators getting their hands burned were common, and some telegraph offices were set ablaze from the sparks emanating from their sets. The northern lights, also known as the aurora borealis, were witnessed as far south as Cuba and Honolulu, while the southern lights, the aurora australis, were seen as far north as Santiago, Chile, according to National Geographic. Telegraph operators discovered that the auroral current was strong enough that they could transmit messages without being connected to their batteries. And while most CMEs take up to 3 days to travel to Earth, the Carrington CME traveled over 150 million kilometers between the Sun and the Earth in less than 18 hours and unleashed its force across the entire planet. According to a NASA spaceflight, researchers from the British insurance company Lloyd's of London and Atmospheric and Environmental Research Agency in the US have estimated that if a Carrington-class event struck today's heavily electrified world, it would cause between $1 trillion and $2.6 trillion in damages just to the US alone. Multiply that number by 3 or 4 times if it lasted long enough to catch Europe, the Middle East, and China. There was a recent CME that happened on March 12, 2023, though on this occasion the Sun was facing away from the Earth, and the CME roared off harmlessly into space. If it had been heading our way, the Earth could have faced widespread blackouts, burned out satellites, and a complete failure of the internet for weeks or even months on end. As CMEs roar through space, they can create a shockwave that can accelerate solar particles along the CME's path to incredible speeds, similar to the way surfers ride along an incoming ocean wave. Known as solar energetic particles, or SEPs, these speedy particles can make the 93 million-mile journey from the Sun to the Earth in around half an hour. Though SEPs are commonly detected following Earth-facing solar events, they are less common for eruptions on the far side of the Sun. Nevertheless, satellites orbiting Earth detected SEPs from this March 2023 eruption beginning early in the morning of March 12th.
meaning this CME was powerful enough to set off a massive cascade of solar particle collisions that reached the opposite side of the Sun where the Earth was. NASA's astronomers are still analyzing the data from this event to discover how such an impressive and far-reaching effect occurred, and whether we might see such effects in the next 2 years of increasing solar activity, leading up to the next solar maximum in 2025. We've had other near misses from CMEs through the years, as well as being affected by weaker CMEs. One weaker CME struck the area near Quebec, Canada on March 13, 1989, which erupted from the Sun 4 days earlier on March 9th. This CME caused widespread power outages as well as shortwave radio interference. There was another on July 23, 2012, a massive and potentially historically damaging solar superstorm, but this one luckily missed the Earth. Many astronomers believe the 2012 CME would have been a Carrington-class event if the Sun had been facing us at the time. Another massive CME erupted on October 14, 2014. It was strong enough to be detected on Mars on October 17th, where it was observed by the Mars Express, MAVEN, Mars Odyssey, and Mars Science Laboratory missions. By October 22nd, at 3.1 astronomical units distance, it reached the Rosetta spacecraft that was approaching Comet 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko, perfectly aligned with the Sun and Mars. And by November 12th, it was observed by the Cassini spacecraft as it approached Saturn, a surprising 9.9 astronomical units away from the Sun. 3 months after its initial eruption, it even reached the New Horizons spacecraft, which was approaching Pluto at 31.6 astronomical units. CMEs become more frequent during the Sun's 11-year solar maximum. At solar minimum, the Sun might kick out about 1 CME a week, but as the Sun nears its solar maximum, there might be as many as 2 or 3 CMEs launched per day. The chances of the Earth eventually being in the crosshairs of a future globe-affecting CME is undeniably 100% certain. The one good thing about CMEs, if there is one, is the narrow window of predictability we have. Using our vast fleet of solar-observing satellites and Earth-based telescopes, astronomers can detect an incoming CME and warn various systems in its path. Electric companies can redirect power, airlines can reroute flights, and anyone using satellites for GPS location or communication can be prepared for any anticipated loss of contact. None of the countries of the West are truly prepared for any sort of EMP attack, whether launched by an adversary like Russia or China, or even a weaker coronal mass ejection from our Sun. To be fully prepared, each country would have to be willing to spend tens of billions of dollars to protect their electrical grid and to harden the vast number of electronic devices that its citizens depend on. From cell phones in cars to internet cables buried beside our roads and the GPS satellites overhead in our skies. As bad as a nuclear weapon-initiated EMP attack might be, a bullseye coronal mass ejection would be far worse, as its effects could extend across an entire hemisphere. And where a weapon-induced EMP attack can be an unlikely possibility, as we've only ever seen 2 nuclear weapons used in anger in the 78 years since the first A-bomb was tested, we know for certain that a solar EMP attack through a massive coronal mass ejection is an inevitability. We've seen how powerful they can be, and we risk our very civilization's future by ignoring their damaging effects. Maybe instead of earthbound countries bullying each other for their own petty territorial gains, we might choose to work together to protect the planet as a whole. Unfortunately, that seems like a very unlikely scenario in our current world.
During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was North Korea's lifeline, providing weapons, supplies, training, and even some limited military assistance to the North Korean government. While US and Soviet troops never clashed on the ground on the Korean peninsula, Soviet fighters provided some limited cover over certain parts of North Korea, though refused North Korea's requests to fly frontline combat support against American jets. Without the Soviet Union, North Korea would have fallen to the south, and today the Hermit Kingdom and the Kim family would not exist. A very obvious win for all of humanity. Today, Russia engages in only minor trade with the internationally shunned kingdom and no longer directly finances or supports it. With North Korea owing its existence to the old Soviet Union though, could North Korea repay that favor by teaming up with modern Russia against its greatest international rival, the United States? Could North Korea and Russia team up to destroy the US? We've looked at a potential conflict between the US and Russia before and already determined that the Russian military is simply not capable of winning a war against the American military. The modern Russian military is made up of just over 1 million active duty personnel, with US forces numbering around 1.4 million. There isn't just a numbers disparity though, as there is also a training and morale disparity between the two militaries. Despite attempts to move to an all-volunteer force by the Russian military, it's still overwhelmingly made up of conscripts versus an all-volunteer military fielded by the US. Conscripts historically greatly underperform versus volunteer military forces and suffer both from morale and training issues, two things which would be of a grave concern to a Russia fighting an uphill war against a more technologically capable opponent. However, what if North Korea lent its forces to the fight, bolstering Russian numbers so that they dwarfed America's? With an active duty military of 1.3 million, Russian and North Korean forces combined would number at 2.3 million, outnumbering the US by 700,000, a significant advantage. Of course, in a real conflict, neither side could use its full military in a conflict against the other, as both sides in this hypothetical war would need to maintain its military presences in other strategically important areas. Russia would still need to secure its eastern border against NATO's counterattack upon declaring a war on the US, as NATO's charter states that an attack on one is an attack on all, automatically triggering a declaration of war by the entire alliance on the aggressor. Without the US's homeland and overseas forces stationed outside of Europe, though, NATO would be unable to prosecute a war against Russia, as Europe's militaries are simply too weak to stand up to Russia in anything but a defensive war. To make matters worse, some countries such as Canada and Germany are experiencing serious logistical issues, which leaves large parts of their forces combat ineffective. In 2019, the German Air Force was incapable of sustaining the type of air operations needed in a conflict against Russia due to a lack of equipment and maintenance issues with its planes, with Canada suffering a similar issue and a fighter shortage that left it unable to fulfill its commitments to North American aerospace defense. Still, with Russian forces elsewhere, NATO could pose serious problems for Russia, and thus Russia would need to retain a significant bulwark to deter against NATO aggression on its eastern front. North Korea also has strategic concerns that leave it unable to fully commit its forces to a fight against the US, as despite being the 25th most powerful military in the world, it faces South Korea directly across the DMZ, which it's currently ranked as the world's 6th most powerful military. The United States, perhaps though, has a worse strategic picture than either of these two nations, as its military forces are deployed around the world in a variety of strategic hotspots, and very often it's these military forces that ensure regional peace and stability. Its large commitment in the Middle East ensures that conflict does not arise between historical rivals, such as Iran and Saudi Arabia, which would have devastating consequences for the global economy. Iran's strategic goals in a potential conflict against Saudi Arabia or the US is to shut down the Persian Gulf oil trade, which, thanks to the geography of the Gulf of Oman, it could easily do by threatening oil tankers with long-range standoff weapons that the US or any of its allies could do little about. Iranian special forces could even scuttle a tanker in the Suez Canal, yet another military objective of Iran in case of a war, which would choke off one of the world's most important trade arteries for weeks, possibly months. In the South Pacific, US forces help maintain the balance between China and its neighbors, with China being a particularly bad actor in the region and bullying or outright stealing territory and resources from nations like the Philippines, Vietnam, and others. China and Japan, longtime rivals, also rely on the US presence to maintain stable relationships, with the threat of American firepower backing up its Japanese allies, keeping China's behavior in check. Realistically, both sides could only count on perhaps half of their total military power in a conflict against the other. Though, in this regard, the US has an advantage as it has long operated its military under a doctrine that states it must be able to fight and defeat two near-peer adversaries simultaneously anywhere in the world. For this reason, the US maintains the world's largest sea and airborne mobility fleet, allowing it to quickly move forces around the world to any conflict, but also giving it the advantage of quickly replacing frontline forces in need of rest and recuperation with reserve forces stationed elsewhere on peacekeeping duties. This ability will ensure the integrity of the US frontline forces better than North Korea and Russia, who both have major shortfalls in mobility and will be forced to leave their frontline forces in theater for longer, wearing on morale, equipment, and unit integrity from casualties. Mobility is a major challenge for the Russian-North Korean alliance. North Korean mobility is all but nil, with only a token air or sea mobility force used to counter South Korean advances into its territory. Russia operates a far larger mobility command, though it is on its own barely enough to move Russian forces in significant quantities anywhere around the world, and far short of what would be needed for a major offensive against a military power such as the US. With only 12 of its heaviest transport aircraft, the Antonov AN-124, in service, the only aircraft capable of moving heavy military equipment in significant quantities, Russia would be hard-pressed to quickly move critical tanks, air defense assets, and artillery to the North American continent for an invasion. Its fleet of 109 Ilyushin Tu-76 aircraft could supplement that airlift capacity, but on their own, these aircraft would only be able to move perhaps a platoon's worth of soldiers and their equipment, and one main battle tank per flight. At sea, the Russian Navy doesn't fare much better, with a fleet of only about 20 landing ships with another 2 in reserve. Each of these ships could carry around 20 tanks and up to 425 troops, and even if Russia could muster its entire mobility fleet at once, which is not realistic as due to the maintenance and retrofit requirements, no navy on Earth ever has full use of all of its ships at one time, Russia could still move 440 tanks and perhaps 2 regiments of infantry per sortie. Even with no casualties amongst the landing ships and no equipment breakdowns through perhaps some miracle, it would take over 6 months to move the entire North Korean and Russian military to North America. Deciding on where to land in the US, though, would be vital for the Russian-North Korean alliance, and there are few good options. Even if we ignored the reality of NATO or South Korea, Australia, and Japan coming to the US's defense, and Russia could concentrate its forces for an assault on North America, it would still need to get through the teeth of the American Navy. An invasion of America would require months of preparation, moving naval and air assets to Russia's west coast, which would afford the US just as much time to prepare to counter such an invasion. With the US concentrating its naval forces in the Pacific, the most direct route would be the best route, with Russian North Korean forces striking directly into Alaska to secure a foothold on North America. Anchorage would be the most ideal target for an invasion, as it holds a large deepwater port that would make it possible to quickly offload forces. An assault against any other part of the Alaskan coast would require the use of landing craft, something which is also in short supply in the Russian Navy. Invading Alaska poses several problems, as the Japanese found out in World War II. First, it's too far away from the American heartland to pose any serious economic or industrial risk to the US's warfighting effort. While oil-rich, the US would easily be able to supplement its consumption via the Gulf of Mexico or even overseas sources, and the seizure of Alaskan oil fields would result in extremely minor economic harm to the US economy. Still, with such limited mobility assets, Alaska would be the best bet for the alliance to gain a vitally important foothold in North America. Russian invasion craft, however, would face the full wrath of the world's largest submarine fleet, in an environment that's keenly suited for submarine warfare thanks to the turbulent nature of the Bering Sea. Even in summertime, the Bering can be treacherous to cross, and winter operations for heavy military cargo craft would be all but impossible. Anti-submarine operations in the rough seas are an extremely dicey proposition, and while Russia does maintain a capable attack submarine fleet, it's dwarfed in size and capabilities by the American fleet. To make matters worse, Russia only operates a single aircraft carrier, and the nation severely lacks an aerial refueling craft. As if that wasn't bad enough, only a portion of the Russian Air Force is even capable of in-flight refueling, meaning that for the crossing across the Bering Sea, the invasion fleet would be largely without air cover. The US, on the other hand, has 2 major Air Force installations in Alaska, Eielson and Elmendorf Air Force bases, and in the months leading up to the invasion would quickly expand their capacity to host the rest of the significantly large American Air Force by building extra runways, hangars, and maintenance facilities. Even without its use of its 11 aircraft carriers, of which realistically only perhaps 5 would be available for combat ops at any one time, the US Air Force would easily defend Alaska from invasion, and with a fleet of about 450 aerial tankers, the largest in the world, American jets would have the range to cover any possible invasion avenue. With 31 AWACS aircraft, or Airborne Warning and Control System, in its fleet, the US Air Force would be able to supplement its land-based radar coverage to detect Russian ships and air forces at great ranges. Russia, on the other hand, only operates about 15 to 19 AWACS systems, and despite their long range, the lack of air refueling capabilities in the Russian Air Forces would mean very limited sortie rates and loitering times both. In effect, a serious deficiency in airborne radar, aerial refueling, and military transport would make an invasion of Alaska completely impossible. The logistics simply don't exist for the alliance to make such an attempt, and with major army bases in Alaska and fast rail and airborne transport capabilities by the US, even if Russian landing craft managed to make it through the teeth of the US Navy and Air Force both, they would be completely overwhelmed by American land forces and destroyed in a very short matter of time. An attempt could be made to cross the North Pole's ice cap, though such an attempt would have to be done in winter, meaning horrible weather conditions which would wreak havoc on men and equipment both. Then there's also the problem of extended supply lines, and even with ad hoc airfields quickly built on the ice, an invasion force would still lack the air cover needed to be protected from the American Air Force. Even if by some miracle the alliance managed to take Alaska, which, let's be clear, this is a complete strategic impossibility, the United States and its warfighting capability would be negligibly affected by the invasion. The alliance would have to push into the continental US to seriously damage its industrial and military capabilities to wage war, and that would mean pushing through Canada and adding yet another combatant to the fight, as Canada would under no circumstances allow such an invasion force to simply stroll through its territory. To make matters worse, the force would have to move through very difficult terrain which would heavily favor American and Canadian defenders, and as it moved further and further south, it would face even greater numbers of American air forces. In Alaska, American air forces would be limited by the physical space available on the airfields to host them. But in the continental US, the widespread number of large civilian airports and military air bases means that the vast American Air Force would still be able to be brought down on the invasion force in full effect, while Russian forces would still only be able to operate a token number of aircraft from seized Alaskan and Canadian airfields, and only operate at limited ranges due to a lack of aerial refueling assets. North Korea would be able to give Russia the numbers needed to seriously challenge the United States, but in terms of technology and additional assets, it would offer very little to the alliance. If anything, the added burden of supplying and transporting North Korean troops might even seriously damage Russia's own capabilities. After all, there's little possibility that North Korea could actually maintain the supply requirements of its vast military past a few weeks. In the end, as we've seen before countless times in these scenarios, America's homeland could never be breached by an invading force due to the current lack of mobility and logistical support aircraft and ships amongst the world's navies. If any nation on Earth were to attempt it, they would need to heavily invest in building at least as large a mobility and logistical fleet as the US, because it doesn't matter how many guns you have, if you can't move them in significant numbers quickly enough, any invasion is bound to fail.
An invasion by China and using nuclear weapons early in a war against the United States. A recent leak of Russian secret documents has revealed Russian nuclear strategy and alarmed many at just how willing Putin is to use nuclear weapons. It's been widely known that Russia is a fading power, with the war in Ukraine exposing the rotten core of the Russian military. What's never before been revealed, however, is that Russia was aware to a degree of its own weakness and just how quickly it would rely on the use of nuclear weapons to balance out this weakness. Officially, Russian nuclear policy for decades included a no first-use policy, meaning it would only use them to retaliate against another nuclear or weapon of mass destruction attack. Nuclear weapons would also be used if the existence of the Russian state itself was threatened. Then in 2020, Vladimir Putin did away with the no first-use policy and expanded Russia's nuclear policy to include retaliation for wide-scale conventional attacks that caused critical damage to the Russian Federation. In a sense, modern Russia has a policy of escalating to de-escalate, using a nuclear weapon even against massive conventional attacks in order to de-escalate the conflict on terms favorable to itself. What few outside the Kremlin knew, however, was just how low the threshold for Russia's use of nuclear weapons really was. The leak of classified Russian documents includes 29 secret Russian military files drawn up between 2008 and 2014, and despite being 10 years old by this point, analysts believe that they are still highly relevant, especially in light of Russia's abysmal performance in Ukraine. The documents detail the use of tactical nuclear weapons rather than larger strategic weapons meant for use on large military bases or cities. These battlefield nukes, as they're often known, are significantly lower in yield than strategic weapons and often have been dialed up or down as necessary. Even so, they're still very powerful weapons of mass destruction. During the Cold War, the Western Allies envisioned the use of tactical nuclear weapons as a means of stopping the massive hordes of Soviet-blocked armored vehicles that would come pouring into Western Germany in case of war. The Soviets likewise saw tactical nuclear weapons as a way of leveling the playing field against increasingly sophisticated Western technology. Today, Russia's ever-weakening position on the international stage has created a degree of desperation and self-awareness over just how non-competitive the Russian military is against its traditional rival, the United States of America. After Desert Storm, Soviet military planners were thrown into a panic. At the time, Iraq had one of the largest militaries in the world and an extremely robust Soviet-built air defense network. Watching it get picked apart over a matter of weeks, as well as the collapse of Iraqi forces in Soviet tanks and infantry fighting vehicles against superior American equipment, sent a shockwave through the Kremlin and immediately prompted the reworking of war plans in case of a confrontation against NATO. It was clear that the only way to stop an American armored thrust was with nuclear weapons. As Russia emerged from the wreckage of the Soviet collapse, the gap between itself and the US and its allies only widened. The second US-led invasion of Iraq would once more send alarm bells ringing off throughout the Kremlin. The American contingent of 130,000 initial troops was inside of Washington even considered to be suicidal against the numerically superior Iraqi army. Yet lower-level commanders and analysts calling for more forces had significantly underestimated the massive force multipliers that the US had developed in just 10 years after Desert Storm. Up against an estimated 500,000 troops, 4,000 tanks, and 3,700 armored vehicles, the US suffered just 139 killed and 551 wounded, versus Iraq's up to 45,000 KIA. Once more, the Kremlin realized it was completely and utterly outmatched by the US's far superior conventional power. To rectify this, the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons would have to be significantly lowered, or else the Russian Federation would swiftly collapse in the face of a NATO attack. But the leaked documents also show that it wasn't just the US and its NATO allies that Russia was worried about, but also its very large and increasingly powerful southern neighbor in Asia. Even as Putin was attempting to forge closer ties with China, the secret leak of documents show that the Kremlin was increasingly paranoid about a Chinese invasion into Russia. Once more, nuclear weapons would be the first line of defense. And there's good reason for Russia to fear an attack by China. Despite seemingly warm relations between the two, before the war in Ukraine, Russia and China jointly declared a no-limits friendship. But when Russia invaded Ukraine just weeks later and began to lose badly, China was very quick to show that there were indeed firm limits in their friendship. On February 25, 2022, China abstained from a UN Security Council vote denouncing the invasion. And again on March 2nd, the nation abstained from a General Assembly vote condemning Russian aggression and demanding the withdrawal of its troops. Since then, China has walked a fine line between not being alienated internationally by supporting Russia and ensuring the Russian war effort doesn't completely collapse into disaster. Even so, China has a vested interest in the Russian state itself collapsing. Emerging from its century of humiliation, China is now looking back in time and finding ways of addressing past wrongs against it by European powers. Between 1858 and 1860, the Russian Empire annexed vast swaths of Chinese territory by forcing treaties upon the weaker Chinese state. Initially, China refused to agree to the demands, but its loss of the Second Opium War forced it to affirm the Russian annexation of territories known as Outer Manchuria. This move cut China off from the Sea of Japan while opening up warm water ports for the Russian Federation, and the territory itself has proven to be resource-rich. China has not forgotten the humiliation of the treaties forced upon it. And in 2023, the official Chinese map-making agency released new maps with Chinese names for the annexed territories instead of the Russian ones. It's not just a matter of bluff and bluster, though. Russia's very grip on its Far East territory is weakening. The ethnic Russian population has been decreasing year over year, and an estimated 6 million Russians in the territory face nearly 40 million Chinese directly across the border. The Chinese investments in the region are rapidly outpacing Russian investments, a situation compounded by Russia's weakening budget and the exodus of Western capital from Russia. With no other choice, Russia was forced to attempt to replace European and American investments with Chinese money. Yet many in China are seeing this as an opportunity to renegotiate the territorial settlement of 1994 that officially ended sovereignty disputes between the two nations. As has been commonly put by Chinese commentators, why should Chinese money go to develop stolen Chinese land on behalf of Russia? The leaked documents show just how paranoid Russia has become over a Chinese incursion into the region. The documents included training materials for the Eastern Russian military district to fight off a Chinese invasion, with multiple different scenarios highlighted.
Per the various scenarios included in the documents, if the Russian military failed to defeat the initial invasion force, then local commanders were called to use tactical nuclear weapons against second-echelon Chinese forces in order to stop them in their tracks. What is unknown is if these nuclear strikes would take place once Chinese forces crossed the border or on Chinese soil itself, a difference which could dramatically escalate an exchange of tactical nuclear weapons into a full-scale strategic exchange. After the leaks of the documents, the Chinese Foreign Ministry denied that there were any tensions or hostilities between itself and Russia, stating, quote, "The Treaty of Good Neighborliness, Friendship, and Cooperation between China and Russia has legally established the concept of eternal friendship and non-enmity between the two countries." And yet, despite this, not only has China refused to provide badly needed military aid to Russia, on May 18, 2023, the same day as the meeting of the G7 in Hiroshima, China hosted its inaugural China-Central Asia Summit, inviting leaders from 5 Central Asian nations to attend. These 5 nations, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan, were all former Soviet republics and nations that Russia has historically seen as under its sphere of influence. On May 18th, Russia was humiliated by being left out of both the G7 and a meeting headed by China of its former Soviet territories. And this was not an accident, as China has increasingly expanded its influence into Central Asia and works to dislodge Russia as the dominant power in the region. Chinese investments in the region skyrocketed to $70 billion by 2022, and Russia's regional trade is less than 2/3 of China's own trade with Central Asia. However, the insecurity of the Russian military expands past just China, forecasting the dire situation it would find itself in if it had to go to war against a major conventional power, either China or the US. The documents also spelled out specific battlefield defeat conditions that would trigger the use of nuclear weapons. One of these conditions was the successful amphibious landing of an enemy force upon the Russian mainland. The Russian Far East is difficult to defend given its vast expanses and how vulnerable Russian logistics are for actually getting troops into the region. The scenario is likely aimed squarely at the US, as it's incredibly likely that in the case of a full-scale war between itself and the US, the American Marine Corps would launch an amphibious assault on Volcano, the headquarters of Russia's Pacific Fleet, and Vladivostok itself. While Russia has rail connections to rapidly move troops and equipment from its western military districts to the area, there is little hope that it would be able to protect those railways from American air and missile attack, leaving its Far East forces stranded against superior US firepower. In such a dire scenario, the use of nuclear weapons would be the only way to dislodge the American invasion force. A second prompt for the use of nuclear weapons would be the defeat of Russian border defenses. Similar to fears of a Chinese penetration, the doctrine calls for the use of nuclear weapons should an enemy force successfully penetrate into Russia, with nuclear weapons used to significantly attrit follow-on forces and prevent a catastrophic breakthrough. The world saw just how poorly Russia is suited to respond to enemy breakthroughs in the fall of 2022 counteroffensive by Ukraine, which saw the nation retake vast swaths of occupied territory in a matter of weeks. The stunning counteroffensive was possible due to the use of misdirection on the Ukrainians' behalf, but also because the Russian military had failed to spot and identify a buildup of Ukrainian forces and respond quickly while under fire to a rapidly evolving breakthrough. How a nation with an air force the size of Russia's was unable to prevent such a catastrophic collapse of the front lines remains a mystery, but it is indicative of the overall weakness of the Russian military. Another trigger for the escalation of the use of nukes is the loss of 20% of Russia's ballistic missile submarines or 30% of its attack submarines. Both of these make sense, as Russia would rely on its attack submarines to try to prevent the US from reinforcing Europe in case of war, or to interdict an invasion of its Pacific coast. The loss of its undersea portion of the nuclear triad is likewise an alarming proposition for Russia, given the fact that there is practically zero chance a Russian nuclear bomber would ever successfully deliver its payload to an American city. With US ballistic missile defenses becoming increasingly powerful over time, the efficacy of Russia's ballistic missile forces is also in serious question. Submarines, however, allow for the launching of weapons closer to enemy shores and from unpredictable locations, making interception very unlikely. The loss of its ballistic missile submarines would thus potentially leave Russia vulnerable to a catastrophic nuclear attack it could not successfully deter or retaliate against. More worryingly, though, is just how fast Russia is willing to use nuclear weapons in even far lower stakes scenarios.
The loss of just 3 of its cruisers, 3 airfields, or a simultaneous attack on its main and reserve coastal command centers would all trigger a nuclear response. This is worrying because there is little doubt that the US or even China would promptly sink any Russian ship foolish enough to leave the safety of shore-based air and missile defenses. And given that Russia has already lost 1 cruiser to Ukraine, this specific threshold is incredibly low. Likewise is the loss of 3 airfields to enemy attack. The United States or China would inevitably target Russian airfields in order to ground its air force. Although given just how many Russian aircraft have been shot down by Russian air defenses in Ukraine and within Russia, it might just be better if they simply allowed Russia to operate its airfields unharassed. The documents also outline various options for the use of nuclear weapons by commanders in order to avert battlefield defeat or to enhance the effectiveness of the Russian Navy. The latter is likely aimed at destroying the US and Chinese carriers, which pose a significant threat to the Russian Navy and which it's poorly suited for countering at the moment. Overall, though, the document itself insinuates the use of nuclear blackmail by Russia in order to gain a degree of freedom in its actions. One of NATO's chief concerns has been a fait accompli attack against the Baltic states. In such an attack, Russia would launch an attack into one or more of the Baltic states and either seize a small amount of territory or attempt to take their capitals, which most analysts predict the nation should be able to do before NATO firepower descends on the region, at least prior to the joining of Finland and Sweden into the alliance. Such an attack would throw NATO into deliberation over the implementation of Article 5, over territory that some NATO states, such as Turkey or a United States under the leadership of someone like former President Trump, may not see as worth living up to treaty obligations over. At the first sign of a major defeat, Russia would rapidly escalate in order to de-escalate in its favor. This would involve the sudden use of tactical nuclear weapons or multiple, either directly on NATO forces or in close proximity to them, causing low damage but testing the resolve of the alliance. NATO would then be forced into one of 2 options: allow Russia to use battlefield nuclear weapons while sticking to only conventional weapons, or simply acquiesce to Russian demands and allow it to hold territory it took from NATO. In effect, Russia would be using nuclear weapons to blackmail other nations and give itself the freedom to do as it pleases, as long as it picks a fight it can win quickly and then go on the defensive. This reckless ideology is not only inherently dangerous, but dangerous because it encourages similar behavior from other nuclear states, such as North Korea, or perhaps even India and Pakistan, should their historical feud heat up once again. The world would then see a nuclear arms race on a truly global scale, and it would become obvious to all that the only way to ensure one's safety is to have nukes of your own. In short, Russia's reckless nuclear policy is not just dangerous to enemies, but for the entire world. Modern Russia, in a very real sense, has become the kid on the block who runs his mouth, can't back it up, gets punched in the face, and then comes back later with a gun. The reveal of the secret documents has thrown into question the West's proper reaction to Russia's aggression in Ukraine, given how low the nation's threshold for the use of nuclear weapons is. Yet, at this inflection point, it's even more dangerous for the West to not react and therefore set a precedent for nuclear blackmail. Such a failure to stand up to Russian aggression would only encourage more aggression down the line, and should Ukraine fall, Europe will find itself with the largest, most experienced army on the continent at its doorstep, and a Russian economy fully mobilized for war. Now go check out US Congressman warns of new Russian doomsday weapon, or click this other video instead.